have a good amount of matches today. It looks like we have just around 15 teams, 14 teams. It looks like.
Yeah, that are checked in and like they're still working on that. So there might be a couple more, but we should have several rounds of great League of Legends for you today.
Some of our veterans are back, including our champions, Comfy 2014 and Xanark and Apes. They were the semifinalists, but there are some other ones that have played in this tournament before. But for the most part, there's a lot of new teams. So
yeah, most relevant girls G-Day. We watched a couple of their matches previously, several tournaments ago, I think, and they were all really, really great. So looks like we have a great set of teams here and should have a really great tournament for everybody.
Yeah, and we should have this first match underway here relatively shortly, and that will be between Eeyore's Big Day versus C8 Nam. So should be fun.
Yeah,
Both of them are very new teams to us, and we'll see how well they do.
Yep, there has been a new patch since our last tournament, but there hasn't really been any major changes to champions. Soraka, lane Soraka specifically, got some pretty serious nerfs. She lost a lot of damage off of her Q or Star Call. Base damage, her ability power ratio is still the same. So that's a pretty big nerf, and it really reduces her pushing power and basically makes it so she can no longer actually win trades with any of the like solid tier 1 laners, either in top or mid. So they basically pretty much, removed her from being a solid possible pick, maybe not tier 1, maybe, out of a solo lane to just not really being possible to play out of one of those solo lanes. They also added mana cost to her infuse when using on enemies, so her poke potential went down a lot. That hurts her more than the Star Call damage nerf in bottom lane as well. So I think they hit her a little bit too hard, in my opinion. Really, big number changes on multiple abilities usually changes a champion that was great to one that probably isn't playable, but we'll see. They did give her a support buff along with it, where her Star Call will reduce the cooldown on her heal, more than it did. The percentage went up significantly, now maxing at 17% as opposed to 10%, and that's a pretty big reduction, but it's still a percentage reduction. So while it is a bigger reduction, it still scales with cooldown reduction in that you get less reduction on that heal. It's the same percentage reduction, but you're not getting as much time off of it the more cooldown reduction you build.
Other than that, though, the patch changes weren't very major. It was a lot of mana changes to like Malzahar, Blitzcrank, Cho'Gath, that sort of stuff. And Kha'Zix got his cooldowns decreased a little bit. But other than that, not too exciting.
Yeah, just some, the Pantheon fix is the most interesting. They kind of slipped it in, and it bothered a lot of the community because they slipped it in with one of the with like a hot fix and like the Pantheon skin, and like it wasn't announced, and it really changed his gameplay because he would basically kind of land and be able to cast spells a little bit earlier than he was supposed to, but the damage on his Grand Skyfall, his ultimate, wasn't showing up till like way later. It was almost like half a second after he started doing things. And they'd been meaning to fix that for a long time because it was weird, it was counterintuitive. You could also CC him if you targeted the middle of his, where he was dropping while he was in the air. So they fixed a lot of like the weird interactions and counterintuitive interactions with his ultimate, but it basically ended up kind of being a stealth nerf because it takes him another about half second before he can do anything. And when you're running out of a giant man drop ultimate, half a second it really adds up. So they've definitely had some issues with that, but they're still looking at it. They're working on tuning it. But right now he lands a little bit later, and he can't cast spells until he's actually fully landed. Let's see. Yeah, the Kha'Zix got the jump. Yeah, just a little bit of reduction on that jump cooldown, but I believe it's only when it's evolved. I
believe that's correct.
They've been trying to put more choices into his evolutions. This isn't going to do anything with it because you're still evolving jump first or second, basically. But the resets are just way too powerful. Even with the massive AD ratio nerf that ability got several patches ago to make it so he couldn't just kind of Katarina through the enemy's team. So yeah, that's basically the changes since our last tournament. We're still waiting on an invite to get you guys into this game, but we should be in here very shortly.
It looks like the bracket is up. We do have 13 teams playing in this tournament today. And keep in mind, the tournament brackets are completely randomized. We do not try to hedge our bets or anything like that. So for the first round, Xanark and Apes, Comfy 2014, and Girls G-Day will all be receiving a bye. And then the first couple rounds are going to be... I fail at this name every single time I try to say it, but it's
Senpai Daisuke.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the one. They're going to be playing up against the Sons of Nero, and then another match is going to be Time for the Dunk Squad versus the Batch of the Ratchets. And then it's going to be Eeyore's Big Day versus C8 Nam, which is the game we will be spectating. Shrek is Life versus Bots Are New. And then Blame It on the ADC versus Alpha Doge.
Doge? We had this debate last week. This debate will rage on eternally. How do you pronounce Doge? Or Doge?
It's Doge.
It's Doge?
Yep.
I like Doge. I'm a pretty big fan.
Fair enough.
So, anyways, we're still waiting on it. Looks like there might be some technical issues. Still working on that, but otherwise, hopefully this game will get up very, very shortly. What else? LCS. Last week we had the new summer split. Super week. So lots and lots of matches. It was pretty interesting. No real new champions that were unexpected showed up. One of the biggest changes that has happened is after the Feral Flare nerfs. There's a pretty big consensus that Feral Flare isn't strong enough for the highest level of competitive play. After they released it and they said it was overtuned, maybe it was. But after the two sets of nerfs that Feral Flare got over the next two patches, it really didn't show up. It's just not strong enough. It requires you to farm too much in an environment where early game pressure is king. In the LCS, you're often ending up with lane swaps, and people are pushing down outer towers, and sometimes even like an inner tower. Both teams, in 3 and 4 minutes. So you can't really just be farming your jungle and not affecting the lanes, because then the enemy jungler, it's basically a 5v4 for those first 5 minutes, and that you're just going to fall way too far behind against a team that is coordinated enough to really use that map presence and that extra member of their team.
It was a interesting item that it's still very interesting, and you can still use it, but I feel like they were trying to open it up for some of those less normal junglers, like the 80 carry junglers and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, they wanted
a little bit more potential, but
they wanted to have a really carry jungle item.
Yeah,
that's what they were trying for, and with it overtuned, you certainly could carry with Feral Flare.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a sweet spot somewhere between its original release value and the final values, the nerfed values now, where it's possible we could see it in LCS. It's certainly a much better solo queue item than it is in LCS, because in solo queue the teams are less coordinated and they're less able to take advantage of the lack of jungle presence. So you're much more likely to be able to get to that 20-25 minute mark where your Feral Flare junglers, your massive late game, Feral Flare junglers like Shyvana, Udyr, and Warwick, they can really carry the game. So, it's still a thing, and I think that might be the biggest problem with Feral Flare, is to make it strong enough that junglers could carry in LCS.
Yeah.
It would be insanely oppressive in solo queue, because the solo queue doesn't have the coordination, the early game pressure that the highest end teams do. So they're just not going to be able to.
Once it gets to that late game, then that Feral Flare just starts to become such a strong item, because it's it's designed to do.
Yeah, because the Spirit Stone items, the gold generation is capped.
Yeah.
You only get 40 gold every 50 seconds or 60 seconds or whatever, assuming you're maximizing the value of the gold on your finished Spirit Stone item, most likely Lizard Elder. But the Feral Flare, the gold scales forever. You always get 30% more gold. So the more you farm, the longer the game goes, just the more value you can extract out of that. Not to mention the charges, that massively increases the massively increases your damage. So yeah, I think the tuning point with like the pure scaling, it almost has like a Nasus issue,
Yeah.
where infinite scaling into the late game off of one item, or in the case of like Nasus, one ability, is just really really dangerous because the longer the game goes on, the better the item is.
Yep.
And like Rod of Ages is capped. The tier of the goddess items, they're capped. So maybe something they could do is have, either have the item stack itself slowly or cap the damage, cap the damage on it so that it's still a strong carry item, but it doesn't scale forever.
Yeah.
That might be something they could do where you can still have your carry jungle item, but it isn't too weak for high level competitive play.
Yeah, when League of Legends first started, they had a lot of infinite scalers, but they have definitely toned it down quite a bit now. Pretty much the only examples that we still have are Nasus, Viger, and Scion in terms of inherent abilities, and then also that Feral Flare is another one of those infinite scalers.
Yep.
I guess Thresh has technically infinite scaling as well. But...
Yeah, and they did flatten it out, so it is a flat number. We are actually going to be casting a different game. Looks like we've just had some changes, so we're actually going to be casting Batch of Ratchets versus the Dunk Squad. So we just got an invite for that. We should be getting into that very very shortly. So hopefully we can get you into some great League of Legends action very very shortly. Yep.
Keep in mind, this is a tournament, and we aren't just playing for chump change here. Yeah, fourth place team will be getting that 800 RP
per player. Yep,
per player. And that third place team will be getting the 1600 RP. The second place will be getting 2400, and the first place team will be getting 3200 RP plus that Triumphant Rise skin.
That's being very exciting. I'm a little bit jealous. I'd like one of those. But have to win a tournament for that. So, in any case, we are in the lobby. This game should be up in less than a minute. Cross your fingers, of course.
Yeah.
And but yeah. So one of the other things, there's the fantasy esports. That's going on. Riot's been pushing that on the beta. Warrior Esports also has their fantasy esports that they've been working on with the teams that you guys have been seeing, just our local teams around in our Warrior Esports tournaments. So check that out. There should be a link in chat for you guys. Go check it out. Help support us. Also hit that follow button on the YouTube channel. And we're into Champion Select now. So
yep, this first game is underway, and we will be getting these bans out shortly here. So we'll see. I'm expecting to see the pretty standard bans of Jax, Braum.
Yeah, Braum hasn't been nerfed too badly yet, so I would not be surprised to see a Braum. The Jax ban, super standard.
LeBlanc, another very standard. She's got a high mobility, strong burst potential AP caster that's very hard to deal with if she does get fed.
Yeah.
So.
And they're looking at nerfing her base numbers on her ultimate pretty significantly, and that's in the public beta right now. But that's not here yet. So she still has that. You build a Deathfire Grasp, and she can kill you, and there's not a lot you can do about it unless, like, if your flash is up, if you can flash her chains, you'll probably be okay. But you really have to be on top of that button. So it looks like blue team skipped their second ban.
Yeah, so we will only be seeing 5 bans for this game, it looks like. So
yeah, which is interesting. Kind of also with the Jax ban. When you're first team, when you have first pick, a lot of the times you more target ban or ban really problematic champs, so maybe they don't have anyone that plays Jax on their team. But a lot of the times, blue team won't ban Jax.
Yeah.
Because they have first pick, and Jax is such a strong top laner. There's not a lot of hard counters to him. There's some soft counters. Ryze is a little bit rough for him. But there's no real hard counters, and he scales really, really well. And he can also just go into the jungle. Yeah.
And there's those 2 supports that are very strong right now, Braum and Morgana. Braum, he just provides so much CC mobility and tankiness for his team. Like, he is a very strong pick right now. Doesn't provide the most amount of damage directly, but indirectly with that passive, he can provide tons of damage.
Yeah.
And Morgana, her Black Shield is still considered one of the best abilities in the game.
Yep. It's really good out of bot lane because the thing is, like Thresh and Leona were really, really popular several months ago, and Morgana basically hard counters those champions. She actually has trouble with the more standard supports, the ones with heals.
And these picks are going real quick. We
Yep.
had that final ban of Lulu. Kale got locked in near immediately for the blue team, and it looks like we're going to see a jungle Wukong for the purple team, and they're still deciding on that AP carry.
And Wukong's kind of been, he's been in and out. He's a good jungler, but not amazing. His clear speed is fine, but he takes a fair amount of damage in the jungle. And
his ganks they're okay. They're much better once he gets level 6, because then he has that little bit of CC. The biggest thing that he can do is if you use your decoy properly, you can do some pretty interesting stuff with those ganks. Like you can do almost the Twitch style.
Yeah, you stealth into the lane, and then you're on your opponent before they see you in lane. Yeah. However, because of the way wards work, you can't do that through a ward. So if they're warding well, it doesn't work as well. It's much stronger through the lane gank. But like you said, and the cooldown on his ultimates is really long too. You know, it's over 2 minutes. So the problem is once he hits 6, he has a really good gank. But then he's kind of waiting on his ult cooldown before those ganks get strong again. So he gets ahead, he's very strong. But if he doesn't really get ahead pre-6, he's fine, but not amazing. Pantheon really standard jungle pick. Yep. Lucian also just another very strong champion. We didn't talk about Kale very much, but she's been seeing a lot more play. Her ultimate obviously has a tremendous amount of effect in team fights, but she's also like one of the best glass cannons out there. She does a tremendous amount of AP damage, and because it's auto attack based, it's not all like upfront burst. You know, the longer she lives through a team fight, the more she will be shredding your team with that Righteous Fury. So Vayne is an interesting
for the
pick
80
here.
carries.
Yeah.
So he will be seeing the 280 carries, Lucian versus Vayne. They're still working on getting those supports. We did get that Thresh lock in very quickly there for purple team. So Vayne and Thresh, very powerful CCs in that team. And if he does land some hooks, I would expect to see some kills. But it's going to be very dependent on those hooks, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm not a fan of Vayne versus Lucian, because picking someone with less range than Lucian, or basically the equivalent range, means that you're going to have to basically eat all of his damage.
Yep.
And he has a tremendous amount of burst damage early with his with his double shots on all of his abilities.
Yeah, once he gets level 3, his trading potential is astronomical, because if he's properly using his spells, following it by like weaving in those auto attacks, he does so much damage. Yeah, and how you punish him is, a
Caitlyn pick. Like, she's not banned here. So I would not, picking Caitlyn into Lucian, you can poke him from farther away, and he really has to run at you and run into creeps to get into, the ability to trade with you. And Caitlyn has such good disengage that you can really punish a Lucian that's really trying to poke you. So, like, Caitlyn's a very safe, strong pick into Lucian. We'll see how this Vayne Thresh works out. Like we said, they have a ton of CC. Thresh hits a hook, that's almost a guaranteed condemn stun.
Yeah.
Then we have Flay as well. So if they can really pile up their CC, and they didn't pick a tanky support. We're looking at Karma support.
Karma support with Shyvana at top lane. So Karma support, she has very strong poke potential, and her shield provides a lot of utility to her team. It still provides a decent amount of utility in the bottom lane, but it really shines once you get into that team fight portion, just because it does have that high movement speed, high shield. But we do also have another AoE shield on the opponent's team of Lux. So, there is definitely going to be lots of shielding going on here with Thresh and Lux.
Yeah, so. Thresh, Lux versus Karma. And Karma, because she starts with that ultimate, she is a really good lane bully. So, like, Lucian Karma, they have a tremendous amount of poke. So if they can get ahead in that lane, you push the lane early, get to level 2 before the enemy team, and really bully them. Or if Karma can land a lot of those mantraed Qs or just regular Qs, they're just going to be able to push Vayne and Thresh out of the lane, because neither of them have particularly long range or good wave clear. So they're just going to get pushed to tower. But if they land hooks, it's the classic damage and poke versus CC. Because if Thresh lands a hook and they can go all in on that, it can go really bad really fast. So they're just going to have to make sure they're on top of their movement and on top of their positioning to not get CC'd by that Thresh.
So that final pick looks like it is going to be Renekton. They're doing a little bit of swapping right now, trying to have a little bit of fun. But your final matchup is going to be Pantheon versus Wukong in the jungle. At top lane, most likely going to be Shyvana versus Renekton. Mid lane, Kale versus Lux. And bottom lane, Lucian and Karma versus Vayne and Thresh. So lots of CC. At bottom lane, I think, is where we're going to see a lot of that action. Lux versus Kale, there is going to be possibly some action, but it depends how aggressive Lux plays. Because Lux, she's got such an ability to stay so far back and do range farming and zone out Kale at those early stages. But if she gets too aggressive, Kale has much more sustained damage because Lux, she's all skill shots.
Yeah, and it's it's going to be how much poke damage Kale takes and how well Kale can dodge that binding. Because Kale, if Kale dodges that binding, she basically has free reign to auto attack Lux, and she's going to win those trades. But if she gets hit by that binding, she's going to be behind, and Lux is just going to be able to get free poke and then walk away. So it's really all about whether Kale can dodge those light bindings from Lux.
And top lane, we do have Renekton versus Shyvana. Renekton has a lot more sustain compared to Shyvana at those early stages until Shyvana gets like a Vamp Scepter or something along those lines.
Even then, Renekton, his built-in sustain and his built-in lane bully, they nerfed it a little bit several patches back to give him some more late-game scaling. But his, that matchup, Shyvana, and there's a reason why Renekton has Ignite and Shyvana has Teleport.
Yeah.
It's, she can't win that lane. She's not going to beat a Renekton without a tremendous amount of jungle help, which might show up, but she can do that without Ignite.
I think you'd have to see like 2 like sequential ganks at top lane where they just get knocked out. So
it'll be interesting. If Renekton's using his Slice and Dice to bully Shyvana heavily instead of saving it to escape, it's possible that Shiv and Pantheon can get a kill on him.
Yeah.
But they'll probably need to do it pre-6. Once he has that Dominus, it's going to be much, much harder for Shyvana and Pantheon without an Ignite to actually get a kill on that Crocodile, because he's very slippery. If he's pushed a tower without wards, they can probably kill him. If Pantheon's burning ults up there with Renekton's flash being down, and he's using that Slice and Dice to bully, they can probably kill him. But absent that, it's going to be really, really rough. One of the interesting things I've seen at some high-level solo play is actually taking Teleport in this lane.
Yeah.
Because you're going to win the lane as Renekton. Unless the skill differential is just way too different between the players, Renekton's going to win this lane. So you don't actually need Ignite to win the lane. So instead of going for kills, you play safe, you win the lane, get way ahead on creeps, and you take Teleport. And that gives you the late game Teleport split push potential, which Renekton's fine at. He's not amazing, but he's good at. And it also lets you, if you get ganked a lot, if Pantheon is camping you, you just go back and teleport back to that lane every 200 seconds. And that's or 180 seconds if you have that mastery. You probably don't as Renekton because you're probably 21-9 or like 9-21. But so you just teleport back to that lane every 3 minutes or so, and it's impossible for them to push you out of it. Because you never miss creeps. They can't ever like gank you and then push it to tower, because by the time it's to tower, you're back in lane. So you just constantly maintain, cement, and increase that lead. Ignite gives you a ton more kill potential, and if you're not split pushing, it's obviously much better in team fights. But so that's something interesting we've seen. We're obviously not in this game, but it is the classic like late game carry with teleport up top versus the early game bully with Ignite. And that's the only summoner difference. Everyone else is running very, very standard. The heal exhaust as well as flashes in the bottom. Ignites on both mids, also very standard.
Nothing too really out of the ordinary besides that teleport on Shyvana. But even then, it's still pretty normal. So nothing too crazy. But I think level 3 at bottom lane is going to be when all hell breaks loose. I think that's when it's going to happen. So, we'll try and keep a keen eye on that. This game will be starting here in probably a matter of moments here. We're just loading up, getting through this delay, and we will be underway just shortly. This first match is actually between the Time for the Drunk Squad versus the Batch of the Ratchets, and should make for a fun one.
It is kind of interesting because without Renekton having that teleport, neither of these teams have heavy split push potential. Shyvana can with teleport, but she's going to have the problem that it's going to take her a long time unless she gets a ton of camp from Pantheon. He's going to need to set a pretty big tent up there for Shyvana to get ahead of Renekton. Because if he's ahead in that lane, it's going to take a long time before she can actually 1v1 against him. And his wave clear is very, very good. Especially, if he builds Hydra. We've been seeing, more defensive builds generally out of Renekton, but, like a Tiamat or a Hydra build, she's not going to be able to push into him up top. So the only advantage they're going to have is she's going to have to like split push and teleport into fights. But I'm not sure how powerful that'll be. And if she's behind, Renekton will actually be pushing her down.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to be making fights happen 5v4. And they have a lot of disengage. Like Thresh, Thresh has his Flay and the box. Vayne has her Condemned and Knockback. Lux has bindings and slows. Wukong's the only one who isn't really disengaged. He's kind of an all-in champ, but he's slippery.
Yeah.
So he can dash in, ultimate the enemy team, and then kind of stealth out the side, and that's very powerful. So I'm not sure, how well they'll be able to all in the enemy team. So we don't. I don't see too much, like both of them kind of have a more standard team fight strategy. Although Pantheon with his ult has some good mobility too. So we might see, objective control and good rotations off of Pantheon. And I think that's kind of what's going to determine the game. How much Pantheon can influence these lanes and how well they can control objectives and rotate with that global ultimate.
So this game is underway, and everybody's all moving out here. Blue team is going into defensive positions. Looks like they could be interested in actually an invasion here, but we'll see what they decide to do. As far as the item goes, nothing out of the ordinary. Everybody's running very standard. Shyvana decided to go with that cloth armor to try and counter some of Renekton's damage a little bit there. We do have the Spell Thief's Edge there on Karma and the Ancient Coin on Thresh. So blue team playing very aggressively. They did spot Renekton here, but he is in a safe place for now.
Yeah. And something to note, Renekton picked an ability already, and it's his stun, which is really awful for him. I'm not sure why he did that. Maybe it was a misclick at Fountain or something like that. Because generally you don't want to pick an ability, because if you get caught in the jungle like that, you're going to want to have the ability to select Slice and Dice and then slice over a wall. Or double dash away from the enemy.
Lots of aggressive plays here going on in the jungle. Purple team, since they saw blue team over there by their own red buff, they were going to counter gank the red buff here on the blue side. But
yeah, blue rotated very, very well to get into position here. And this is something that happened a couple patches ago where they dropped the ward timer, the trinket ward timer, down to 30 seconds instead of 2 minutes. And so now we already see, several wards out on the map. Both teams have wards in the enemy jungle, and there's just a lot of vision around, just kind of protect against those invades. So poking around, seeing if you can catch anyone, but nothing really comes of it.
So both junglers starting on the bottom sides of the map, like we normally see at this current stage of the meta. So we will be seeing those probably around 3-minute ganks up at top lane, unless they decide to try and swing in for like a level 2 gank at mid. So that should be where some of the action's going on. We're going to keep a keen eye on bottom lane for a lot of this, just because I think this is going to be a lot of our trade potential. Lucian already starting to dish out the damage a little bit there on these bottom ones. Karma throwing out those skill shots and already bringing Vayne down to half. So quite a bit of damage going on at bottom lane, while everyone else has so far just been farming.
Yeah, and that's really what they needed out of bottom, like we were talking about, starting with that mantra. She hit both parts of that mantra Q on Vayne. Yeah. And that's just so much early damage compared to like basically anything else champ. She's taken a lot of poke too, but much better on her because she has potions to heal it up, while Vayne, started that Doran, so she only has 1 potion.
Yeah, and until Thresh gets that lantern, he doesn't really have that much in terms of keeping Vayne alive. So
yeah, and exactly what we were discussing earlier. Bottom hit level 2 first, and now they're just bullying the crap out of Vayne and Thresh, because they have to wait for this wave basically to get to tower before they can hit level 2. So they're way behind on stats, and they're way behind on abilities.
Yeah, Karma's doing a beautiful job of hitting a lot of these skill shots right now. And Lucian's actually going in for the kill there, forcing the flash there from Thresh. Actually, that flash did barely save him, because otherwise he probably would have gotten hit by that Karma Q.
I don't think the Karma Q at level 2 is enough to kill him.
But it would have slowed him enough for Lucian to maybe get another 1 or 2 auto attacks in.
So. He was running a potion, so it would have been very close. But he walked up, I think he walked up for a soul. A little bit too greedy, and it cost him a tremendous amount of damage.
And he takes 2 big skill shots to the face, and that's probably enough to force him out of lane.
Yeah,
and this is going to be bad news for Vayne. Because now Vayne, she will be able to cut back a little bit on that level disadvantage that she have, but she's not going to be able to farm. There's no way that she can farm with these two.
And luckily for her, the bottom lane's pushing this. Like, what you see in LCS is they only last hit, and they last hit very late to make sure that, you know, the most number of creeps are killed outside of XP range for that AD carry. This is why you also don't see a lot of 2v2 lanes. You know, you see the lane swaps at high levels of play because something like this happens bottom and there's just no good way to recover. You basically need tons of jungle presence. Your jungler wants to be up top. We have Pantheon coming around top. He's gone through Tribush. He's going in for the gank on Renekton. We'll see if he walks through lane. He's walking through lane, but doing this allows Renekton to double dash through him.
Yep, and it looks like he will be able to get away. Yep. They don't have enough lockdown for him. They did bring him down to half, but Renekton, he does have a lot of inherent healing, where that shouldn't do very much. Meanwhile, at mid lane, we do have a little bit of damage going on there between the two of them, and Kale does need to be a little bit careful here because if she takes too much more damage, once Lux gets 6 and gets that ultimate plus that little bit of mana from that level up, she might be able to actually take someone out. So it looks like at bottom lane as well, Vayne did get forced out of lane there just because of that steady damage like we expected. She just doesn't have that inherent sustain, and she actually decided to go back and buy 2 long swords instead of going for some sustain there. So
she bought some pods too, so that got her some sustain, but I think she couldn't buy the map center. Renekton's going to dash away. Only a single dash, but it's going to be more than enough to just walk away from here. So this is the Pantheon camp we were talking about, but we were also talking about if Renekton saves his slice and dice, he is really, really hard to kill.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's actually even in creeps, so that's pretty valuable for Shyvana. You know, the cost of him saving a slice of the dice and playing a little bit more passive in Pantheon camping is that Shyvana gets to farm the same amount as Renekton does. So, you know, she does scale better than Renekton late game. So that's, you know, that is valuable. But also looking at creeps, Kale's up about 10 creeps mid. Yeah. And, you know, we haven't been watching all that's been happening in there. But that just means that she's been able to push a little bit better. And Lux, until she gets a lot of points in that... in her slow, her AoE slow, she's not going to do, she doesn't have really good wave clear, and Kale does. Once she has that 1 point in Righteous Fury, she just sits there and auto-attacks the creeps, can push that lane very hard.
And it looks like we are going for an ambush gank here up at top lane to see if Shyvana can try and bait Renekton into getting a little bit closer.
Yeah, he can actually walk into the next bush, and does now. So yeah, I don't. But like, I don't want to dive this Renekton. It's very possible he'll turn 6 in the middle of this. So they need to dive right now if they're going to. Yep, turn 6. So yeah, dive potential is done. You don't dive a level 6 Renekton. Oh, he used a slice and dive to go forward. This is very dangerous.
Oh, there's the stun. A little bit of damage. There's the Dominus.
No, they don't have
going
ignite.
to take
He's
quite
fine.
a bit, but he should be fine. So,
no.
Using that Dominus, it's...
Well, they're glad they didn't dive
enough.
at least, but he's still, you know, he's still just fine. He has a ton of Fury, so he's going to gain a ton of health back on this Q and this creep wave. And, you know, he's down 4 creeps, basically.
Yep. So Pantheon, one of the downsides that he has been doing since he has attempted to gank top lane 3 times right now is he hasn't provided any support to the other lanes, and he's pretty far behind this Wukong right now.
Yeah, he is significantly far behind. He is only level 4. He's probably going to turn level 5 when he finishes this red buff again, but Wukong, he's almost 6. I'm not sure why he's hanging around bottom. He must be like 1 creep away from 6.
I wonder if he's going to go for like the flash.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's only halfway through 5. So I don't like this. I don't like this at all because pre-6 Wukong ganks, like he should just go farm farm some creeps, get 6, and then come back. Probably go get that red because he can really use that slow as well. So, but you know, nothing came of it. I guess he's probably trying to help out bottom.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet game so far. We're still at the 8-minute mark, and we still haven't seen a kill. So everybody's been playing very safe.
Yeah,
very safe.
Lots of safe. Lucian's only up 15 creeps.
Yep.
And if you're looking at, you know, Thresh has 7. That lead goes down to about 10 creeps total in the bottom lane. So you know, it's while they're doing a good job of bullying, they're not that far ahead. Shyvana's doing a good job of staying up with Renekton, but that's mainly from Pantheon setting up that big tent we were talking about. But Pantheon's paying miserably for it. If you count those creeps in there, you know, Pantheon's a full like 4 camps behind Wukong.
And while the
that's a
gold
lot of
is
jungle.
not crazy substantial, that XP is huge because junglers they are relatively slow in terms of leveling as it is, unless they are ganking heavily and getting lots of kills. Bottom lane first blood finally going up due to some nice plays there from Karma and Lucian managing to catch Thresh, getting a little bit too greedy with collecting those souls.
Yeah, collecting those souls and trying to get XP. He knows they're behind. He doesn't have good defensive items or anything like that. And Karma has a root. Like people often forget that tether on Karma's slow into root is really dangerous. Lux misses her bind mid, takes a ton of poke from Kale, but Kale's kind of low on mana. And
She does have the blue buff, so she should be fine, but...
Well, they did lower the mana regen on it, so she's not going to be able to spam all of her abilities, but she's going to be able to use a lot of them. So yeah, that blue buff getting handed over to Kale is going to give her a lot of power. They're going for this dive on Renekton, but Dominus is back up. They don't have an Ignite. Dominus is back up. He has a lot of hidden healing, hidden HP, and that Raged Q plus Dominus. They need to go for it now. They need to push this creep wave out of the tower.
Oh, and there's the slice and dice. He does go back out. There's the stun. The Ignite goes down on Pantheon, but he does manage to get out. So it was a nice dive. They managed to take out that Renekton. So
Pantheon did a great job of negating 2 tower hits with his passive, waiting for the first one to hit before landing his stun.
Yeah.
Great plays by Pantheon and Shyvana, really lining that up. And unfortunately, Renekton used that slice and dice a little bit early. Otherwise, he probably could have gotten a kill there, and he might have been able to. He might have even been able to like kill someone on that dive and not die.
So taking a quick look at the items, we do have Lucian. He does have that BF sword completed, so he's gonna have quite a bit more poke potential there, while Vayne decided to go with that Bilgewater Cutlass, most likely building that into the Blade of the Rune
it'll
King.
be turning into a Blade of the Rune King. We've been seeing that on a lot of Vaynes. She scales very well with attack speed, and it's basically the only good attack speed, attack damage item. And the kiting ability off of the active is very powerful.
One notable item difference is Shyvana did finish her Sunfire Cape while Renekton only has the components. So he's actually going to be able to do a lot of trading potential. Kale and Pantheon going for the kill on Lux, but Kale, she flashed in to just give up her life because she was so low. But,
that flash in, I think they probably needed the damage, but I'm not positive Pantheon needed the help.
Oh man,
so
bottom lane, Thresh barely makes it out. Vayne actually body blocking those last few shots from the culling enough to save
So
him.
good plays. Thresh and Vayne have been playing very well down here, from behind at least, but they're going to lose their tower. And, the creep lead is really starting to show up. Lucian is now 25 creeps up on Vayne. And Vayne's going back, so this lead's only going to continue to grow. Lucian's probably going to have a Bloodthirster when he goes back next. That turret gold plus the additional farm. And that's going to be really, really rough, because Vayne bought a second Doran's. So while she wanted some early game lane presence, she isn't really able to trade with Lucian, and definitely won't be after that Bloodthirster's finished. So she's just going to fall further and further behind after investing that money. Looking at mid, Kale's trying to go in and bully Lux, and Lux hits the bind, so Lux stays high, and Kale takes the
little bit of poke damage.
Yeah, takes the poke damage. Blue team is setting up for Dragon here, but it looks like they're going to walk away, although their purple team doesn't have wards on it.
Yeah, and part of the downside that we have seen about this purple team is Wukong, he did have a slight advantage just because of the fact that he had been farming that entire time. Now that Pantheon has gotten a few kills, they're actually pretty even now. So, and he's actually a little bit ahead.
Yeah, he is level 8 while Wukong is only level 7. And Wukong hasn't had any map presence that we've seen.
No.
A lot of it I think we can chalk up to he wasted a lot of time sitting in that Tribush bottom lane at level 5.
Yeah.
And when he should have been farming, because it's like, you're not going to do anything down here at level 5 Wukong. You need your ultimate if you're even going to try it. And Thresh and Vayne were always low enough that they didn't really want to. So, I guess they're sitting for a bush gank here, but they saw that ward over the wall, so, enemy team knows they're there. Not sure anything's going to come of that.
It looks like a little indecision going on through here with this purple team, trying to figure out whether they're going to go for Dragon or not. We'll see what happens here. Lucian and Kale are there, and they are ready to try and jump someone, but it looks like they're going to decide against it since 4 members of Purple Team are there.
Yeah, and I don't know if they feel like they're behind or if they just don't know exactly what they should be doing in this situation, but they're in trouble because they have early game champs. You know, Vayne scales very well if she can get late, but Kale scales like a monster. Shyvana, she has so many free stats off of Dragon Form that she's one of the most massive, like indestructible late game scaling monsters. Pantheon scales well. You have to build them right. It's very easy to screw up your build and just be worthless. Here comes another dive. This is probably a dead croc.
There's the Dragon Form. Was actually perfectly placed to just barely knock Renekton back into range. Lux actually lands a binding here on Kale, but
Kale still has ultimate.
And didn't have tower aggro as well. Wukong also coming in here with the stealth. There is the flash. Where is the dash?
There it is. He's trying to hit Kale with the knockup.
And that should be enough to take out Kale.
Lux has hit this
spine. Oh, she's just going to laser to the face.
Yep.
So,
great job on using the terrain there by Lux, too. She waited till Kale was pinned between the wall and where the laser would be, and Kale literally had no place to walk.
Yeah.
Everywhere she could be would be hit by the lasers, so there was no jukes available. She'd already flashed, so no value.
Blue team managed to pick up the dragon there while that was going on, so they were taking advantage of the fact that they did commit 3 people to this top lane, so...
Yeah, and Purple team should get a tower out of this. It doesn't look like they're going to get punished anymore because both outer mid and outer bottom are down. So they'll get this tower, which is good. But remember, Renekton died, so there's only 1-for-1 top at the cost of a dragon. They'll get the tower, evens it out a little bit, but...
And Renekton manages to catch Pantheon, and there's
with
the
the
Ignite.
Pantheon's dead.
Pantheon is dead. So Renekton manages to get the red buff, and now he's starting to chip away at that gold disadvantage that he's at, but he's still in pretty big debt right now. So
yeah, being down 25 creeps against Shyvana is not where you want to be as a Renekton. Just, really, really bad. You need to win that lane. Lux poking bottom, but they don't care. They get that inner turret just kind of all on their own because 4 people showed top. They took too long to get back, and Renekton killed Pantheon and then didn't go bottom. He stayed around mid, which is going to be a problem. And he's walked the wrong way. He's not going to catch these guys. I guess he's just going to farm bottom instead of trying to stop Lucian and Karma. With Karma being that low, like, Renekton can almost one-shot her.
Yeah, with that Ruthless Predator, I believe is the stun there on Renekton, and that does a lot of damage, especially when he's at that high fury.
So. He didn't have that fury. He had to go. He got it down from that lane, but he's yeah, I wasn't. I don't know. Purple team's just being a little bit indecisive here. They just feel a little bit less coordinated. Thresh misses a hook and is overextended. He's almost going to die here.
So lots of damage goes down on Thresh, gives up the kill to Pantheon. Purple team is trying to fall back and defend this mid turret here, but
Renekton actually had to flash the tether off of Karma, and I think it was an excellent call. I'm not sure he would have died had he not flashed it, but trades back the flash with Pantheon, which I think was also a good call by Pantheon. If he got Ruthless Predator under that tower, I think he was dead.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they only got a flash, and blue team's going to push down this inner tower.
And then most likely disengage. That's probably the right call.
Shiv's pushing on the inner tower on top, though, so the map control out of blue team is just insane right now.
Yeah, and Vayne, it looks like she is going to try and cycle top and help Renekton with that giant Shyvana. And we'll see if blue team's
rotating too, though. Kale's there, although Kale's only at half, but she has that blue buff, so she'll be able to keep healing.
Lots of wards going down across the board. Thresh looks like he's going for a hug here. Wukong gets a nice ultimate, and Lux actually does some pretty solid damage. Kale goes down very quickly, pushing aside to ult Pantheon instead. Purple team is still brought very low by a lot of AoE damage there, so they get forced back a little bit.
Yeah.
And Lucian is still very full, so they need to be very careful of this Lucian right now.
Yeah, Vayne comes around the back. I'm not sure if I like this. Yeah. Karma saved her exhaust, which is great.
And Lucian picks up an easy double kill going on there, and now Purple team is on the run because Lucian might be able to actually chase him down. But keep in mind, Lucian doesn't have tier 1 boots, so he cannot chase him.
Yeah, if they have vision, this could be trouble. Nope, no follow-up. Just a root, and they're out. But yeah, they have to run away. They can't even force a fight on this Lucian 2v1, which is a huge problem. Oh dear.
Another culling goes down, but he didn't quite line it up, and
dead Lucian. Shut down, and that's exactly what Purple team needed to get back in this game. He stayed around, a little bit too greedy, and got punished for it. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. Good ult by Monkey, making that fight happen. They were a little spread out. The biggest problem was Lucian was kind of at the back and got to auto attack that entire fight.
Yeah.
Vayne had to chase people down. She doesn't have Blade of the King done yet. She's still waiting on first item, while Lucian had a stacked Bloodthirster for that fight.
So he was doing tons of damage, plus he had that massive sustain that Bloodthirster does provide. And on that back there, he decided to go with a Sheen and a Phage, which might be enough. And
Thresh is going to sacrifice himself for this ward.
And it's back up. We'll see if he can do some sort of escape, but nope.
No, Pantheon comes in. Scumbag Pantheon takes with like a rank 1 stun, 60 magic damage. But that's okay. You want the assist. The assist hold is tremendously valuable. So you want Pantheon in on that kill. It is much better for your team, even if we call it, scumbagging or anything like that.
Hey,
like
it was securing the kill.
It was securing. But
anyway, purple team, they're all over the place right now, just trying to farm the jungle, and Renekton's trying to have some vision wars here with Shyvana, but nothing too crazy going on. Blue team is actually going to steal their blue buff, so
yeah, with all those inner turrets down, they have no control over their own jungle and no control over Dragon Pit. So I think they're just going to fall further and further behind unless they can really. They need to force fights and they need to make plays, especially like if they can get a Dragon Timer. It's coming out to just under a minute. If they know that, they need to force fights, hopefully either win the fight or make blue team go back and get some objectives to catch up on gold.
Right now, they really need a good catch by Wukong to go get a nice ultimate followed up by a Lux ultimate, because Lux right now is the heart of their damage. She's the only one that's even remotely close to being fed, and she's still actually behind the tail. So
yeah. There's some trading going on up top. I don't think it's going to be that exciting. Lux hits a bind bottom, which is kind of exciting. Thresh does not follow up with the hook in time to really get that chain CC. I'm not sure Karma's who they want to be hard engaging on, though. If they burn all their abilities on Karma, they might kill her, but they're not going to have anything to stop this really big Lucian and this pretty big Pantheon and Gale.
She does have the Mikkel's now, which means she can't disengage from a lot of these hard CCs that they can throw out. So we'll see if she can use it properly, because it is a harder item to use very well. But it does, when it is used well, it's
very powerful. If they chain CC her and kill her before she's un-CC'd, she can't use it. But they don't really have like the long duration silences or stuns. Blue team has the Dragon Timer. They get it. Purple team isn't able to force a fight, so they're just kind of sitting here and slowly falling farther behind, which is unfortunate, because I don't think that they have the team to outscale. Lux scales okay, but not amazing. They're going to lose a 6th turret to just the Shiv split push. And, that tent, that Pantheon tent is exactly what they needed, and they need a little bit, like, purple team needed more Wukong influence. They needed him
Wukong,
to...
I don't think he ganked ever.
Yeah, I didn't really see... He ganked top, but it was late. It was after Renekton died on top, and Lux was there too. But that was way late in the game. Yeah, he spent too much time not getting 6, not turbo farming to 6, and just like hanging around bottom, but not doing anything with it. So, because he didn't even let like Vayne pre-farm. Like if he just walked in the lane, bottom might have backed off a bit, and then Vayne could have gotten some more safe farm. But
kind of an interesting build going on here on Kale. Usually we see giant AP items, and it looks like she actually decided to go with a Nashor's Tooth into a Hurricane.
This is the Korean build. It's gotten much more popular recently. Because the bonus damage, not the splash damage, but the bonus damage on her Righteous Fury adds on to all 3 attacks with the Hurricane.
Yeah.
It gives her a tremendous amount of team AoE potential. Also, the Hurricane hits 2 random targets within 375 units of the target Kale's attacking. This can go longer range. Some trading mid, nothing that exciting. But so anyways, if she's targeting a creep at 525, she can hit someone at 900 units away. So, it actually gives her a tremendous amount of poke. If you're standing near that wave, she can be poking you while clearing that wave. It's, it just gives her a tremendous amount of team fight potential. You have to kill her, you have to focus her, and then she has that ultimate. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation.
Oh, here comes the man drop from Pantheon. We'll see how many targets he can hit. Culling goes down from Lucian, but doesn't hit very much. But big damage goes down from this blue.
Yeah, Lux Laser doesn't do enough, and Renekton's doing a great job of staying alive, but I don't think he's going to stay alive long enough. We haven't gotten enough damage in. Blue team's just going to bully their way through this entire team.
And we'll see. Nice binding there from Lux. Manages to save Thresh and her, but Blue team is going to be able to get this turret. But
yeah, that is going to go down. They are very
low.
low, but it's still 5v2 for another 10 seconds. And Wukong without his ult isn't that scary against this team. Too much CC, too much disengage. That's a free inhib, and this is just Blue team. They just bullied their way through that team fight. They didn't really even have that great of an engage. But because Shyvana's so big and Pantheon's so big, they were able to just push hard into Purple team and get some kills.
What I would really like to see from Purple team right now is a Baron Gambit. That's what I would like to see,
Yeah,
because
I can see that.
Right now Blue team just went back and they just don't have they don't have the resources. They are almost 12k gold.
They're all running up there, so it looks like they're coordinated enough to know it's going. Purple team's going into their bottom jungle, so we're not going to see that. So
yeah, it's unfortunate because right now they are like 11k behind this Blue team, which is bad for them since the only late game scaler that we have mentioned before is that Vayne.
Yeah, Lux is fine. Wukong's fine, but not when behind.
Yeah.
And less so out of the jungle, because that Lizard Elder item is fine, but it's not like a power scaling item.
Yeah.
And he also has built 2 half items. Like Brutalizer's great as like a small item. You know, it's one of the best like pound for pound gold for gold items out there. But he hasn't turned it into like a Cleaver or a Yomu's, both of which are power items. Yomu's isn't that great on but Cleaver's great. And he hasn't finished that Sunfire Cape yet, nor has he finished Boots. He doesn't really need Boots against this team. They don't have a lot of things he would want to Merc Treads. And Ninja Tabi is okay, but not amazing. So he doesn't, like some of the really solid defensive options aren't, neither of them are imperative to get right away against this enemy team.
So it looks like Blue team is actually going to put on a lot of pressure here on this Purple team up at the top lane. And just doing a little bit of vision wars going on here, a little bit of poke going out. And I think, unfortunately, for Blue team, though, Lux is better at that poke, but they're probably not going to let her poke too much. Just because Blue team, they do have that strong lead. They're going to want to try and force an engage here as soon as possible. And we'll see what happens.
Lux certainly has better poke, but like her wave clear isn't amazing, and she's basically their main wave clear. They're going hard.
Big ultimate goes down, but a nice kill ultimate actually mitigates a lot of the damage there from Lux. Trading 2 kills there. Both Pantheon and Renekton are down. Thick goes in with the Dragon Form. Karma goes down to the Lux. Lucian culling it up, doing lots of damage to everyone, but it looks like we are going to be put back into this 3v3 scenario. Lux manages to pick up a kill, but Pantheon goes down once again. Blue team forced back because they started taking big tower hits there, and actually Lux looks like she is going to be able to clean up the rest of this fight. Not quite.
Doesn't chase, yeah. Amazing fight, exactly what Purple team needed to do, but unfortunately, like, they get a great initiate and only end up 4 for 4 after the team dives on them. They got a lot of tower damage off of that, so it does not look good for Purple team. And part of the problem is that Kayle ult. Yep. Not only does Kayle scale well, it's hard to get picks against a good Kayle, because she's just gonna ult the person you're trying to murder, and there's nothing you can do. So as long as she's not on the front line, as long as she's not the person getting caught, it's going to be really difficult, because that was basically the best engage they could hope for. They got a great final spark, they got a great Wukong ult, and Renekton was in there right away, Tiamatting and Dominusing the enemy team, and it still ended up only 4 for 4.
So Blue team looks like they are just trying to clear a little bit of vision here, try and make sure it is nice and clean for them, and we'll see if we're going to go for a Baron fight here probably very shortly. This Blue team, they looks like they are starting to slowly position their way where they're going to try and force that Baron fight. Yeah,
I'm not, like, with the inhibitor coming back up, I think you take the inhibitor back down again, because you don't have multiple pink wards. You actually need 2 to 3 pink wards to completely cover the Baron pit, because that bush right by Baron is really easy to ward, so that bush needs to be pinked too, or swept. You can sweep it. But really, you need 2 pink wards to completely cover your vision, and they don't have it. They've waited long enough that they could probably guess the enemy doesn't have vision. And Shyvana, with teleport, she's just putting up the pressure bottom.
And then
allowing show bottom, this is a free Baron.
Yep, free Baron here for Blue team. So this is going to be absolutely devastating for Purple. I highly doubt that we're going to be able to see a comeback here, just because that Baron buff, once you have it, especially with a team that's this far ahead, it's going to be very difficult for them to win these team fights now.
Yep. So very exciting. Great play by blue team. They're playing very, very well. Very tight. Great team play. You know, they got Shyvana ahead. We were talking about this earlier, that she doesn't, you know, she can't 1v1 Renekton unless she's ahead, you know, unless, like, she got a big camp. And she's at that point. You know, we're late in this game. We're almost 30 minutes. And unfortunately, this split push, as well as that inhibitor being down in this massive lead by blue team, I don't think there's a lot for blue team here. I think this is just going to be that slow decline. Maybe if they can get another, like, they need to, like, get a catch on Kate. They need to kill her before it goes up.
Oh, and that is not what they needed. Vayne goes down with a catch, and now it's going to be a 5v4 with one of their main damage dealers being down. The Lux actually gets caught out pretty far, and goes down to Lucian there with a red buff, it looks like. So, unfortunate for them, both of their main damage dealers go down before the fight really actually develops at all. Kayle is going to go down to towers, but with Lucian and Shyvana still up, I think blue team is going to have an extremely strong push here.
That greedy play by Kayle might mean that blue team can't close up. Nope. Thresh gets caught, and that should be the game. It's certainly going to be both Nexus towers. And Lucian's taking a ton of tower damage here. Actually goes down to half. That gives him a little bit of hope, but not really.
Vayne is back up, and we'll see if we can see some sort of dominant play, but she just gets shredded once she gets stunned by that Pantheon. So
yeah, Lucian has that Triforce finished along with that BT. And Vayne, you know, all she has is basically Zeal on top of her. Blade-Driven King can't do anything.
So well played there by the first game, which is the blue team. They were the victors, and that ended up being, I believe, Team for the Dunk Squad. So, well played by Team for the Dunk Squad in that first round of the tournament. Looks like we are finalizing some of these results for this tournament. So, looks like in round 2, so far the matchups are going to be Xanark and Apes versus Sons of Nero, Comfy 2014 versus Bolt of Now, Girls G-Day versus Blame It on the ADC, and we're still finalizing that last game there for most likely going to be Time for the Dunk Squad versus whoever wins that other one.
Yeah, and neither of those teams are new, so can't even really speculate on that. But yeah, like you know, nothing that interesting on this bracket yet, because unfortunately a lot of our veterans got buys. You know, just kind of how the random thing works. That's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes none of them are going to get buys like the last tournament. So it, you know, just going to work out one way or the other. And so, you know, can't really talk about like any big upsets or anything we really expected. But, you know.
Correction, it was the batch of the Ratchets that actually won that game. I apologize. I had my colors mixed up. So,
yep.
Apologies.
Yep. So in any case, you know, excellent game. Really shows, you know, the power of teleport and scaling. And when you have an early game team, when you pick early game champs, you really need to take advantage of them. You need to pressure them. You need to help them out. If the enemy jungler is setting up a camp, you know, you should be able to win a 2v2. Wukong Renekton should beat us to Shyvana Pantheon. Yep. You know, pre-level 7, I would say, and maybe even like after that, as long as Shyvana doesn't get too far ahead. So. You know, that's one of the things we can kind of, you know, learn and pick up from this game is you know, if you got early game champs, you need to help them out. You need to make sure they win, because if your early game champs don't win your lane, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But it's also kind of that, you know, when you're in a tournament and you're having the normal lanes instead of lane swaps. You got to be very careful about your bottom lane, because bottom lanes are very brittle right now, which is why you see lane swaps basically all the time in LCS. As soon as one of the lanes gets ahead, it's really, really difficult for the other lane to win unless the enemy team makes a mistake. The person that's ahead, they really have to dive. They have to take too much tower damage. They have to take too much poke. They have to make a mistake. So that's why you don't see that, because once you're ahead, it's really hard to fall behind if you're playing well. Like, you know, when you're mechanically sound and you're strategically sound and you have support and good vision.
Correction on the correction. I was actually initially correct. It was Time for the Dunk Squad. I apologize.
Yep, sorry, a little bit of technical difficulties on our end. But yeah, well, so blue team, Time for the Dunk Squad. Time for the Dunk Squad, you know, did win there. Looks like we're getting started.
And it is going to be the next round we will be watching is the Blame It on the ADC versus Girls Jade. So, well, it's going to probably be a minute or two here before we get this all set up. It looks like some of the players are taking some probably much needed reposes right
Yep.
now.
There's
So,
nothing wrong with having a little break between games because these tournaments do run long. And, unlike even LCS, these tournaments, you're playing tons of games. It's like Worlds or anything like
yeah.
that. The Worlds, semifinals or something where you're playing several games in a row. I guess the last Worlds, there weren't that many matches that went to like the full 5 games. But yeah, so looks like there's a short break. We don't have everyone in the lobby yet, but we will be getting that game online fairly shortly for you. If you like what you see, follow us on YouTube. It helps us out a tremendous amount. Go check out Fantasy Warrior Esports for us.
You can also follow us on Facebook, Twitter, all that fun stuff.
Yeah,
Social media.
Yeah, we're gonna
That's
take
cool.
a quick break, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, yeah, we'll see you on the other side. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second round of this Warrior Esports tournament. And we will have this game underway here very shortly. It looks like we're just getting the last couple players here into the lobby before we go into Champion Select. So this first match that we will, well, I guess it's the second match now. My bad.
Yeah, second match.
Will be between Girls Today versus Blame It on the ADC. Both teams actually have played it in our tournaments before, if I recall. I know Girls Today has. I think Blame It on the ADC has as well. But I unfortunately have not spectated them before. So,
yeah, I don't remember Blame It on the ADC before either, and I don't recognize any of these names. But that doesn't mean we haven't seen them. I think I would remember Crit Romney. That's a pretty excellent summoner name. So pretty sure we haven't seen Blame It on the ADC, at least in their current incarnation. But I definitely recognize Girls GJ. They went very far in one of our previous tournaments, and have shown up for some of the other ones.
So while we are watching this game, the three other games that will be going on is Xanark and Napes versus Sons of Nero. Xanark and Napes were one of our champions, I think, 2 tournaments ago.
Several tournaments ago, yeah, but they've placed well in most in most of the other tournaments, and they're Warrior Esports regulars. So.
Yeah. Time for the Dunk Squad versus C8 Nam. We did just watch that Time for the Dunk Squad, but both of these teams, this is their first tournament with us, as far as I know.
Yep. Time for the Dunk Squad looked really great. We didn't get to see anything out of C8 Nam, so we don't really know how good they're going to be, but hopefully it should be an excellent game. And
then that final game that will be going on while we are watching the current game is Comfy 2014 versus the Bots Are New. And Comfy 2014, they were our champions last time. Very strong play from them in our last tournament. So
yeah, and some really exciting play. Like Comfy, one of the players, their jungler, really showed us some great Lee Sin play. Very exciting, very mobile. So hopefully we'll get to see some more of that.
And their top lane plays a brutal Shyvana. She destroyed nearly every lane. So, well, He's a he. He's definitely a he.
Dragon lady, whatever. Powerful dragon lady. But yeah, Shyvana, I don't know. I haven't seen anything in the public test realm about them nerfing her for sure. But she's very powerful. She's a very high pick. Very, I don't think she pulls a lot of bans.
Yeah.
But she's a sought after champion, especially in the Korean leagues. And in Europe and North America as well. So she's a very powerful. She's just a very powerful champ. The amount of free stats she gets off of her dragon form are insane. Her AOE damage. She does physical and lots of magic. So you can't just stack armor against her like you can against like a Renekton. You can just like if the enemy team's like Renekton Zed Pantheon, you can often just stack armor against them. But Shyvana does a lot of magic damage. So, you have to worry about that. Her inherent tankiness, she has a great dash. So she's just an all-around excellent champ. And, we've been seeing a lot of her. I expect to see a lot more of her throughout the tournament. We've had some excellent, like, really interesting picks, too. One of our previous champions, their Shaco, their jungle Shaco was very, very powerful.
What was the phrase he would say all the time? Do you like water?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So in any case, I actually got to play with that guy in solo queue. I ran into him. Like a couple weeks ago. We lost. His Shaco did not carry us. But Shaco's a much more powerful champ in he can do really well in solo queue, but if you don't get ahead in solo queue, I feel like you've just lost the game. Your team can help you out more and really help you work well with Shaco. So I think you can actually do something, even if you don't just dump the other team, like Shaco is often known to do. So we're still waiting on that. We're still waiting on that last person.
Yep.
It looks like he has some biological issues that he's taking care of. Should be done in just a minute or two.
And once he is back, we will have this game going on here between Girls Today versus Blame It on the ADC. So should make for a strong showing.
Yeah, and interesting. The bans we saw last match, actually, they didn't do a third ban, and it worked out great for them.
Yeah.
They didn't get any like super first pick champs unless they were worried about Kale getting banned out. So they might have been worried. They didn't want Kale to get banned out too. So they let the other team ban the 2 other champs, and they're just like, we're just not going to ban anything. But yeah, interesting. Maybe we might see more of that. because this is a lot different than the LCS, where the play is a lot more defined, and you really know the enemy team much more. What we've seen with these tournaments is a lot of teams have spectators or they're watching the games, so they can actually figure out, what champs. Or if some people play weird champs, they can do their research. They can watch the games. They can look at the summoner logs. Go look them up on websites. Get all their stats and see if there's anything they should be doing targeted bans. But it's still a lot harder. We see it a lot more in the semifinals and the finals, and that's that's kind of exciting too, because the champion select. A lot of this game is about making a good team that not only can you play all your champions well, but all your champions work well together and interact favorably for your team with the enemy team's champions and how well they play their champions. So that's, I love the strategic elements of, and the meta game of that champion select. And we should see, not seeing that band skip, could have been unintentional. I think it felt intentional. And
it felt intentional to me as well.
So that was very interesting and exciting, and you're not going to ever really see that in LCS, and like the championship level play, at least as far as I'm aware. Maybe there has been one. I can't think of any, but in any case, I don't think you're going to see it that much. There's too many champs that are fought over too much. There's just too many. Maybe if they evened out the ADCs, we would see more things like that. Because right now, Lucian is amazing and Caitlyn is amazing, and Twitch is also very, very powerful. But like past that, those are the ADCs. Like those are the ADCs you see. There's like an occasional Vayne, but I don't think she's doing very well right now. So they're like Lucian is just all around amazing.
Yeah,
he has
Lucian,
great mobility. Great burst damage early. He scales very well. He's not the best scaler, but he does scale very well. So in any case, we're into champ select. So we'll be getting these. See if it goes fast or slow. But yeah, like Twitch is like the hyper carry.
Yeah,
the late game hyper carry. I've actually seen a little bit of COG recently. Back to that crazy late game hyper carry. But I think Twitch is just a better version of COG right now. COG, yeah, 80 carry COG.
Because like AP COG is a crazy, but he has got the worst laning phase known to man.
It's real bad until you get like 4 ranks in that Void Ooze, so you can clear waves with it.
Yeah,
it's real bad. And pre-6, like you have no poke. You're just like, I can't trade with you.
Yep.
But
if he does get to late game, he is the biggest monster known to man. Like you just can't deal with AP COG because
I'm not sure if he's better than Twitch.
His range is absurd.
Yeah, but Twitch has 7 seconds of range too. And while he can't use it again, they have like the same range buff. Because Twitch has
I'm talking
spray
like
rails.
Full AP COG.
Oh, a full AP COG. Yeah, you're completely correct. So anyways, bans, we've gotten distracted. Yeah, Nidalee ban, that's very, very standard.
Yeah,
her poke is absurd. They're probably going to nerf it pretty soon. Jax again, we talked about him.
Standard ban. Draven,
hyper carry.
He has that strong damage there with those spinning axes. He's not the most popular right now, so it's actually a little surprising to see, but nothing outrageous there. But Elise, another strong jungler. She just has a lot of utility and a lot of burst potential there with all of her spells. Kale, quick ban there. Once again, we saw her
Braum gets
last
through.
game.
We get to see a Braum game.
Oh,
I'm super excited. Are you as excited as I am?
I am oh so excited.
Oh man, okay. I love Braum. I love this champion. I play him every time I can. When I'm in solo queue, I bug the first person. If we're on blue side, I'm like, don't ban Braum, pick me Braum. Don't ban Braum, pick me Braum. I love the character. He's a tremendous amount of fun. I think Riot did a great job with him. I'm not sure he's overtuned. We'll have to wait to see for him to be unlocked in the LCS.
For those of you who have not had the pleasure of watching Braum, he really doesn't provide that much damage, but the tankiness and utility he provides the team is overwhelming. Like, absolutely overwhelming. So a quick recap of his kit is his basic, his like passive is whenever he does auto attack damage or spell damage, he lands a little debuff on them, and the next 4 auto attacks or spells that he does.
3 more.
Yes, sorry. There are 4 stacks total is what is needed. does a 1 second stun.
1.25. It scales the same way as Annie. 1.25. It scales up to 1.75. So in any case, yeah, he can apply that to multiple people. We should probably look at champ select though, because more stuff's going on.
Okay, sorry.
We have
Anyway, LeBlanc got
we
picked,
can talk
and we
about.
got the
We can
Twitch.
geek out about Braum later. I would love to, but Twitch got picked up. We were talking about him. He's one of the few AD carries, and I'm very unsurprised that he got picked up here because with Lucian banned, we're talking. There's basically only Kate and Twitch, and Twitch carries much harder than Kate does, and his lane phase is actually just fine against Kate. It's not great, but it's just fine. And if you have an aggressive support, you can actually just stealth onto Kate and kill her because her damage early is just awful. Her wave clear is good, but her damage is bad.
And LeBlanc, she's once again that high mobility assassin that's very strong right now, just because she's incredibly slippery, and she can burst people down. And it looks like we're actually going to see Cassidy and Jarvan here for this blue team. I expect Jarvan's going to be in the jungle. He could be he used to be the prince of top lane.
Yeah.
But
the recent buffs actually makes him not bad out of top, but I think he's very good out of jungle.
Yeah.
You really want that early presence out of jungle, and while he's not Lee Sin, he's close.
Oh gosh, I feel like this is almost the troll game right now, just because we have even a Twitch. Like, it's
a very powerful stealth team. I think they're probably going to lock it in. I would. Leona gives them the tankiness that they're losing out of not having a tanky jungle.
Yeah.
Because Eve gets tanky, but not that tanky ever. But the double stealth is insane. This is really hard because with the vision changes, the double stealth is extremely powerful because you know if you've walked over a pink ward.
Yeah.
You always know if the enemy has seen you in stealth. You just always, unless you're like, unless you're walking by bushes, but not into bushes that have pink wards in them, which people do. It's dumb and you shouldn't do it, but people still do it.
And Misfortune looks like it's going to be the AD carry here for this blue team.
If I remember right, Girls G-Day likes MF a lot. I don't like this pick at all. I think MF is awful against Kha'Zix and Twitch and LeBlanc. I think she has no escape, and she has a little bit of inherent hit points, but it's not enough. I think she will just get exploded by the enemy team. Leona's also really good at just going all in on MF, so I hope they don't do this, but they do lock it in.
One of the benefits of having Misfortune is she does have that double up, which is going to be very effective at pairing with Braum, and she does have that inherent slow, so she will be able to do those Braum stacks very well. But we'll go over Braum. We have to. I'm sorry. We'll go over him.
If we see Lee Sin here, I expect, and Lee Sin is excellent against double stealth champs, because while they did not lock in Evelyn, they did lock in Kha'Zix, who also has a very powerful stealth right now after the most recent buff, giving it multiple seconds, multiple times, as well as that damage reduction. So we have Lee Sin here. I would not be surprised to see Lee Sin out of the jungle. I think he's a stronger jungler than a top laner. Especially when he's not laning against a top. Like, I don't like picking Lee Sin blind top. Excuse the pun. Into an unknown top, because you're gonna get beat.
I just died a little inside.
I'm sure you did. In any case, but he I would much prefer him out of the jungle. They can swap, and we're actually seeing this. I think part of this.
I think
there's no
they're
delay.
hiding their summoner spells just so that they don't know the full extent of what's going on here.
There's no delay in champ select. We wait for the 3-minute delay. So if you're actually watching the stream at home, if you're ghosting, shame on you, for one.
Shame.
For shame. In any case, but it's something you can do. But if you're ghosting at home, if they don't pick their summoners, you don't know what they're going to do, and they'll swap their summoners at the last second. We've been seeing people doing this a fair amount in this tournament, and it's a completely reasonable thing for these teams to do, just to prevent people from getting information if they are doing the shameful activity of ghosting our stream while playing in this tournament.
So
in any case,
so what we expect is I expect to see Lee Sin in the jungle with Jarvan at top, but it could be vice versa. Anyway, the lanes that we do know is we do have that Braum Misfortune versus the Twitch and Leona, both of which are extremely aggressive lanes. Like Braum, for being a very defensive champion, he is a very offensive laner in my opinion.
Oh yeah, he just he hits level 2, and he can just jump onto a creep and then start stacking his stun on both of the enemy champions, and it's so much damage, and it's great CC, and he's great inherently tanky. So,
but Kha'Zix is going to be in the jungle versus whoever that is. Looks like it is going to be Jarvan.
It is J4 in the jungle with Lee Sin with teleport top. So we will get to see some Lee Sin mobility. Hopefully we'll get to see an awesome teleport bottom or something.
Yeah.
Because he does have both of those abilities that can reveal that sneaky rat.
Yeah.
He was hiding. But anyways, it's hilarious because they transformed him into a joke almost. Like he's silly, which is really weird because it's not how I thought of Twitch, but it is an interesting personality change. It's kind of cool.
Anyway, at top lane, we are going to have Lee Sin versus Renekton. Kind of an interesting matchup. Like, Renekton, lots of sustain, but Lee Sin actually has a pretty solid amount of sustain. Not as much as he used to when they nerfed Iron Will, if I recall.
Yeah,
but,
they didn't nerf the sustain on it, but they nerfed the armor buff on it.
Oh,
He can't sit in creeps.
Okay.
He can't sit in creeps and take less damage while he's healing, but he still heals the same amount if he's if he has enemy creeps tanking, or if he has friendly creeps tanking for him.
But mid lane is probably going to be an extremely aggressive lane, especially once 6 rolls around, just because we do have Kassadin versus LeBlanc. You have two very high mobility AP casters there with hard silences. We are going to see a lot of aggression probably at mid lane. But bottom lane is where I think that first blood's going to go. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, either Braum and MF are just going to bully really hard, because MF has, like, 60 more health than any other AD champion. That's like a full auto attack. She's just like, it's like I have a 1 Pantheon block for free starting at full. So they have and Braum has great base health too. So they have a lot of just inherent tankiness, good early stats. So they might just be able to go all in on Leona and Twitch early.
But then again, once level 3 comes, Leona Twitch is going to have a massive amount of burst damage just because of the fact that Leona, she can get those stacks on everyone, and Twitch's passive triggers them, which means like there's guaranteed damage every single time Leona does that, which is very hard for a lot of champions, but there are a few that just trigger it immediately, which means they're going to have a lot of sustained damage, and if Twitch can land those barrels, there's going to be a lot of damage going down.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see how good Braum is.
I think they're technically casks.
Casks, whatever.
In any case. But
Don't care.
No. So we have, another 30 seconds before we get into this game, because we do have the
3-minute
minute delay.
We got to go over Braum.
Well, I want to talk about Kassadin real quick. Kassadin's gotten a ton of changes recently, and it's been it's interesting. So I don't actually know how this matchup. Kassadin's gets now a big magic shield on his Q instead of it silencing the opponent. That's really good, because LeBlanc's all about magic burst.
Yeah.
And the cooldown on his Q is about the same as like LeBlanc's cooldowns, give or take. So if he can mitigate a lot of her poke burst damage with his Q shield, I think he can actually lane very well against LeBlanc. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah, the reason why Riot decided to go with that is because Kassadin used to be one of those, like, you couldn't do anything about him once he got to a certain point. Like, it was so hard to play against him. If he landed
he shouldn't have a CC like that.
Yeah, because it was like a 2-second silence or something absurd.
Longer, 2.6 seconds at max rank.
It was like an absurdly long silence, and he would just get free damage then, because he would activate his W and E and just get free damage, and then Rift walk out once he got 6.
Yeah, he was a safe assassin. His CC was very good, but the lore, the base idea behind Kassadin is that he's an anti-mage.
Yeah.
So giving him that big magic shield, and they've adjusted the numbers on that repeatedly. I don't know if it's exactly where it needs to be. People are still figuring out where he belongs, and solo queue isn't a good indication because the builds have changed. Now that they've changed his numbers, you can't go tier Rod anymore. You can't just go tier Catalyst because you do nothing. And you do nothing too long, because they nerfed the base damage on his abilities so hard that he doesn't do any damage if you go tier Catalyst. And you need your mid to be doing damage like at the 10-minute mark, because otherwise you're just going to lose all the objectives.
So before the game actually loads, Braum, he is amazing in my opinion. He doesn't have a massive amount of damage abilities. He actually has 2 abilities that deal absolutely no damage.
Yep.
But they provide so much utility. So anyway, passive, he has that ability to stun multiple targets just by stacking his passive, and your allies can also trigger it with their auto attacks. He can do it with his auto attacks and abilities.
Yep. And once that passive's triggered, he gets bonus magic damage against any enemy. Waiting for that to come up. We're in the game, so I'll run through them really, really quick. He has his Q. It's a single skill shot. It stops on the first enemy hit. It slows an enemy and applies a stack of his passive. It's a great slow. The slow does degrade over time, but it's a very strong ability. He has stand behind me. He'll jump to an enemy minion or friendly, and both he and them get bonus armor and magic resist, which scales with his bonus armor and magic resist. He has his indomitable. Puts up his shield, blocks all the damage from the first ability hit in that direction on the shield. And then for the next 3 seconds, that shield reduces damage. Yeah, up by 40% at max rank, I believe.
And he absorbs all projectiles.
Yes, projectiles stop on him. This is going to be super relevant against Twitch, because Twitch's spray and pray is going to stop on Braum.
Yep.
Oh, we have an invade here. Braum's going hard on Twitch.
He manages to land a nice Q. Let's see if we can get the stun. He does flash to keep up with it. Yep. There's the stun. It might be enough damage. There's the ignite. And he does heal, but it's going to be enough for Braum to get the kill with the ignite. So there's that inherent damage, that ability to stun with Braum that is very potent. And that quick first blood is actually going to be very strong on...
There's Braum in a nutshell, guys. That's what he does. He uses other abilities to do that, but that is exactly what he does. We love him.
Yeah.
He's absurd. He needs his inherent damage to be toned down a little bit. I think the damage is just a little bit too high on the stun.
Yeah, on the stun, because it does provide a lot of damage, and just the sheer utility that he brings. The only other spell that we didn't really discuss was his ultimate.
Yes.
It is an AoE. For those of you who have played Dota, he's very similar to Earthshaker. If it's like Earthshaker's wall fissure. Yeah, except it doesn't create impassable terrain. It's just a slow field. But it knocks up everyone around him for long, like 1.5 seconds. Yep,
I know,
and
it's
it
a great
does
knockup.
knock up people who are in like the
line.
line.
Everyone around him, and then in the line. And if no one got knocked up for a long period of time next to him, the first person hit by the line actually does a lot of damage. And this is what Braum just walks at the enemy.
And MF's taking some big damage here. She is healing up here, but it looks like Braum can actually outtrade this Twitch at this early game so far, even though Braum decided to back off just a little bit here. And we'll see what happens there with that gold. Trading damage at mid. Caston taking some pretty good poke there from LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc's taking a good amount of damage too, though. So that's working. And those base stats we were talking about, Misfortune, that's exactly what we were talking about. She was able to just kind of walk away.
Oh, Renekton taking some easy damage and gets executed there by Lee Sin. So
yeah, that's really unfortunate for Renekton. He can't be. Lee Sin hit 2 first.
Yeah.
That's just very, very powerful.
Man, powerful gank here at bottom lane from Jarvan. I thought that the Twitch was going to get away, but then just barely lands the knockup, and that's enough to get the Twitch to go down. So
yeah, and that actually, did we miss a buff steal? Jarvan has blue, but hasn't taken his, so I'm assuming that they actually took Jarvan either buff stealed Kha'Zix. Yeah, we didn't see it, so don't know exactly what happened, but it looks like Jarvan took a blue buff, took his red, and then went and murdered bottom.
And it looks like LeBlanc did manage to take out...
Yeah, LeBlanc killed Cassidon, going very low, but that's fine.
We definitely have some sort of connection issues going on. So,
yeah.
We might have to pause this game for a moment. There's definitely a connection issue.
Yeah, there hasn't been a pause yet, so
Legends.
I'm wondering if the game has been dropped, or what's going on. Unfortunately, we don't know what's going on. Hopefully you're seeing the same thing we're seeing, and you're not just like watching the game keep going. But the game right now is basically, disconnected. Everyone's just kind of like walking in random places.
Might have crashed or something.
Yeah, the tower is targeted on LeBlanc, like 1,000 units away from it. Spectator data unavailable. The game will now exit. So
unfortunately, it looks like we will try to get back into that game, but no guarantees. We will try to pick it up. There's a little bit of technical difficulties. We are currently attempting to reconnect to it. We'll see if it was just purely a spectator glitch or what's going on with that. We apologize for this little break in the service, but...
it looks like we are loading back in. So
it looks like it was just like a little hiccup on the server side, and it kicked all the spectators out, is what I'm guessing happened there.
Hopefully it just kicked us. Hopefully the game is still going fine. I would much prefer we get a little bit inconvenienced. Nope, they're still standing in place.
I'm guessing that they are actually still playing, but the spectator data is currently corrupted.
I think it's more likely that they've all been dropped.
Maybe.
And certainly not accusing anyone of anything, but there has been some drop packs going around where people, denial of service attack. I don't know how it works, unfortunately, but you can just drop everyone out of a game. Servers also go down, internet problems, but this is really weird. Never encountered this from a spectator situation before, but nothing's going on. But yeah, it looks like, because we reconnected really quickly and we got loading screens from everybody, which is weird. You
Yeah.
usually don't get that when you're reconnecting. Although maybe spectator mode is different when you reconnect. I've never reconnected as a spectator, so
But
this is
something's odd. Like it's either the spectator program is currently broken. If that's the case, we'll see. We'll see if we can resolve it. If not, if it's server side, we might
yeah.
have to put a little pause on the tournament. But we'll see. We'll see what happens
Yeah,
here.
we've unfortunately had to do that before. There was a question mark when we were out. So, one of those exclamation points up in the top. So maybe there were some problems. Um, we'll
I'm gonna try. We're gonna try reloading it one more time. See what happens.
we can't see it.
No, I would have to abandon the game. I don't.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep trying to play around with it, see if we can get the servers back up. I think we're actually going to go to a quick break here while we're trying to resolve these issues. And we apologize. As soon as we get back in, the stream will be back up, and we will...
yeah, we'll get back to it in a little bit. Hopefully these are just very temporary and doesn't affect the tournament, and we'll get back to showing you some great League of Legends in just a little bit.
So we'll see you on the other side, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are actually restarting the second match of this tournament. It looks like we did have some server hiccup there, and it basically kicked everyone from the game. So we will be up and running here in just a moment. We are not doing any sorts of repicks or rebans. They will be going for the exact same champions. So we should see the exact one. This champion selection go very, very quickly.
Yeah, as long as, like, you know, it doesn't matter what they ban, as long as they don't ban champions that they picked. So we're banning a bunch of garbage. Good. Ari Aatrox banned.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay, good. They just banned A's.
So we will be having the exact same setup as that previous game for those of you joining us. So the two teams that are playing are Girls Jade versus remind me, Blame It on the ADC.
Yep,
that is
on the ADC.
It's not a song. Blame It on the ADC.
I don't think so.
Damn it.
It certainly isn't now that you say it. It has been indelibly destroyed as any sort of musical object. In any case, looks like we have all the picks are correct. Everyone did it. Yep. Summoners look good.
No one's trolling us, and so this game will be underway in 50 seconds, and our delay will be going on in about 4 minutes here.
So we got a couple minutes to burn.
Stay a while and listen.
Yeah. Listen to us ramble about League of Legends
and how awesome
enjoyable, entertaining way. Yes, we get to see Braum. We're gonna see if he gets to just like walk into Tribush and get first blood again. That'd be pretty exciting. But I don't think it's gonna happen again.
Should we have him redo the exact first 3 minutes of the game?
I don't think we can do that. It's a remake, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, LeBlanc did kill Kassadin early, so if Blame It on the ADC doesn't feed first blood to Braum, that mustache isn't going to power up as fast, and we might have, it might actually be interesting because we know LeBlanc can kill Kassadin.
Indeed.
And bottom lane is going to be a lot better if MF and Braum don't have that first blood XP.
Yeah.
Because it's the XP that's the problem. They nerfed the gold, which is good. Because now, it was awful when you could, go back and start double Doran's bottom or something awful. You're like, haha, we got first blood. It is impossible for you to win this lane. Ha ha ha. And that was awful. And they fixed that, which is great. But the XP is still really big. So, if Top gets it, Top will hit 2 before you do. And that's awful. It's real bad. They also have more health pots than you. Same thing with bottom. If bottom hits 2 before you, even if you push, it's just real bad. So that's actually something that Riot should probably consider thinking about a bit. Is instead of having
blood in the first 2 minutes, have no XP or something.
No, maybe. I was more talking about generally with levels because levels scale.
Yeah.
Levels scale the same. You get the same stats at every level.
Oh, you're thinking of scaling the later levels?
Yeah, I'm saying you get more stats at later levels and less stats because right now, because it's a fixed number of stats. 1 to 2 is the biggest jump in the game for level stats. Because you get the most percentage, it is the biggest percentage health gain, the biggest percentage AD gain, the biggest percentage armor gain. If you get MR, the biggest percentage MR gain.
They might really like that little kind of, because it does lead to some really clutch plays sometimes when you have those level ups in the middle of the team fight where it's like, oh my god, he's gonna die, oh my god, you're
still gonna have those. I think I'm not saying get rid of it completely, I'm just saying soften it a bit so the numbers are smaller. So because you've watched bot lane, you've watched top lane, someone hits 2 first and you have to walk out of lane. You can't farm until you hit 2. It happens top, it happens bottom, it happens a little bit less mid because the mages generally have a lot of range.
But essentially it's like a 10% boost to all their stats, plus they get that second ability, essentially.
Yeah, sometimes it's more. Some champions get 80 or 90 health.
Yeah.
If you have, if you only had 400 starting health, 400 or 460, you're looking at, almost more than 10%. So anyways, most people don't have that low of starting health, but the supports. In any case, I think they could soften that a little bit, and that might make things a little bit better because it's really brutal being up on levels early, and being up 1 to 2 levels late is still very, very powerful. And I don't think that's something they want to change. They've been tweaking XP for a long time, and I think they've been doing a pretty good job with it. But I think it'd be interesting, something worth looking at, because they've changed all sorts of stuff. Even crit. That happened years ago, where they softened crit, so that you know,
For those of you who didn't play in the old days, crit used to have some monstrous effects on like the early game, because basically I think it was early season 2 mastery, or was it season 1 mastery?
it was in season 2. Yeah, like there was a 4% crit mastery, but like people also would run like a 1% crit rune too.
Yep.
Like, and some people still do that. But the thing is, the way they did their math is it was just flat. We roll a random number every time.
Yeah.
And the problem was, you know, that means like if you had 1% crit, 1 out of 10,000 times, you double crit your opponent. With just 1% crit. And like top lane, you win the lane. If you double crit your opponent, you win the lane. So while that doesn't, 1 out of 10,000 isn't big, like losing the game, like it felt really, really bad when it happened. And with 4% crit mastery, it was much, much higher.
Yeah.
You're looking 1 out of every 400 times you double crit. And that was pretty crazy, actually. Because, you auto attack a lot up top. So that happened in a non-insignificant amount of games, and it was really miserable. The 1 crit often was all you needed as well. Yeah. You're like, oh, I crit you before you crit me, I win. I win these trades, or I kill you when you thought you were safe. Huge problems. So they got rid of the mastery, which was excellent, and they also changed their numbers so that it's fuzzy. Over like 500, 500 auto attacks, if you have 1% crit, you're going to crit 5 times. But the chances of you critting twice in a row is much, much lower.
Yeah.
They basically like fuzz it out. So if you've crit recently, you're less likely to crit. And if you haven't crit recently, you're much more likely to crit than your actual percentage chance. So they've done a lot of things where they've softened the blow of randomness, or softened the blow of, the granularity of the game. Where, and I think that's been really good. And it would be really interesting to see them do that for levels, or otherwise make that level 1, level 2 difference a little bit less painful.
Okay, so we are seeing, once again, this game is up and running. Same picks as last time, and it looks like we're going to see some similar plays
MF is out, but she doesn't have Braum with her, so...
She's actually going to take some pretty solid poke, and she's actually cut off from the rest of her team. We'll see if blue team decides to engage on this. Jarvan throws out the standard, but doesn't do anything with it. So it looks
just
like...
gets vision.
Yeah.
Knows what's going on, gets a little bit of damage, but that's all they really want. Like they're not gonna get a first blood kill right now. Braum is off by himself, but he can't 1v3 just yet. This is a little dangerous from being
swap?
out there.
This is odd. Or is Lee Sin going for a really quick level 1 cheese kill?
He has teleport, so they might go for the 3-man bottom. If Braum's down there, and they get that stun on Twitch, it's probably a guaranteed kill.
Yeah.
So
he just has to get the passive on him.
Yep, just triggers the passive. That'll get the stun, because Lee Sin plus MF with double up.
Yeah, should be able to.
She triggers it twice. Lee Sin only needs to hit him once, and then it'll be, and then it'll get stunned, and it'll certainly get a flash. Like, no question it'll get a flash.
This reminds me of like early season 2 cheesy.
The old Bush ganks, they're coming back. They're actually very powerful, because everyone's so used to the ADC and support helping the jungler.
Yeah.
That it's very powerful to just kind of sit in the bush. The biggest problem is, because the ADC and the support help the jungler, Top's almost certainly going to miss some XP here. Yeah. I think it's almost impossible for him to not miss a melee creep death or 2. And that's big game. Back to those levels we were talking about. Being that far behind is really rough.
Okay, so we're gonna see
Lee Sin
what
is
happens
starting to
here.
port back. Okay, he's here. We got it. This is gonna be. Twitch is not able to get queued by Braum. Here we go. They're gonna run away.
There's the Q.
He doesn't flash
He
it.
misses the Sonic boom, but he
still
does get it. He does get the kill. MF picking that up. So a nice little play. We got 2 assists there for that kill as well. But keep in mind, there is going to be a little bit of level discrepancy, and Lee Sin is most likely going to lose this lane here, I think.
Yep. Renekton did not push it to tower, which I'm not sure if it's a good call or not. There's a big wave stuck up, and he could have pushed it to tower, but he can right now zone Lee out of XP if he's playing it correctly. There's a giant wave. He should be zoning Lee, not letting him get any of this XP until it gets to tower and making it hard for him to farm
this
on the
is
tower.
devastating to Twitch, because he not only gave up a kill, he missed out on, it looks like, about 2 full waves of CS. So this is going to be very devastating for his experience, just because Leona, it looks like she is on par with Braum and Misfortune, but
Yeah, Twitch is level 1, and he's going to be level 1 for a while now.
And
he has no XP.
Yeah, I think they're going to be level 3 before he hits level 2.
I'm pretty sure you're correct. And like Lee Sin's level 3 now as well, and J4 is coming up. Renekton goes to ward. He should be fine.
And he does slice and dice before he gets knocked up there. So nice little play there from Renekton. And we'll see if they get level 3. No, Twitch did get level 2 before they get level 3. So like if that had happened, it would be almost for sure forcing him out of lane. Actually, nice stun there on Braum. Mid lane, Cassidy gets locked down. The Ignite did go down. Let's see if she picks up the kill with one final auto attack. So
now, unfortunately, not things. LeBlanc is killing Cassidy, which is purple team needs that. That evens up the kills. They're actually ahead in gold, and that's mostly from that Renekton farm up top.
Yeah.
Although he's even with Lee Sin, that's weird. Cassidy's a little bit ahead. Oh, it's from mid. That's where it is. Cassidy's way behind on creeps as well. That's where it is.
Have you seen Misfortune play against Braum? Does her double up work through his shield?
I assume it doesn't. It's
I assume it doesn't, but
because it stops everything on the front of the shield.
Yeah.
So it never hits him to bounce.
Anyway, big damage going down there on Braum, but as you can see, that shield absorbs so much damage because with any other support, he would have been brought down to like a third life. Anyway, top lane, Lee Sin, gank going down, does get brought down a little low, but he manages to mitigate some of the damage and actually deal it.
Yep.
LeBlanc manages to barely escape with a nice distortion there at mid lane from the gank from J4. So, ganks across the board here and just aggression everywhere right now.
Yeah, and this is going to be really problematic for purple team because Lee Sin wasn't forced out with Kha'Zix there. They had 2v1. And he was just sitting there poking, fighting, wasn't doing anything.
He did have to burn his flash in order to escape initially, but he's right now tanky enough with enough sustain where he's managing to keep up with Renekton.
And he's
bad news.
He's
for
actually
Renekton.
ahead in levels on Renekton. This is
And
really bad.
oh man, is he gonna get the? How did he get the kill?
He doesn't have bread. He ignited. Oh no, he doesn't have Ignite. I don't know what happened.
That was almost like lag.
He must have been lagging. He got one more auto attack off on his screen, but we see it.
Yeah, okay. Because on our screen, he flashed away just
he flashed away and then
with
died.
a sliver of light.
It's just a server timing issue.
So apologies.
So in any case, really unfortunate for Renekton. He has the teleport, so he'll be back. Not going to miss very much here.
But this is going to put him pretty far behind. Because Lee Sin, he does have a kill and assist now, which puts his gold at 400 over, which is essentially another Doran's item. So a little bit of aggression going down at bottom lane. Leona might actually get forced out there here very soon, but she is still relatively healthy.
Lee is 6. This is going to be rough because the cooldown on his ultimate is very low. He can ult about twice for every Dominus out of Renekton. And that's a big problem because it's just a lot of damage. He can just like literally like Caitlyn ult it and just poke him with it. However, Renekton has 2 Dorans, which is great for him trading. He's up on items. He'll be able to trade 50 with the utility bit buys.
And Twitch is taking a lot of damage, and Lee Sin's going for it with the all-in. He does kick away the Gator, but Gator manages to slip out once again, so he should be fine. Twitch is doing what he can here to prevent these minions from doing too much damage to this turret, but unfortunately, he's low enough where he can't really stay in XP range because as soon as
he's
Braum
gonna get
gets
dove. If he gets hit by a Q, he's probably dead.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix is here to defend. They're gonna bait it.
But it is
he's
warded
low
by
enough.
blue team, so
he does not have heal up, so he can't even heal bait it.
So Lee Sin teleporting back to lane. He does have quite a bit of damage now with the longsword and the pickaxe, so he will be producing lots of damage there with those auto attacks. So we'll see how that plays out there.
I don't think Renekton can win the trades anymore. I don't think Doran's shield plus cloth armor scales up to that much AD.
Yeah. So Kha'Zix coming down to support actually takes a lot of damage there from Renekton Braum there. And Braum, he's such a beast right now.
Braum, he's so inherently tanky. One thing, his shield does not block tower shots nor reduce damage from tower shots, which is good. This is going to be interesting. We'll see if we get a kill here.
There's the engage.
They're hard on MF. They're low on mana too. It looks like it's just going to cost flash.
Blue team is still running, but he does get the slow and nice kill there.
Beautiful play by Twitch. That's exactly what they needed.
Braum actually getting a little aggressive with those pokes and almost goes down.
Flash. Twitch should not go for. Wow,
Nice.
beautiful. I didn't. The cooldown on that is very, very low. I did not realize how low the cooldown on.
Expunge?
It was expunge. I don't think it's expunge anymore.
Let's see.
Yeah. So yeah, contaminate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's contaminate now. It was expunge. But yeah, the cooldown on that very, very low. That was impressive because he killed MF with it, and then like 8 to 10 seconds later, kills Rom with it.
Yeah. So well played there from the Twitch. He should be able to get a little bit of comeback here from this. That should put him enough to be pretty close. Yeah, he's actually nice and even with Misfortune right now. The only downside is he did go for that Vamp Scepter early, which means he is not going to be able to trade as well with Misfortune immediately, just because he does have that BF sword.
And yeah, that comes from being 20 creeps behind. That's really rough. He actually has the Bilgewater Cutlass.
Oh, okay. So he's going for on hit. That's gonna make it interesting. Like once if he gets a good rat-a-tat-tat on the enemy team, he will do tons of damage.
It's also assassination potential.
Yep.
The burst and the slow lets him stealth on top of a lot of people, and it's almost impossible to just like out damage a Twitch 1v1 when he stealths on top of you. He gets the full attack speed buff from his ambush, and then he he has that extra 15% health like difference in the slow, so you can't get away from him.
Kha'Zix did get level 6, and he did evolve his ultimate, so he's going
Gator's
for that
at full
triple
health.
sell.
I'm not sure what J4 is doing up here. There's no way they're going to get a kill on it. Diving a Gator with his Dominus up.
He had a ward here, so he wanted to mess with
he wanted the
Kha'Zix.
red, but Kha'Zix gets it in time. Kha'Zix clears it very quickly if you do it right. You need to make sure that you pull out the red minion far enough that you get the isolation bonus damage on it.
Yeah.
That's something that like lower level Kha'Zix junglers don't do, and it's really rough. It slows down your jungle tremendously. It changes him from a great jungler to a mediocre one. Renekton's gonna get some poke here. Dodges the Q. It's great. He's gonna go way ahead in that trade.
So mid lane, LeBlanc is still doing tons of damage here to this Caston, but Caston is starting to get to that point where he's starting to dish out more. So
yeah, and not only more, but the shield. Like, she's just not doing enough damage through that shield. She's also missing that chains, and something that like you need to think about with LeBlanc is you should fire those chains first most of the time.
Oh man, at mid lane, Kha'Zix is going for a gank.
Yeah,
He doesn't realize Jarvan is right there, and he just gets dunked. And Ignite picks it up just barely.
Ignite plus red, too good.
And now Cassidon has both red and blue buff from that. And they're going to rotate down for this kill. Big damage going down at bottom lane.
Big fight,
it looks like Misfortune manages to barely stay alive. Braum barely stay alive. Leona's going to try and get away, but guess what? It's Cassidon. You're not getting away.
Cassidon plus Lee Sin hit his Q. No way. This is going to be a dragon for sure. Renekton's pushing hard on top. I don't think he's going to get it. It's a cannon wave, but he doesn't do enough damage. But he's going to get it very low.
He's going to get it very low. Blue team is going to get Dragon. That's going to push their gold advantage to just over 1,000 gold. So it's still extremely even because LeBlanc has beaten the crap out of Caston in terms of farm right now. Just beating
40 up is very good. She has items finished. Caston has a catalyst.
But on the other hand, Misfortune is beating Twitch right now pretty substantially. So she is about 700 gold ahead, which is right around a pickaxe.
Yeah, well, she has the BF finish, or not the BF rather, the Bloodthirster finished, which is big game, and that's coming from those 2 kills and that 1 assist as well as that 30 creeps ahead.
LeBlanc going all in on Caston. Caston just gets destroyed.
Caston ported on top of him. That was Caston like thinking that he could outdamage a LeBlanc when she has a Fiend's finished and he has a blasting one. I mean, that was just a poor choice. It happens. It's fine. People make bad decisions. But LeBlanc murders people. And letting this LeBlanc get ahead. Anyways, back to the LeBlanc. What you can do is you fire the chains first. You, dash in and fire the chains. Because the chains does 2 sets of damage. Once to start, and then once when it roots, if it's still on. So you guarantee the hit with the chains, and the targeted silence is going to hit anyways. And then you get to trigger the second bit of the silence when the chains hit.
Yeah.
So, it does a little bit, it guarantees the chains here.
Oh my gosh.
Is she gonna kill him? I think he's dead.
No, Caston barely comes in and gets the kill with Riftwalk. So, just barely knowing the limitations, there's Jarvan, and
Yep.
Well played.
The
Renekton
mana
is
reduction on
coming
that
down,
shield's
though.
very good. I don't think he's going to get him. Driven has too much mobility and has enough mana left for a dash, so this is
But
gonna
he
do
needs to be
anything.
very careful because now he is in the middle of the enemy
Yeah, if he's in
jungle
the middle of 3
with
people,
Cassidy.
oh, he's in trouble. He needs to dash to Cassidy.
Lee Sin is
probably
with him.
dead. There's
the
no one
slow-
here. Lee Sin is the Q. He's dead. Lee Sin's just going to decide whether he's even going to kick. He's not. Gives a kill to Caston. Very, very good for Caston.
Yeah, Caston just got 2 kills, and that might actually be enough to bring him close to even now. He's about 300 gold behind this LeBlanc.
Yeah,
but
that was
keep in
unfortunate.
mind,
LeBlanc throwing away her lead on that J4. She tried hard. Twix isn't going to do anything here.
Yep. But keep in mind, Caston, once he's a little weak at that early game, but once he starts getting to like level 6, 7, 8, 9, in that range, he gets very strong.
I don't like Twitch being mid here at all. I mean, I'm not. I think they're just trying to put pressure on towers and stop Caston from farming, which is reasonable. But they left Leona bottom versus like MF Braum. They're gonna lose their blue buff out of this. And Leona's not getting anything out of this farm. She also has Gargan's Brace.
Yeah.
So her gold item is also doing nothing right now.
Yeah.
So she's not getting gold out of that. You know, Twitch isn't getting gold out of this. They are rotating. Blue team is a little overextended. At least Leona's here. She's waiting.
There's the ultimate. Big
People.
Braum ultimate goes down and actually knocks up a lot of people. J4 also lines up a beautiful Dragon Strike. Caston is coming in though, doing tons of damage. It picks up the rat, and Braum goes down to the Kazakhs there. So
yeah, Kazakhs got out with nothing, which is great. But this, you know, that ended up 2 for 1. So
bottom lane is put further behind.
That mobility of Cassidon is just too good. He was able to get there in time, and while they were cutting him off, they weren't able to kill him fast enough. And you know, good play by blue team to converge well, respond well, and not get caught out too bad because they didn't finish the blue. I don't believe.
And
I didn't get cleared. They might have done it, but not cleared.
And Lee Sin is abusing right now his Tiamats, farming actually between the turrets because he knows that the rest of the purple team is either back or nowhere near him. So right now he is just having some fun in the jungle.
Yeah, and it looks like he's actually taking a red buff, or he's just waiting in the bush. Yeah, can't tell just yet. He did just take the red buff and leave. Misses the Q barely on Kazakhs, but you know they're gonna clear it. But yeah, proxy farming against Renekton is not a bad call because
I actually don't like this call of rotating Misfortune in to fight off LeBlanc because LeBlanc is gonna blow her up. But apparently she overextends. She does get the kill on Misfortune, but gives up her own life.
Yeah,
to
and they get an assist
J4.
too, so that's more gold for them. Leona misses the Zenith Blade mid on Braum. I don't think it was a kill anyways. It's Braum.
Meanwhile, top lane Renekton is still just defending up there. Caston gets a nice slow on Leona, but I don't think anything's going to come from it. Keep in mind, Braum is nowhere near as good when he's paired with AP as a support, just because that passive only triggers off of auto attacks from yours.
I mean, to be fair, Caston's one of the better APs because he's going to be porting and wanting to get auto attacks in there. He also has an auto attack reset on his W now, so that can give him 2 auto attacks in quick succession. And that's you know, it's not awful with Cassidon, but it's not going to get triggered like with like an Orianna, who really values her auto attacks. Is going to be auto attacking a lot.
So Braum and Lee
wow, they are very, very deep. They're going to cut out. Oh, this is the dead dog.
And he manages to stealth away, but a nice kick to the face picks up the kill. LeBlanc comes in though and cleans house. Keep in mind she is
They're going to die, but this is a dad misfortune. Her flash is not up,
and she just gets super locked down and. They managed to get away just fine, so.
Yeah, beautiful play by Leona. Just seeing the opportunity. Caston's rotating behind. This is really rough. J4 is rotating too. LeBlanc is not going to get here in time. Caston misses the slow.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cute. There's the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, LeBlanc is here now. Caston ports the correct direction into J4.
Twitch takes a lot of damage.
Teleport
does go down.
Brute misses on J4. He's going to live.
Renekton coming in. Braum manages to land a nice ultimate there, actually zoning out purple team. So it looks like J4 will be able to get away, but they are coming around from multiple directions here. Another beautiful slow there from Braum. And it's enough to keep.
They should take this dragon right here. That's the best thing they can do. Lee Sin is here and back, but Caston is dead. So this is just a good dragon for purple team. It's going to put him back in. It's going to put the gold lead, you know, almost even unless J4 gets the steal.
Oh, J4
is going to get murdered by LeBlanc.
He's going to go for it, but he does get engaged on by LeBlanc. It's brought incredibly
the
well.
other zones, they're going to get a kill out of
goes
it.
for it, but
they get
she
the
goes
dragon
down. And blue team
Kazakh's in
pushes
trouble.
out.
Yeah.
Yep, with that connected Q, he is certainly going to go down, and the gold advantage is now.
Renekton doesn't get the port out. He's in a lot of trouble too. Unfortunately, purple team split up and ran into the enemy jungle. So this does not look good. They lose 3 kills for that dragon.
Yeah. So unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Renekton takes a second tower hit. He might have been able to get out if he didn't, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. And yeah, unfortunately, purple team, like, they were going to even up the game, but then when you give up 3 kills for that dragon, it looks like mid tower as well.
Yeah.
You're going to be way behind. What's the route?
And we'll see if LeBlanc decides to go for this misfortune here. She's definitely looks like she's eyeballing it.
Yeah, she doesn't want 2 and 4. The armor and magic resist off of Braum stand behind me on MF means that LeBlanc's not going to be able to get the kill at this point. She doesn't have Deathfire Grasp. If she had DFG instead of Athene's, it might be different, but she built Athene's first. So gives her more cooldown reduction and like she won't have mana problems, but her kill potential is lower than it would be if she had that DFG. Oh no. Good jukes.
Big damage.
Flash over the wall. If her port comes back up, she should be.
Oh, but she gets cute in the face by that Lee Sin.
If she controlled her passive better, it would have gone better.
And we'll see. The rat hit Braum really hard there. He wasn't able to use his ultimate and get both of them, but it looks like Renekton might be able to get a kill. But a beautiful safeguard is going to be enough to keep getting to safety. And now he is in trouble. And this is a problem for purple team because they just fed 4 kills for nothing.
Yeah, and that's the power of
Braum.
Lee Sin played it very well there too, because he managed to get his Iron Will up in time to get a ton of health off of that Q.
Yep.
You know, and that really like gave him a deceptive amount of health, which was very powerful. He, you know, they didn't dodge Qs. LeBlanc actually could have blocked the Lee Sin Q with her passive if she was controlling it correctly. Yeah. You need to make sure you have your keybinds, you know, you're on top of your keybinds to be able to do that, but you can walk your passive around. You know, and unfortunately Twitch wasn't able to kill Lee there either. So yeah, that, you know, changes like a reasonable lead like 1.5k into a 6,000 gold lead, and that's pretty rough.
Yeah, especially with it probably being on Caston Misfortune. Because Caston, he's a monster if he gets too far ahead.
A lot of it's on Lee Sin, but Caston has 5 kills, MF has 7. So, you know, it's actually spread out really, really well. It's exactly where they want it to be. Yeah, there's a, you know, the 10 kill lead. Gold lead isn't, like, completely insane for there being a 10 kill lead.
Purple team is pushing up
coming in,
but there's
he's low mana
going on.
There's the
Braum ultimate. That might actually be enough to deter everyone. Purple team is super grouped up. Lee Sin comes around from behind, and just everybody gets destroyed by the sheer damage of everyone. And Purple team picks up an easy ace for nothing.
Most importantly, that Braum slow field that's left behind off of his ultimate, the entire team was trapped in that. He got a knock up on 3.
And there is a quick surrender, because blue team, they were going to go for Baron, and with that exposed inhibitor, it's most likely going to be the final nails in the coffin.
I don't blame him for surrendering. You know, game's never over, but you know, those last 2 fights where it just went really.
team's turret has been destroyed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, so we didn't get to do that little post recap. Currently, you are watching the game that is going on between Xanark and Apes versus C8 Nam.
Yep, Xanark and Apes is on the blue side, while C8 is on the purple side. We have a pretty nice team fight going on right now.
Beautiful chains there from Morgana. She manages to force out a lot of people there from blue, but it looks like purple team is so split up now that there's actually going to be a lot of deaths that are going to go on. So it looks like blue team is going to be able to pick up some kills here. LeBlanc, she is so incredibly low, and Braum picks up the kill there with a nice Q. Shyvana is still alive, and she's very healthy, but we'll see if her team can support her very much over the wall. But with 3 people, I think they might be able to actually bring her down, but everybody's going to be low.
Yeah, Lucian actually auto-attacks a spider there. Elise misses the stun, and that's going to be the end of that fight. Everyone very, very low, but no one dies after that initial confrontation. Braum waited a long time on his ult. We just came into this, so we're not sure if it was on cooldown and it just came up, or if he was kind of sitting on it. It was excellent where he used it, you know, led to a kill, and led to that disengage that forced Morgana and Lucian to really leave that fight. Otherwise, they would have just cleaned it up, but it, But, it was a little bit late. That fight went on all over the place. Lee Sin, had some great cues, left, got back in, picked up, a couple kills there. Very, very excellent play on that highly mobile champion.
So taking a quick look at the team comps, because we didn't really get to discuss too much, we do have a lot of AoE damage here on this blue team. They have lots of lockup. They got Braum, Ziggs, Caitlyn, Elise. All of these are very good at picking targets, trying to catch them out, and just deal a lot of damage to them. And Trundle, he is a brawler. He just likes to get in the middle of it and keep people on him.
K plus Ziggs also makes it pretty much impossible to siege a tower normally.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pick one of those because, like, KQ plus Ziggs Q, and, like, if he throws down the minefield, no wave will ever reach a tower. Towers will never, ever shoot minions, for the most part. So that's that's very powerful. So they're going to have to, like, rely on that split push. And unfortunately, they don't really, like, Shyvana's the closest champ to do it. But she doesn't have items done yet. She built Bilgewater Cutlass and didn't finish that into Light of the Rune King, and she hasn't finished her Sunfire. When she gets her Sunfire, her wave clear will be good, but I'm still not sure she'll be able to 1v1 this Trundle. He's had enough time. He's getting pretty big. He went Spirit Visage first. That's a pretty interesting buy. He must have been having a lot of problem against Shyvana up top.
Yeah.
But without any offensive items, he's not going to be able to split push against her. He's just not going to be able to win trades, really. Because the Spirit Visage helps him sustain in lane, but it's not going to help him trade because he doesn't have any built-in healing. He doesn't have that Blade of the Rune King healing or anything like that. So it's only off of his passive when things die near him.
Yeah, so, I guess his ultimate too, probably,
Yeah, but that's not, like, sustain.
Yeah.
That's life drain, but it's not sustain. So, like, they're not, and I think they're doing what they should be doing here now, too, until Trundle gets big enough that he can 1v1 Shyvana, if he ever gets there. They're just going to siege mid, because their siege potential is very good. And Ziggs is actually splitting top, which is great. He has enough range damage, he can poke it, and Shyvana can't do anything with him right now.
Yep, and also he's actually got some pretty good escapes, because with the relatively recent changes to Satchel Charge, he can actually do some pretty fun stuff.
Yeah, they're pretty old now, actually.
Yeah.
I think they're probably a year, because, like, those changes are what made Ziggs, like, a premier guy at Worlds at the end of Season 3. So.
Yeah.
But, the Satchel Charge, it's also very good against Shyvana, because her dash moves her anyway, so if he's spot on with that Satchel Charge, you can actually knock her out of her ultimate.
Yeah.
And if he just waits for her ultimate to complete, he can also just Satchel Charge her away from him and him away from her. Cullen coming in, but it's just doing a little bit of damage, tickling that spider. They pick up the dragon. Shyvana
uses the dragon form. She is doing quite a lot of damage.
He's going to run her back through this minefield. He misses the Q. That's
and
probably
then he goes
that.
and he face checks that and actually throws down a beautiful minefield that's going to be enough to force Shyvana back.
Yeah,
so.
Between the minefield and the flash, and just kiting her through that minefield. Unfortunately, he didn't have vision in that push, which is what he needed to win that fight.
Yeah.
But he did not die, so did a good job of that. At least kind of throws out a random stun. This is mid.
Blue team's doing a
going
great
hard.
job pushing right now, and purple team. See, they picked a comp that's not really keen on just hardcore initiations, just because they do have Shyvana who likes to initiate, but other than that, they're really catch focused.
Yeah, but they need to hit a bind, and Morgana was back, and Lee Sin was there. They need to hit a bind, or they need to have a Lee Sin kick into a tower or kick into a team. This is a huge wave, and 4 people there. Purple team is not there yet. This tower is going to go down.
Yep, and that's 2 big towers that went down, and this is going to open up
beautiful
the map.
Braum ult knocks Shyvana up with a full duration.
Shyvana manages to barely escape, and actually they overcommitted. It looks like Elise and Trundle are going to go down in this fight.
I don't think Trundle's going to die just yet. Good Braum.
Down the LeBlanc there, but Lee Sin is going to be able to pick up the kill. Does have to burn his ultimate, and now he is in a little bit of trouble. Goes down to the Caitlyn, and Lucian is now in trouble because Caitlyn with that red buff, she's dishing out some damage.
Yeah, he flash ults Trundle there to guarantee the kill, when he might have died doing that anyways, but what he could have done is stayed safer and then kicked Caitlyn or Ziggs into Trundle.
Yeah.
And that would have killed him just as well, and then he possibly could have escaped with his flash instead of having to just, like, flash ult that that Trundle. So yeah, like a little overcommitting by Lee Sin, but still, you know, like he dove into 4 of them to get the Trundle, so it's just kind of a 1-for-1 with a bunch of assists to blue team. They're probably pretty okay with it. But great plays by Trundle. That guy is very tanky, especially when there's people dying around him.
Yep. And with a Thorn Mails now, he's going to be very, very.
Wow, Thorn Mail second item. That's surprising. There are no auto attackers on the enemy team. Lee Sin's barely an auto attacker. And
Lucian is.
Yeah,
Shyvana has
Lucian's the only.
auto
Yeah, but you're always going to have an ADC. So Lucian's it, really. Shyvana's not going to be auto attacking Trundle.
No. She's not doing it right.
Yeah, or he's the only one there.
Yeah.
She's, you know, like their entire team needs to peel Trundle, so I guess it's not bad, but it's kind of surprising as a second item. Because it's kind of like a ignore Trundle time.
Yeah.
You know, kite and ignore him, because he doesn't have any great stickiness in that kit. He doesn't have the Randuins for the slow or the Bork for the slow.
Yeah, right now he needs a big damage item like Bloodthirster or.
Bloodthirster isn't very good on him.
I know.
It's basically Bork or Tiamat. Like there's not that many people that build Tiamat on him, but it's actually quite good. Because you bite first and then you Tiamat. It gives you like basically kind of 2 auto attack resets, and you get the extra AD on your Tiamat proc. It also gives you wave clear, which Trundle is awful at.
Yeah.
He is just the worst. He's not going to get a kill here.
No.
He ulted, but it's not going to do anything. Oh, he didn't ult. It sounded like he did.
No, it was his pillar.
Yeah.
So trading it up here at top lane. Blue team is converging a little bit here on the dragon side, even though there's not really much for them to do there. I think they're just kind of trying to figure out what to do with themselves right now, because they're just kind of roaming all over the map. Meanwhile, purple team is pushing out these lanes, trying to take advantage, get a little bit of experience and gold back here, because they are down by about 5,000 gold. So, but we'll see. LeBlanc, she does have that Deathfire Grass now, so she might actually be able to make some catches here. And that's what
he's healing a surprising amount. He's got to have lifesteal coins. Like, he was healing off of hitting creeps pretty well. Elise throws out the stun, but it was max range. Shiv easily dodges it, and that's probably going to be the end of this roam. Oh, maybe not. 4 people up here. They clear this pink ward. And so they've lost vision. Blue has great vision control of this Baron area. That's very dangerous for pink, especially, or purple team rather, especially with Lisa in bottom. He does not have teleport as the jungler. So, you know, with the jungler being bottom, that's fairly dangerous. Blue team does not take advantage of it. I think they're just not confident because they only have 1 pink ward down.
Yeah.
2. But it was certainly something they could have thought about doing.
Elise going for the gank here on Lucian, and does manage to barely stun him, and it looks like he manages to do a beautiful flash there over Morgana in order to save himself from the killing death note.
Yep, yeah, good play. He could have flashed earlier. He also could have, he dashed straight back, and that caused the Elise stun to hit despite his relentless assault. So he could have dashed diagonally to avoid the stun, which would have saved him the use of flash.
And Lee Sin's going for some big damage here. Manages to kick Caitlyn actually pretty far away.
Yeah.
But now she gets to re-engage and do enough damage to force him back. Purple team is engaging from the side, but it looks like LeBlanc might go down here.
No, that's a clone. She's being sneaky. Morgan's a nice bind. Shiv's gonna have to flash out. That's really rough. I don't like that Lee Sin kick. Like, you know, again, he kind of like went really ham into that group and then like kicks Kate away instead of like towards the team. I think it was just kind of like a panic, I'm dying, you know, throw abilities out, but I didn't really, you know, didn't see what was going there.
Now a big siege going down here at mid lane, and that takes down the turret in no time, and that's going to be bad news here for this purple team.
Yeah, and that purple team can't be doing this. They need to know that they don't have the siege. You know, they need to be pressuring other lanes because they can't out siege, you know, Elise, Kate, Ziggs. It's just not going to happen, especially with this beefy front line. You can't hard engage into a Trundle Braum. Yeah. They're gonna peel too good. Pillar is an amazing peel tool, and Braum is, you know,
Elise has
mobility
techniques too, and
yeah, well, she does great damage against tanks because she has the double percentage health.
Yeah.
So she just peels with damage as well as that stun. You know, if you're diving in, you're probably not going to be able to dodge that stun, unless you're Faker. But I don't think he's in this game, so you know, he dodges all the stuns.
And the farming is actually pretty out of control in blue team's favor, except for Shyvana. Shyvana looks like she did manhandle Trundle in terms of farming a little bit, but she gave up a lot of kills, it looks like, in the early stages,
Yep.
so she is not as far ahead as she may seem. So, but everyone else is substantially far ahead in terms of kills. So
LeBlanc got like again, purple team's ahead on kills, but they've just been massively outfarmed. Ziggs has an 80 creep lead on LeBlanc, even though she has 4 kills.
yeah.
4-3-4 versus 2-4-4 with now almost 100 creep lead. Those Ziggs bombs just that ult. It's like I could ult in team fights, but I'd rather just pick up 10 creeps. And it puts a ton of pressure on other lanes. You don't have to roam down. You don't have to send anyone bottom. You just send a Ziggs ult bottom. And his, that it does a lot of damage in team fights, but the map pressure can often be more valuable because they don't really want to hard engage. They want to siege. They want to poke, they want to take objectives, and then they want to leave. Because their team fight isn't bad, but I think if they get in the mix of it, if they're like 2 or 3 people are getting Morg stunned, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. She's a ways off from that Zhonya's, so they can still burn her down. But as soon as she gets that Zhonya's, they're basically not going to be able to hard engage unless they're way ahead, because they're just going to get soul shackles. There's nothing you can do once she has that Zhonya's. You can't burn her down fast enough.
Trundle's putting on a little bit of pressure at top lane, forcing Lee Sin to rotate up there, and actually allows Shyvana to actually push down that bottom turret. But once again, Trundle going for a 3rd defensive item. He actually built that Giant's belt.
Randuin's?
No.
There's no magic. Randuin's built out of Giant's belt.
What's that Ruby Crystal for?
It could just be for like the next item. He just built a ton of health.
I hope it's Warmogs. I haven't seen Warmogs in forever.
It could be Warmogs. It scales very well with his passive. No, it doesn't scale with his passive. His passive is based on the people he kills.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it scales with other defensive items just fine, but like unkillable, kind of ignorable Trundle. He doesn't have tons of damage built into his kit. It's not bad, but it's not great.
Yeah. So the siege has begun at this tier 3 turret at the middle, and we'll see what happens here. Caitlyn's doing quite a bit of damage there. Actually takes a tower hit, but it's not enough to be super substantial yet.
Yeah,
but
she'll probably heal it up on the next wave. And if Ziggs just, murders the wave, she won't. But if they let her auto attack, she'll be fine.
Well,
Wow, it takes a lot more poke. Yeah,
and that's going to be a little bit more substantial here, because if Lee Sin or Shyvana do commit to this, and we're probably going to see it happen here very shortly.
She gets hit by a bind for everyone, which is very dangerous. Goes down right away.
Big damage going down here from blue team, though, and it's actually might be enough to force purple team back. Blue team is incredibly low, though. Lucian is still fairly full, and we'll see if he can actually pick up a kill here. He is going for the tankiest of tanks right now, and does pick it up, and we'll see if they can catch up to Braum here. He does.
Morg dies walking through mines. That's real rough, and they're all very low. Yeah, it ends up being 2 for 2, 2 for 2,
which is okay, but
yeah, purple team really needed to get more kills there.
Yeah, because they have cut back at their gold disadvantage. It now is only about 5.5k in blue team's favor. But
and I can't stress enough how amazing that Morg play was. She threaded the needle on hitting Kate with that bind, and that led to that entire initiation. Unfortunately, purple team, didn't really get to take tons of advantage of it. LeBlanc got blown up almost immediately, which LeBlanc really shouldn't be doing. I didn't see exactly how she died. The giant mess of abilities that was going on. Probably a Braum stun or an Elise stun.
I'm guessing Elise went for her, but I really want to know what Trundle's building.
It might be Warmogs. It might just be like another MR item, and like Warmogs is the only thing that builds out of those items.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless he's deciding to go with something.
Yeah, otherwise it's 2 different items.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, his full tank seemed to work pretty well in that thing. He got low, and if he'd had an offensive item, he probably would have died, but he also just isn't going to be able to exert any lane potential. So this is what Shiv needs to be doing. Yeah. She needs to be in these lanes. She has teleport. Unfortunately, she can't duel him yet. Once she finishes that that Bork, she probably can.
It looks like she has enough damage, but he's got enough sustain where he is ebbing her out just a little bit.
I mean, she's winning those trades. The problem is she can't consistently do it. If she had the Bork, she could just stay on him forever. Because when he starts to run away, she's going to get way more trades off of the active. But yeah, she needs to finish an item. Because she's sitting on 2 unfinished items right now. I don't like Spirit Visage. on her. I think Banshee's Veil is better. There's a lot of things she wants to Banshee's Veil here, most notably like Braum Q, Elise Stun.
Yeah.
And the health regen off of Banshee's Veil is really, really good. And Shyvana doesn't have any inherent healing to get value. Oh, this is a
Morgana does get caught. Ultimate goes down from Caitlyn, but it looks like it's going to be enough for
yeah, and
to
it
escape.
actually didn't cost more anything there. She's going to have to go back, so they lose some map pressure. It's
and
probably a dragon.
Timer is
Yeah,
back
perfect
up.
time
They did get a
for-
turret out of it, so it is a relatively even
LeBlanc's
trade.
rotating down. This isn't going to do anything, and top's pushing pretty hard. So, purple team just seems a little bit like off on their timers and positioning. Like LeBlanc's roaming back up, but that's a lot of time wasted. She can probably kill this Ziggs if she can catch him and find him. Yeah, she unfortunately ports over the bush. Just two ships crossing in the night.
Indeed.
And blue team's rotating to Baron. It is warded. Shiv's shown herself bottom, but she has teleport. Trundle's going bottom. He also has teleport. So,
He decided to go with the Warmogs.
did get the Warmog. So
he is a
unkillable
beast.
Trundle. They're probably just going to try and ignore him. Which, you know, if he sits on your AD carry, it's really annoying. But, like, Lucian can just relentless assault away. Wow.
Oh, beautiful kick there from Leeson. Actually gets Leeson way out, but LeBlanc takes
LeBlanc's
a lot of
very
damage.
low. Leeson's also very low. I'm not sure they're going to be able to follow this up.
Braum gets
Front line
locked
is-
down really hard there from the very exposed position, but Lucian is starting to do some serious work on this back line now. And he did get stunned up a little bit there. Caitlyn is coming, gets a big
We can
headshot
see
on him.
This Warmog's Trundle is just ignoring everything.
And there goes the ace in the hole, but it does get blocked by that Morgana. And look at that health regen on that Trundle, though.
2 for 1. So you know, purple team came out ahead, but they might lose this turret because everyone else was low. And they need to figure out a way to. They need to figure out how they're going to kill that Trundle because it looks like they can kill the entire enemy team. They didn't get Kate. If they got Kate as well as Ziggs, then they would have been fine because all of their damage can just kite Trundle. But if there's any damage left for blue team, you know, Trundle's just like, you have to deal with me. I'm going to walk at you. I'm going to bite you.
I assume for his last two items, he's going to go with Maw, Malmortius, and Atma's Impaler. Is what I'm assuming he's
Maw
going
doesn't give him health, so I would rather like see like Randuin's Omen. You know, just more health
So
if we're building
sad.
Atmas. I don't think we're going to see that. That's just not very good. I think he's probably just going to go full tank. Oh, Kate is cut out. She is
And down
super
she
dead.
goes, and it looks like Lucian
If
throws
Lee
out
Sin hits
the
this
culling.
Q, this is going to be super dangerous.
Oh,
Splits the
misses
uprights.
Q. Almost
Yeah.
gets that Ziggs there. We do have lots
Good
of
killer. Lee Sin is still in this, but he doesn't have his kick.
but he is doing a little bit of damage
Yeah.
to Trundle, but he's taking a lot more damage in return. And it looks like Shyvana wants to get in on some action here. Join in on the pool party. But
Yeah, so they get to pick on Kate, but they don't actually get to do anything with it, which is kind of sad. Yeah, so maybe this full tank Trundle build is working out for them because they get picks and then can't do anything about it. They're like, we're all low and we can't kill Trundle, so we have to leave. So, you know, I mean, I love Trundle and I love being unkillable. It's one of my favorite things in this game. Just being able to walk into the team. So, and like, yeah, God forbid Braum's jumping on him and giving him all sorts of defensive stats.
he is currently regenning.
What was 92 hit points per 5 seconds? Yeah. And that's not counting his passes.
Anyway,
again.
Morgana does get caught out. It looks like she
She's gonna
might be able
live.
to escape. She does a
Yeah.
beautiful
Oh,
light guard
but
there.
Shiv comes in late. This is not good. She just ults in and then leaves.
Doesn't get stunned though, which impresses me. It looks like LeBlanc gets forced the distortion out, and now purple team has kind of got this weird haphazard two-fronted fight going on here with blue
Yeah.
team, and
Lee Sin's
Sin's
going for a
going
crazy
for it.
kick, but not gonna get it.
Awful
He does get
satchel
on Ziggs.
charge. Awful satchel charge there from Ziggs. It actually forced him back into the fight, and that's going to be enough to kill him. Morgana locking down with the chain
Kate
there.
is still alive with that front line though,
And
so
she
Shiv's
does
gonna run
have
at
that
them. That's the
guardian
problem.
angel, too, so-
LeBlanc goes down to a pilt over Peacemaker. Lee Sin still trying to make plays here, but
And they do pick up the Braum. It's 4v2 now. Down goes the Guardian Angel, and this is going to be both of them here. Because unless
it's gonna be everybody. This is the ace.
And
So-
A's purple team needed that so much right now. They just went 1 for 4.
Yeah,
5.
That was huge, and LeBlanc shouldn't have died there either. This is kind of that combo we're talking about. He's unkillable, but he doesn't do anything.
Yep.
They just literally walked around him the entire fight, and
up
you can just
pillars.
ignore him. What?
He throws up pillars.
Yeah, he threw up pillars, but it's not hard CC. Lee Sin just jumps over it. Lucian just jumps over it. Shyvana walks around it. More, black shields through it too.
The team's going for Baron, and they're getting awfully.
They're
close
gonna
to
get
execute.
zigged real bad.
And Ziggs
More hits
drops
is
the
fine.
ultimate, and oh god, I think we're gonna see some deaths here to Baron.
Yeah.
Shyvana forced the
ults
dragon
out of the
over
pit.
the wall. Lee Sin does get it,
Yeah.
and Ziggs. Oh my gosh, that was so
Oh.
close, so close. And here comes Elise. She might actually be able to execute someone. Lucian's just like, screw it, I'm throwing the Cullen. We don't want her near us.
Yeah, good try by Ziggs. He probably needed to be a little bit wait on that Ziggs bomb a little bit. He's not going to outsmite an Elise.
I think he was
but-
going for the 2 kills on Shyvana and
Yeah, I think if he
Elise.
saves it a little bit more, because if Elise is watching, Baron to make sure it doesn't get Ziggs bombed, it's possible he's gonna pick her up with that. He's gonna pick her up with that Ziggs bomb because she's too busy watching Baron Hall. But it was a good try, but it's really tough to 1v4, especially against the likes of a Morgana walking at you with Elise and Lee Sin, two very mobile, very dangerous champs.
yeah, for sure. But looking at these items, Ziggs is actually very close to being like what I would consider fully built, but he is not quite there. He does have that haunted guys in the works right now, but he has a lot of damage right now with the hat into Void Staff.
Yeah, he has the core 3. The Athene's hat white staff. Those are really, along with sword shoes, obviously. Those are really the core AP items. Once you get those, your damage doesn't really go up from there because there's no huge damage items unless you're building a a Deathfire hat. But most people don't. Most people don't do that. The Zonia's gives you some damage, and that's probably what's going to come out. But it might be Rylai's for more kite, and Rylai's works really, really well with the Leandries that he's probably going to build. Purple team picking up Dragon. Ziggs bombs early, but they'd have no vision, so just threw it out. It did massive damage to Morg. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Was that like 70% of her health? She was taking some dragon damage there too.
Yeah.
So it wasn't 70% of her health, but holy crap, the chunks. And that's part of the problem. While you do get good clear, a lot of Ziggs damage is in his ult.
Yep.
If the team fights quick. If the team fights long, Ziggs is going to do, the more spells he gets off, he's going to do a ton of damage. His passive is recharging more. Okay.
So while we would love to watch this game, we're actually going to swap to another one to see how this one turns out. And I apologize. Since we did come into this game a little bit late, we are going to cut out a little bit early, just because we want to swap to a different. I believe our semifinals.
Yeah, we're gonna
So-
swap to because this is a separate a different game earlier in the bracket. So we're gonna swap to starting game from scratch. This one's been very exciting. I look forward to seeing how it ends.
And
But
we'll
we're gonna
see
go to a
who
quick
goes
break.
to the finals. So we'll see you guys on the other side here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be spectating the game here between Comfy 2014 versus Girls Today, both of which have proven that they are very strong teams. So
Yeah, very excellent teams. We've seen some great games out of them in the previous tournaments. We haven't seen Comfy yet this tournament, but they were great previous ones. Girls G-Day performed excellently earlier in the day. I expect this game to be amazing. Little bit of info on the previous game, just with the way the brackets are working out and the timing was working out, we would have had to make people wait a long time if we ended up like finishing that game. So that's just why we're swapping. We want to keep the tournament moving smoothly, and just the way the tournament ended up being structured. So that's why we're jumping into this game. Very sad we don't get to see the end of that very close, very exciting game, but unfortunately fortunately, actually, keeping the tournament moving, and this game's just going to be amazing. So we should be getting into Champ Select any second now.
But yeah, that game that was ongoing, we didn't expect it to go as long as it did, and we didn't expect there to be a comeback. And these two teams were already waiting for a substantial amount of time, and we want to be able to keep everybody and not make this go out.
So this game is actually in the, these are two opposite sides of the brackets if you go look at it. Xanark and Apes and C8 Num are playing their semifinals match to play in the finals.
They're like 45 minutes in, and we were originally going to go watch these guys, but we had some technical difficulties.
Well, and then they went and got some, they took a break because of how the tournament was going. So in any case, this is the other semifinals match. So this match actually needs to finish. So as soon as they just need 1 sec to get ready. But as soon as they're ready, we'll get into Champ Select and we'll get into this game. Hopefully it'll be excellent. Hopefully it won't take too long. I'm fine with a 50-minute game. I love those very exciting back and forth games like we were watching. But also, we want this tournament to end at a reasonable time. We still have the third and fourth place match as well as the finals. And the finals,
we have 3 games left for you guys. So make sure you're watching. So.
Yeah, the finals should be excellent. That game, the Xanark and Apes versus C8, was really great, very, very close. And they look on par with these two teams, too. So these top 4.
Do you think we're going to see a rematch, Xanark and Apes versus Comfy 2014?
Was that the finals of our last tournament?
That was the finals of last tournament.
Yeah, we might. That game was really, really close. Xanark and Apes was blue team?
Yes, they were the blue team, and they were coming back.
They were coming back. They didn't have the poke, but Trundle was all tank. He was on the purple team. So they figured out that they needed a hard engage.
Yep.
And they were getting catches. Lee Sin was making plays left and right. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
Okay, so we are in Champion Select. Comfy 2014 is going to be the blue team, and they are our reigning champions. Go for the quick Thresh ban, and purple team is Girls Today. We spectated one of their games earlier, but we'll see if they can dethrone our reigning champions. Keep in mind, just a little backstory, we are aware that they are actually a challenger-ranked team. So, in Comfy 2014, they've only been playing for about 2 months together, which we found out in our interview.
Well, with this team, they've been a team. They had been a team for a while. They all basically go to school together.
Yeah, they go to school together. Anyway, bans still going out. Kale got banned, very strong presence right now. Kasten also got banned, and Braum. All of these are to be expected. So.
Yeah, the Thresh is the only one that really surprises me because Thresh gets pretty countered hard by Morg Bottom.
Yep.
So you often don't need to ban Thresh. You can just pick a support that's because Morg is great throughout the entire game. She catches a bind late. It's insane. Black Shield is just an extremely powerful ability. Well, both for initiation and for peel on your ADC. Because if they can't CC your AD carry, it's really tough to stay on.
Thresh really doesn't do that much besides utility. He doesn't do much damage. Yeah, he does team mobility.
Is fine, but it's not super high. Mobility and CC. So Morg can really shut him down. So he's popular, but often not ban-worthy. Jackson Lee Sin. Lee Sin is basically considered the best jungler right now. His early game and mobility is insane, and his late team fight presence is very, very good. You catch a kick, you kick the ADC into your team, you win.
Yeah.
5-man kick is a crazy amount of CC and damage because the base damage on that kick is very high. And Jax is obviously the quintessential carry top.
It's actually kind of curious because Lee Sin is actually Comfy, who is the jungler here for the Comfy 2014. Yep. That was the champ we saw him play all through the last tournament. And so he actually decided to ban Lee Sin, even though he had first pick. So kind of curious. I think they were more keen on getting the Syndra, it looks like.
Yeah, which is kind of impressive. Syndra, LeBlanc is still up, and Syndra does okay against LeBlanc. It's an extremely skill-intensive matchup for Syndra. LeBlanc, if LeBlanc dodges Syndra's stun/knockback, her
But I think we're going to see a Lulu mid, it looks like.
It could be Lulu's support, but yeah, it might be Lulu mid. Lulu mid does fine against Syndra. Not amazing, but fine. But it's not going to be Kennen. I would be so surprised.
He's come back in popularity
a little bit. He's still just not strong enough.
A couple streamers have highlied him. So.
Sure.
But it looks like,
they were just highlighting him because it was another Yordle. Like, first pick Syndra is really, really surprising to me. The only thing I can think of is that they've been watching Girls' Jude, and they wanted to take Syndra away from them. That would make the most sense. They're like, we're good on Syndra, and we don't want them to have her.
Yeah.
And that's fine. She's a power pick. Her ranged stun and CC is very, very good. She has great sustained damage, and she has a little bit of assassinate too. She has a little bit of everything out of mid. The only thing you don't have is that mobility. So like Lulu doesn't bully Syndra as much as she can speed herself up and dodge the stun and knockback, and then just kind of sit on Syndra, and she's probably going to outdamage Syndra. Just auto-attacking her.
So a couple lock-ins there. It's probably Kha'Zix as the jungler here.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Almost certainly. And then we have Jarvan the Fourth and Lucian for Girls Today. And so J4 is most likely going to be in the jungle is what I'm expecting so far, with Lucian at bottom lane. Ooh, actually, it could. I don't know.
I don't think there's going to be a Nunu. I dislike Nunu a lot. I just don't think he's very, very good right now. And it definitely has to be Lulu mid with the Morg pickup.
Yeah.
I guess it could technically be Morg mid, but
anyway,
Morg against Syndra. But in any case,
they're still locking that in. We did get the support here as Nami for Comfy 2014 and Shyvana, that strong Shyvana. Once again, at top lane.
Yeah.
Pablo the Twig has proven time and time again that he can crush it with Shyvana.
Yeah, like we said, she doesn't get banned a lot, but she's very, very strong. And I love Nami. Nami's one of my favorite supports right now. I think she's basically like Sona, but with interaction. She has a great stun, and her stun's not her ultimate. She has a great initiation tool like Sona stun with her wave. And it's also a good disengage. She has her heal, but her heal is actually really interesting to use. You can do damage to 2 enemies with it if you bounce it off an enemy. To heal 2 people with it, Sona just pushes her button. Nami has to actually like bounce it off of an enemy.
And Ryze is that final pick.
Yeah, Ryze makes a ton of sense here.
Yeah, he's very strong against Shyvana. He does have that range. He's a little bit weak at the early, but once he starts getting like a Tear of the Goddess or the components of the
he's the champ that can build Tear Rod.
Yeah,
and that's basically how you build him. You might finish your Seraph's Embrace second, but you usually get like a Frozen Heart, get some cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
This is why you can't pick Shyvana. She gets bullied really, really hard by Ryze. This matchup is bad for her because she tries to run at Ryze and he just roots her and does his full damage and walks away. He's a ranged champion versus melee, so he gets to get free poke in on her whenever she's last hitting. She's just, it's a really, really rough matchup for her. And Ryze scales as well as Shyvana. It's really tough to tell, but they both scale very, very well into the late game.
Ryze is a monster at late game just because he gets so much tankiness from a lot of those mana items, and he just is absolutely brutal with his damage at late game.
Yeah, he just because of his passive scales insanely well with cooldown reduction. So once he's maxed CDR with some tanky items, he's very hard to kill. He puts out insane amounts of sustained damage, and he actually has good AoE burst when his ult is up. So, you hammer your keyboard at the enemies and they die at 40 minutes. But
we definitely have a little bit of a wombo combo going on here with J4 Lulu. If J4 can get a solid knock up into a Lulu knock up, you're going to have a lot of lockdown there because Morgana, she just follows it up with the flash into chains. There's some serious damage that's going to happen.
Well, and the catch potential is absurd.
Yeah.
J4, Rise, Morg.
Yeah.
Like, Rise has the guaranteed
And
root, which can
Lulu's got that
guarantee a
obscene
Morg root.
slow. So.
Yeah. So they have a lot of ways to set up their CC chains, like from good range. J4 can just like EQ into his ult. And they have to flash it, and if their flash is down, they're done. They have Kate, which is good; she can net out of it. But like Syndra, they're just gonna, J4 is gonna ult on Syndra. Once Shiv's ulted, his ult is actually a great peel tool.
Yeah,
you're just like ult and then EQ out, and you're like later, enjoy my arena. No one's in there to fight you, and Shiv just like runs circles around herself. She's like, I'm on fire. But anyways, we should be getting to this game in just a minute, and. But yeah, Kha'Zix, very standard jungler. They've been tweaking him a ton because people love him and they really want to keep playing him. But he's also just had a tremendous amount of power for a very long time.
Yeah. For a while there, the original Kha'Zix death thing was his W. You would do the evolution on his W, and he could do massive.
Yeah, the original
burst.
thing. Yeah, because it like
massive.
It just triggered his passive, and just insane amounts of damage. And now they nerfed that, and they never brought it back to where leveling the W is really worth it.
And then it was kind of just like jump resets, where he was like kind of like Katarina, but
his jump had like almost a 1-to-1 AD ratio, I think.
Yeah.
So he would kill someone, jump on them, and then he could like jump and do like 500 or 600 damage on the next target. And in a team fight, it was very catty, where he would jump, and because of the low cooldown on his Q, that was almost always up too. So he could jump Q, jump Q, jump Q, and that was enough damage, especially if they're split up and isolated.
So it looks like the game is loading on our end. We will have it up and running here in just a moment. And keep in mind, this is the second semifinal match in between the teams Comfy 2014 and the Girls Today. So we'll see what the results were for that other semifinal match between Xanark and Apes and C8 Nam. It should have ended, I'm sure, was a thrilling ending, and this game should be a thrilling one as well.
It still could be going on. We could still be having like a 60-minute game. That game was close.
Yeah.
Baron Dance is very, very hard because while they have a ton of poke with Kate and Ziggs, they have to really worry about getting hard engaged on by that Morgana. Or, just like Lee Sin catching a kick, catching Kate out, which we saw him do a couple times. So
I gotta say, I really am liking Girls Today's team comp compared to Comfy 2014. Comfy 2014, like, they have proven that they are very strong, and they can definitely make some pretty awesome things happen with like Nami, Shyvana, Kha'Zix. Like, they definitely have some catch potential. But the synergy of Girls Today it's pretty potent. Like, it's a very strong threat there.
Yeah,
So Xanark and Apes did actually win out there. So we're gonna see if we're gonna have a grudge match here.
Yeah, it would be pretty exciting. I mean, truthfully, just based on ratings, I think the Challenger Team Girls Jude are.
I would say slightly favored.
I would put them at slightly favored too. But I think it's close. Anything can happen. You see some early first bloods. You see some cascading teams. I think the interesting thing is going to be whether Shiv can split push.
Yeah.
I think they would really like to split push here. I think they're going to have trouble sieging with all of the catch. Like, sieging into, like, Morg, Lulu, J4 is just really dangerous. You overextend it all, and you're dead. Like, your AD carry, it is Kate. It's the best one to do it with, but she can't really even go in range of the tower. We have a big quick invade.
Down goes the banner. He checks the bush. Blue team is very aware of this, pinging out all over the place. Drops
Nami walks back.
Does almost get found, but she does flash away from that. So
they get the flash out of Nami, but they took a bunch of abilities they weren't super excited about taking to start. Like, Morg really wants to start her puddle so that she can get a bunch of money off of that off of the Spell Thief's Blade, and she can push the lane, because Puddle is great for pushing that lane to get level 2 before your enemy team.
Yeah.
So unfortunately she has Bind first. It's not awful, but it's it's not ideal.
So, what prediction for where you think First Blood's going to happen? Do you think it's going to be the Morg Lucian combo, or do you think it's going to be up top first game?
No, I'm going to call mid.
You're going to think it's mid?
I think First Blood's going to happen mid.
I'm going to go for the 4-minute mark at top lane on the J4 gank.
I'm gonna go 4 minutes. I don't know. I'm gonna go with like
Not all
5
mid.
minutes at mid.
Okay, 5 minutes at mid.
5 minutes at mid.
This is for all the kudos.
all the
guys.
marbles. Yes,
All the marbles.
there's a lot of marbles on the line here, guys. So yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Both teams are starting at their bottom sides of their jungle, so we will be seeing those early ganks going at top and mid.
Yeah.
So,
And something we've seen, Nami actually started her E, which is a slow, and it actually does a ton of damage if you hit with all three. So that's gonna let Kate bully this bottom lane really hard. Nami's gonna, they're gonna push hard, and then Nami's gonna, hit up Kate, and then she's just gonna poke the crap out of them. Especially with Morg just having that bind. As long as they dodge that bind, they have nothing to fear from Morg. And that's kind of how the bottom lane goes anyways.
Caitlyn's doing some nice poke. Morg's throwing out the Qs, but not really lining up. Lulu's doing some nice pressure here on Syndra, and but she is still being able to farm, so it's not crazy pressure right now. But they are holding out. Top lane, looks like they've just been farming it up. Syndra's just like, I don't want to deal with you yet. But not Syndra, Shyvana. Syndra is taking a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, she is at half. She still has potions, so it's not the end of the world. Like, once she's out of potions and she's at half, it's a lot scarier.
Yeah.
She's gonna have to. She can knock J4 out of his combo. So she's either gonna have to like knock J4 out of his combo, or she's gonna have to dodge it because she's dead if that hits.
Yep. And still, the action is going down at bottom. Morgana's throwing out tons of binds here, and Caitlyn's doing some very solid pressure going on there. And unfortunately, Morgana hasn't quite found her mojo right now for landing these binds, because she's throwing them out there. Right now, she's taking a lot of punishment for those attempts. So,
yeah.
And Syndra once again taking a lot of poke, and now she is on her last potion. Kha'Zix throws out the Q there. Some big damage goes down on Lulu, but Lulu does have potions still, so she's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Oh, J4.
J4
Beautiful
goes for
flash
the
by
gank.
Shyvana.
Beautiful flash.
Yeah,
Dang,
up
it's
top.
so close. Come on, J4.
Yeah, you would have been right on too. Well, her flash is done. If he rotates back around through the lane, he'll get it, but it doesn't look like he's going to. It looks like he's going to walk in. Anyways, back about Morg. Morg is a great counter to like Thresh and Leona, the all-in champs that rely heavily on their CC. Even like she's good against Braum. However,
mid lane, Game's coming out. J4.
See, there's the knockback you were talking about.
But he does get slowed, and first blood goes
It's
to
very close.
Lulu.
No.
418. You were a little early.
Yeah, I was a little late because I said 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I said 5 minutes. So, but in any case, close. So, anyways, I have all the marbles, buddy.
Oh, but up in top lane.
So 32, like 33 seconds closer to your estimate than it was closer to mine,
But I called Jarvan. I called J4, not
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah. I just called mid. I didn't know who was going to get it. 'Cause I didn't
Anyway,
know
bottom
the
lane, oh geez, Lucian dishes out some really solid damage here on Caitlyn, but Morgana is caught a little bit far out, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Kate's too low to punish.
And J4 is coming in from the back here. Let's see if he gets the knock-up on Nami.
But not Lulu. Gets stunned under the tower. He's going to take a ton of damage. Almost
And
done.
goes
Wow,
down to
go
that
Nami.
damage on Nami because she now has red buff, so that's a scary Nami.
That's super huge, and she's going to be able to hold this lane. That burn is going to be super relevant for this lane. But something I was saying, Morg's very good against the CC all-ins, but against conventional supports with heals especially, she's less good because her damage doesn't stick. You just heal it up.
Kha'Zix looks like he wants to go for it, but he is too low to really go for it.
Yeah, he's not gonna be able to make anything happen.
So I think they're going to heal it up a little bit here, and all the lanes are going to be responding. Purple team does have a small lead here with that 1 kill advantage, but right now it's still fairly even. They're only up about 400 gold.
Yep.
And
they're up 1 kill.
Yeah, Comfy 2014 is keeping on par with all of their farming, just a little bit behind at bottom and top. But Caitlyn does have that assist, so she's actually slightly ahead.
J4, this is the problem with J4 jungle. His ganks are quite good. Less good since they nerfed the radius on his knockout. But his jungle clear is abysmal. It's bad. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's bad, it's gonna be bad. But, sometimes his ganks make up for it. But you can see it. He's down several camps off of this Kha'Zix. And Kha'Zix has had some lane presence, too. It's not like he's just been turbo farming.
Yeah. He showed enough presence to scare the crap out of Lulu at mid, and then he showed enough presence to deter bottom lane from trying to dive Nami. So, Syndra getting bullied really hard right now, and does manage to deter some of that damage there with a nice push, but unfortunately it looks like she is going to get forced back here relatively soon. Shyvana headed back here, and it looks like she is going to start falling behind here, actually pretty substantially.
Yep, she's not down a ton of creeps, but she's basically forced to farm under tower, and Syndra doesn't farm under tower that well at this level. Once she gets some, a little bit more AP and enough mana that she can use her abilities freely, she can farm better under tower, but 2 rings is not enough. Nami gets puddled.
Nice bind there from Morgana. It's going to put enough damage on the Nami to probably force her at least in a little bit more defensive until she heals up a little bit. Meanwhile, at mid lane, Syndra's forced way out, and Kha'Zix is most likely going to have to cover that lane. So, and this is going to allow both top and bottom here to probably exert a little bit of pressure since the jungler is temporarily out of commission.
Yep. But the other thing that, back to this Nami interaction, the heals are huge. Because Morg doesn't really have all-in 100% to 0% kill pre-6. And even then, she needs to, walk up and soul shackles you.
Yeah.
But what she does have is a ton of guaranteed poke when she hits a bind. But if you get to erase that poke with heals, she doesn't actually do anything.
No.
Especially if, her spell shield, it'll stop a stun, but you can actually just walk at the enemy while they're spell shielded and wait for it to drop.
Yeah.
And then stun them. So it's, she's good, but she struggles much more against, the likes of Nami, Sona, Janna, than she does against, your all-in, your Thresh, your Thresh, and your Leona.
It looks like we've got a move here going on the blue team's blue buff here. It looks like Jarvan is going to give it up to Ryze here. They did have a vision there on the,
they had a ward
the
place.
red side, but I'm not sure if they saw when Kha'Zix was back, but they did know the timing, so that they
Shiv has a ward, but she didn't respond. She was not paying attention.
And now there is a gank at top.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough. She has Dragon Form, saves it for J4 ult. He probably didn't need to ult there.
Yeah.
He probably should have saved his ult. You can see that she has her ult up. So you just you sit on your ult and then just do a ton of damage to her, and as soon as she ults, you ult her.
Yeah. And Ryze actually attempted to bind her there, but the Dragon Form does not get stopped by that bind apparently. So
well, how it works is you continue to your location, and the bind winds down while you're in the air. But if there's still duration on it, you're bound at the final location.
Yeah.
So it basically doesn't work.
Oh man, Comfy gets a nice catch here on J4, but Lulu does a beautiful ultimate on him, and that might be enough to keep him alive. He does get the kill there with an auto attack. Now he's on the run, takes an auto attack, and that ignite.
2 tower hits, doesn't get out of the tower just in time. He has to flash.
And Syndra goes in for support and gives up an easy kill and assist there to this Girls Today. So Girls Today is actually proven to be very strong right now.
Yep, they are looking very good. Very rough for Comfy. That Syndra, Syndra, that first pick Syndra does not seem to really be panning out. She is 0-2-0. She's behind Lulu.
And she's having a lot of trouble staying in the lane, enough so where she's actually gone with triple Doran's rings, which
puts you
not
way behind
ideal
on your real items. It's not where you want to be. She's also not building, with triple Doran's rings, you would hope that's enough mana to build something like a Deathfire Grasp to really get some burst and some pressure. But she still has that Null Magic Mantle, which means she's almost certainly going Athene's. So she's going to be so far behind on big items, because Athene's doesn't give you a lot of damage.
Nope, it gives you massive cooldown reduction and the ability to spam, but it doesn't really...
it doesn't give you that really damage pressure that you
I want
want.
to say it only gives 60 AP or something like that.
It's right around there. It's 60 or 70. But yeah, it's it's really all about the mana and the magic resist. So
and these bottom lanes still haven't gone back. They're at the 10.5 minute mark. Well, almost 11 minutes actually.
Yeah, they're both sitting on a ton of gold. Lucian burning his ult. He probably wants to go back here. Morg gets a bind, but it's just going to be some poke under tower. J4 tries to sneak over, runs into a pink ward. He's going to murder that. But yeah, otherwise, games slow down a bit. Everyone's just kind of farming. Ryze probably had to go back and buy because he couldn't really, with Shiv having her Spectre's Cowl now,
But that was a big back for him. He finished his Rod of Ages and now has that tier, which means he's got a huge damage increase. He doesn't have boots yet, so mobility is a slight issue for you. Rise really likes to get in your face.
Yeah.
And
J4.
beautiful gank from Jarvan coming over the wall. Kha'Zix was going to come in for the support as well and just couldn't get there in time.
Junkmaster Flex hanging out in the Wraith camp, ready to blow that Syndra up. And unfortunately, like, that first pick Syndra just not working out for them at all. You know, I don't know if they were taking it away from Girls GJ or if they just wanted to make sure their mid was on a comfort pick. But, you know, getting bullied by Lulu, getting blown up by J4.
Yeah. And with that death of the mid lane and Kha'Zix getting forced way back, Purple Team got very strong presence there at Dragon, got it for free. So
yeah, Dragon for free, no loss either. It's not like they had to go back after it. Bottom lane's still back at it. Kate's bot, she didn't get to finish the BT, which is really sad, but Lucian still has no items. He's probably just going to buy a full BT on his back.
Yep.
With 104 creeps and a dragon under his belt, especially if they get this tower, that should definitely be a dragon.
Yep.
Or a full Bloodthirster when he on his buy.
Yeah, he's got 3.5 days. He can almost buy it and finish
Yeah,
it.
Lucians have bought other things. You know, some people buy Bork.
Trinity.
Trinity is like 400 gold more than. Yep, there's the BT. Trinity is like 400 gold more than Bloodthirster, and you really want the lifesteal.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying he could buy nearly almost any item. So, because he was at 3,700 gold, so that's pretty crazy. For the first back. So Purple Team does have a pretty substantial advantage right now. They are at about 3k gold in their favor.
Yeah, that's pretty big at 13 minutes.
Yeah.
They don't have any towers down.
They're farming.
They have one tower down. So there's actually even more gold to take with their advantage.
Yep, but right now a lot of that is they've just been farming consistently better across the board. Just consistently, not outrageously, and then they've also gotten 2 strong objectives. Not to mention the kills.
And pressure. Tons of pressure. Like, J4 is 0-2-3.
Yeah.
He has both of the deaths on their team. And he is 20 creeps below Kha'Zix. But he's still, they're still way ahead.
And looks like he is going to go down.
He gets caught
Humpy
again.
Gets caught. Nami is going to be in a little bit of trouble. And that Bloodthirster is doing some serious work and manages to pick up the double kill. And now that Lucian is starting to get beefy.
Yeah, he was big before. Like, that BT that early is very powerful. He got to spend some time farming and stacking it too, which is also very powerful. You know, there's 3 longswords in there.
Caitlyn gets caught, and that is very bad for Comfy.
Yeah, a little bit of BM from Morgana there with the laughing while murdering her. She probably shouldn't have face checked. Wasn't safe. You know, if they'd seen Lucian and or Morg show up bottom, it would have been a little bit safer. But she probably should have known they were still there. They were all full. He has a Bloodthirster. He can heal up off wraiths at this point.
Oh,
no.
That's rough. Air snipe goes down to the Morgana.
Yeah, support just randomly picks her up as she's backing.
So, unfortunate. Very unfortunate. And Shyvana overextends a little bit, and she does flash out of the pit there of Doom, but gets knocked back up and is going to get bound once again here. And this is rough. This is rough. Right now, Comfy 2014, things are looking pretty grim. They're about 5k behind on the gold. They've lost nearly all of their outer turrets, probably all of them here. And they just need to take a deep breath, and they need to make some plays happen.
Yeah, I think
right
they
now,
can group up at this point. I think they might be strong enough to win team fights right now. I'm not positive, but I don't. They're getting picked off. Like, they need to. Syndra's just getting. Like, Syndra's gonna lose her inner tower to this Lulu. They need to do something. They need to get Syndra some items, and they need to give Syndra some breathing room.
Yeah, they need to give Syndra needs to get this kill on Lulu, so she gets that bounty
shutdown gold. Yeah, she needs that full 500.
It would be nice if she got the Rise one too, but the Lulu one would be very sweet for her.
Yeah, the Rise one is unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
He's probably going to play pretty safe now that he's so far ahead. They don't need him to pressure. They can have Lulu pressure instead, or just like have bottom lane pressure.
Culling goes down on Caitlyn there at bottom lane. Nice Q there for Nami to lock him down, but
Good Aqua
unfortunately...
Prison, but Kate still took a ton of damage, and she has her BT, so she's going to be able to heal this up in a little bit.
Blue team
Lulu's down
is
here
rotating.
too.
Lulu comes in from the back,
misses.
draws their full attention. Kha'Zix goes for the kill quickly there, but unfortunately Lulu drops the ultimate. There's the teleport here from Shyvana. Everybody's converging for this Lulu, and we'll see.
She's going to flash the wall, and
we'll
J4 comes in from behind. Probably a dead Syndra. No,
Kha'Zix falls way back.
Out.
Syndra manages
Everyone
to get
lives.
out. Rise
flashes. Yep.
Gets the bind. Syndra coming in. Not Syndra. The other one, the Dragon Lady, tries to Dragon Form out. Gets locked down by J4. Goes down. And now Purple Team went 0 for 2. They're cleaning up the jungle, healing back up, and I think they're going to put some solid pressure on this bottom turret.
Yeah, Rise is huge. They stayed too long. They tried to kill that Lulu. Once she walked into that bush right by their tower, they should have gone into the bush. Syndra probably should have just ulted. They should have hoped they killed her or not, and then they should have walked out because they should have known that, we can't see purple. They're converging on us. And unfortunately, they didn't, and they got caught, kind of got split up, lost a couple kills.
So right now, I think the name of the game is counterpicks right now. I think that's pretty much what happened is Shyvana got counterpicked pretty hard by Rise, and Lulu is just beating the crap out of Syndra.
Yeah, I don't actually know if Lulu is a counterpick to Syndra or not. It might just be a skill differential. I don't think the lane's easy for Syndra. It's definitely not in Syndra's favor, but it might be pretty even. It might be a skill lane. J4 certainly helped a ton. Kha'Zix didn't really do much mid. They had a chance to kill her when Kha'Zix came in from the side, but they weren't coordinated. Kha'Zix kind of goes and then backs out, and then Syndra goes and then gets her low, but not enough to kill her. And she didn't have heal either, so they didn't have to worry about heal or barrier bait.
Comfy 2014 manages to get the dragon here. They are falling back, but I think that's going to be a dead dragon. But Nami burns the ultimate, cuts it down, and now Rise teleports in the back. Let's see what he goes for. Some big damage on K. Heal goes down, and they manage to get out a little bit, but 3 people go down just barely under the turret.
Yeah, the Rise AoE and the Lulu AoE was just way too powerful. And some more BM out of this Lulu. Lots of laughing and everything. You're winning. You don't need to rub it in their faces. But in any case, each to their own. But yeah, they're gonna get this tower. I'm not sure they get to stay for the inhib. Everyone's gonna be up at 5. Tower's gonna be down. It's greedy to stay for the inhib, and they choose wisely, I think, to back off. They could give up a lot of kills and a lot of sprees, because Lulu's on a 500 gold spree. I think Rise is on a 500 gold spree. Lucian is on a 500 gold spree as well. So
looks like they're going for a little vision control, and Morgana actually missed the bush there. I think it might actually have been bait.
It may have been bait. It may have just been taking advantage of what's.
Morgana gets caught a little bit out, forced the flash over the wall, and shut down gold for Caitlyn.
Yeah, that's what they needed. They needed a shutdown. 1 for 1, but they're fine with trading their support for a shutdown on the ADC.
Yeah.
That's very good. That was kind of what they needed. I don't know. It would be interesting, if they put that ward down as bait. Oh no, we accidentally put the big ward in the wrong place. I better come kill it. We're gonna murder you. Or if it was a misplace, just a misclick, and they, it was just thrown down during the fight to see Kha'Zix ult.
Yeah.
Because that's very possible too. And they were just using it. They're like, hey, we got a ward sitting out here. Let's use it. Let's sit in these bushes and bait more. And, it was a little greedy. And I'm glad they got kind of punished for it. Going for 1 isn't awful. You lose a fair amount of farm potential, but see, Shiv misses her E, so she's not going to be able to trade with Rise at all. It's going to be really rough on her anyways. Seraph's Embrace isn't done yet. It's still just Archangel's Staff, so she doesn't have to worry about that shield. As soon as it's done, there's no way she's ever going to win 1v1 with him. It's too much damage.
But yeah, blue team is slowly trying to claw their way back, but they're down a lot of gold right now. 9K for 2014.
9,000 at 20 minutes it's a big problem. It is just over 9,000, and it's going to be very difficult to overcome. Power level is just too high.
Okay, Goku. That's enough of that.
Hey, just be happy that I don't have to charge up my casting.
This is true.
In any case.
Purple team looks like they're trying to put some pressure here at bottom lane. Shyvana goes for the split push.
Nice catch on Lucian, but he does get Lulu ulted and dashes and flashes out.
Oh gosh, they're all lined up, and the culling goes down, followed up by the Jarvan ultimate. Big damage goes down. 2 people go down without really doing too much. And unfortunately, that leaves Caitlyn, Syndra, and the Dragon.
Yeah, Lulu has that same effect that Kayle kind of does, where she can just, she can kind of counter that all-in catch. Because Lucian got caught. He straight up got caught. And if there was anyone but a Lulu or Kayle mid, he was dead. But that knockup, plus that extra health, kept him alive, let him flash out. Yeah. I think he burned both summoners there. No, he didn't have heal up. It was just flash. But let him flash out. And then they burned everything going all in. They're kind of out of position. And J4 is just like, oh man, you guys are all grouped up? I would love to fight all of you. And they died.
It looks like they wanted to put a little pressure there on bottom lane, but all of blue team rotated down. And Ryze is starting to get to that point where I would not want to fight him alone. At all. I think he could probably 1v2 almost everyone in the team.
Void Staff now. Oh no, that's real bad.
Yeah, he's got Seraphs and Void Staff, which means he's going to be pretty brutal. He doesn't have the cooldown reduction that he really wants, but he has a lot of damage.
Yep, and it'd be interesting to see what runes he's running. You can get a lot of cooldown on Ryze. If you're, like against a Shyvana, you could easily run cooldown per level runes. That would,
he's at 20%, so he definitely has some CDR.
Yeah, he has 5% flat plus the 5% in his runes, and then 10% off his.
Yep.
Oh, the bush
Shyvana gets caught
she's
and
takes her
big
ult.
damage.
She's gonna be okay. Yep.
She dragon forms out.
She
Blue team
is
a little caught out. That red buff there, or Lucian applying that slow was a little hard on Caitlyn. Did enough damage where she might actually be forced back, and now the Baron dance is on, and purple team has a strong position right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. They have that another pink ward. I don't know if it was against Kha'Zix again, or if it's just more bait. But we'll see, because they're actually on top of a ward where it'd be nicer to have that pink ward. They're Baron baiting. This is a problem. Blue team can't really do anything about this. They can see that they're not doing it though.
They do realize they're there. Jarvan goes for the initiate. Syndra does a beautiful push, but she is caught in that ring, and it's not going to be enough to save her. She goes down very quickly. Ryze gets actually pretty far caught out, but so much shield and that tankiness is starting to show a little bit. And but Kha'Zix does get the shutdown. And Shyvana looks like she might be able to get away there. Morgana's keeping pace.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix gets the double kill. Morgana looks like she is going to barely make it out from that Caitlyn, unless she decides to drop the ace in the hole. Kha'Zix,
one more Q. Is he going to live for it? Yes.
Gets the shutdown, goes down in the process. That's a lot of gold.
Oh no, J4 is going to kill this Kate. Yep.
And there's the dragon strike. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people down here for blue team, so there's not a lot of people to defend.
Yeah, J4 doesn't have a lot of mana, but he has enough health that he can put pressure on mid. I don't think Syndra's
super knocking.
Yeah, she ults him, but he has a Hex Drinker. Is that what I heard?
Yep, I think so.
Yep, yeah, he does. Okay, well, that's
teleport from
Ryze is just, oh my gosh, this is really greedy. I hope they get punished for that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
oh man, does some big damage to Nami, and Syndra gets the kill on him. Syndra needs these kills, and right now Kha'Zix got a bunch of them. So Kha'Zix will actually be able to do a little bit more in these team fights now, because I think he just finished that Randuin's and bought the components of that Hex Drinker that it looks like he's working on. So
yeah, I'm not a fan of being that greedy, especially when you've been BMing with Lath a lot of this game. You know, just the super greedy teleport into Nexus turrets. Like, I want to see that get punished. You know, less about which team wins and more just about like greedy play like that. I don't want to see it get rewarded. J4 is going to go for the steal on this. It's going to be tough to outsmite it. Yep, Kha'Zix Q.
And
he doesn't. They jump over the wall. Kate's kind of hanging out.
But she manages to caliber net over the wall. And now blue team is trying to dance with Jarvan here, who is caught a little bit out. Purple team's getting a little cocky right now.
Yep. He's not that tanky. He has the Hex Drinker, which is kind of a pseudo-defensive item, but otherwise he doesn't have any defensive items finished. He's just 2/3 of the way to that Randuin's plus that Hex Drinker. He has Merc Treads as well.
So it looks like Comfy 2014 finally started to get their breathing room a little bit back. Unfortunately, though, it looks like girls today, since they have that commanding Baron presence.
Nami's going to die, and they're still going to get Baron. Nami, good flash, but I think she's still dead. This Q
Lulu
needs
is
to
still
miss.
chasing, and here goes the Baron for Girls Today, and that's going to be bad news bears here for Comfy 2014.
Yeah, they're coming around on Lulu, but Shiv misses the E again, so that's a lot of her damage, because it does percent health damage, and it triggers on hit, so she gets 3 procs of it, basically, with auto attack plus her Twin Fang.
And Kha'Zix freaked out a little bit there. He saw that Lucian had that Baron buff, and he was like, uh-oh. So he did burn his ultimate, so he will not have that for the next team fight, most likely.
It's on a pretty low cooldown at this point.
Morgana gets caught out a little bit, takes a little bit of damage, but with that Baron buff, it might not be substantial.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Morg doesn't have any way to pop up Banshee's Veil, aside from her ult or Q. So, like, Shiv can just run at her like we saw, and you have to bind her to pop that Banshee's Veil. So if she doesn't have anyone with her, like she didn't, you know, it's just like, well, Shiv's gonna be on me and do a bunch of damage. Morg's passive lets her heal it back up, so she's, pretty close to back to where she wants to be, but yeah, they're gonna put a lot of pressure here. That inhibits back up. Yep. That's very good for them. That's what they need.
And they kept the gold advantage to under 10k. So it's not outrageous, but they do need to survive this Baron buff. Down goes the culling. Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra gets taken
some pretty good
down to half, back up from Nami, but they're gonna just press this inhibitor without any. Oh wow, Shyvana teleported to bottom turret. So Shiv's teleport is down, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here. Good spell shield by Morg.
Blue team needs to be very careful. They were going for the initiate. Caitlyn gets rocked, it looks like.
Caitlyn does go down
gosh!
That's really
she
good.
Survives and throws down the ace in the hole, forcing Morgana back. Cinder does a beautiful push. Nami throws in a nice Q to keep zoning out these people. Kha'Zix looking for a moment to jump back in.
Yeah, they have home guarding back. She's going to be full for this. Nami goes down, but full. Can she do anything here?
The rise is going to be pretty scary.
He doesn't have much in the way of armor yet. He doesn't even have Glacial Shroud finish. And
Kha'Zix needs to go back, heal up, and so that they can fight this out, because this Baron buff is proving to be a lot of regen.
Yeah, that regen is very powerful.
But if they can hold them off, the Comfy is actually going to be sitting okay here, because they just need to hold off and get rid of that Baron buff, and then they actually have a chance. Because besides Rise, they don't have that much late game. Like, Shyvana is going to get pretty
good. Yeah, Shiv's going to get good. Kate needs her 3rd item. She's only 2 items in. She needs that last whisper bad. That'll help her murder J4 very quickly. The problem is J4 has that range now.
Yep, that he does.
That is, that's going to make it harder for her to get away, and it's going to significantly lower her ability to kill him. And Rise is going to get that Frozen Heart, which is going to hurt even more.
Yeah.
She needs to stay out of range. Luckily, she's usually been out of range. Rise has been on the back line, and J4 has been like almost 1,000 units into the enemy team. So she'll be out of the range of Rise Frozen Heart if team fights are going well.
Another noticeable difference is Lulu just finished that Void Staff, so her damage just went up a lot as well.
Yep, that's pretty big. She's had Lich Bane for a while.
Yep.
So yeah, Lulu has a lot of items. She's really big. That's a bit of a problem because she's really hard to focus down. And she's just going to be doing lots of sustained damage from the back lines.
And Baron buff has got to be coming down here very soon. It's only got probably about 30 seconds left here on this Baron buff. So it looks like Purple Team's going to try and do just enough pressure here to try and take down this turret with the final remnants of that Baron buff.
Yeah, and the problem is Blue Team's inhibitor is going to be coming up right around when Baron's coming back up.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, they might, they're going to have trouble pushing out that lane and defending and being able to defend Baron because they're probably not going to be able to leave their base to go ward it up.
What they need is another
Kha'Zix
gets queued. He burns the ultimate.
Yep.
And Rise actually comes in the back, forces the flash from Caitlyn, almost picks up the kill.
He was a minion. He would have killed her if he hadn't queued a minion. She's going to come back with homework pretty quick.
J4 goes all in, and he is super deep. Nami actually gets dunked there, and the culling goes down, and they take down the turret, and this is going to be a second inhibitor.
Yeah, this is the death knell. Kate got caught by Rise. She should have died, but luckily he queued a minion, which is fine. But still, they don't make anything out of Rise going back.
They go for it. Comfy jumps in there with his E, and unfortunately takes a lot of damage. Rise, all of a sudden, eating people alive.
Yep. And he does scale very, very well. So yeah, this game is
going to
over.
be the game, and it looks like,
in the words of Lucian,
this is over. Yeah, Girls G-Day is going to come out ahead.
Yep.
And it looks like they're going to take a little bit of time to finish this, but essentially this game is over.
Yeah, there it is. So, well played, girls, GJ. Should probably cool it on the laughs a bit, but each to their own. Really good game. There was some like hesitation. That Syndra pick.
Yeah.
She caught up in farm, by the way.
She made her way back.
Yeah, she caught back up. She's only like 4 behind Lulu right now, but it took too long. And yeah, that first pick Syndra just didn't work out for them at all. I'd really like to like almost ask them, were you counter picking them, or were you just trying to get your mid on a comfort pick, or what was going on there? Because
it was a very different strategy from their other ones, because their strategy in the other ones was to have their mid be a ranged sniper and try and knock people out of targets. Mind you, that's like Nidalee, but
yeah, Nidalee was banned there, right?
I think so.
I believe so. So
it might have just been a target ban. So
yeah, it might have been a target ban. They just didn't want to give it to her. Don't know exactly what was happening, but it didn't work out. And sometimes things just don't work out. Maybe it's their comfort champ, but Lulu just is really rough.
Well, we have 2 games left here for you. The first game that we will be watching is the semi. Well, it's the penultimate, the third, fourth place match. And the winners will decide that, and it will be between C9 Nam versus Comfy 2014. So our champions have been dethroned, and then that second match will determine the new champion between Xanark and Apes versus Girls Jude.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive because like Girls Jude, they didn't make it all the way to the finals in the one of the previous tournaments. I believe so.
I think
they definitely shown some improvement over previous tournaments.
And Xanark and Apes have consistently placed in like the top 4.
So this should be a really excellent match. Xanark and Apes versus Girls Jude. But first, we're going to go to another thing which we haven't seen. Have we seen C8 Nam play? I don't think we saw a little bit of it, right?
Yeah, we saw him play briefly. That was that.
Oh yeah, they were playing Xanark and Apes, so we did get to see him play, and that was pretty good. They had the poke team, right?
Yeah, they had the poke team,
but Trundle the poke team with the all defense Trundle.
Yeah,
and I think he just needed one offense item so that they couldn't ignore him. Like just give him that Blade of the Rune King or a Hydra or even a Sunfire King. Because I mean, he sat in team fights for like a minute. Do you know how much damage a Sunfire Cape does when someone's standing next to you for a minute?
Yeah, a lot.
It's what, like 2,400 magic damage?
Yeah.
It's like your health and magic damage, so, and he's doing that to multiple people. So this game lobby is coming up real quick. Looks like we'll be able to get into this game really quick. Okay. We are going to take a short break right before we get into this game, though. So
some people need to tinkle, it seems. So we are going to go to break. We'll be back in just a moment with this grudge match, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. So see you on the other side, guys. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do have this
Third-
penultimate match that we will be displaying today. This is the third and fourth place between Comfy 2014 versus the
C8 Nam. Yep.
C8 Nam.
And we have bands coming out quick. Nidalee, not surprising. Kale, not surprising. Ari, a little surprising. Syndra too. So, kind of surprising that Syndra is seeing bands, considering she actually, in the LCS and otherwise, hasn't been performing that, especially today, hasn't been performing that great. Rengar, I don't know. People have started banning him in solo queue. He has the ability to kind of jump and murder someone, but, as soon as he can't jump on and murder someone, he's really worthless. So, I don't think he's really ban-worthy in my personal preference. And he hasn't been putting up that great of numbers, but he can be very scary, and maybe there's a really good Rengar on the other team. Braum, obviously, last ban, not surprising at all. That guy's a monster. Ari, surprisingly, that's got to be a targeted ban.
I think they targeted versus Nightwish. It looks like they, not Nightwish,
I mean,
Air Snipe.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Because Nidalee was, I know, his top pick last tournament, and I assume these are all targeted bans versus Air Snipe.
We'll ban out Air Snipe, and he was definitely the weakest link in the last game too. So it might not be a bad idea to just target him, especially because if you can ban out a mid, it's really, really hard for them to have the impact on the game they need. And right now, mid has a tremendous amount of impact on the game, almost as much as jungle.
So Lux actually going for the mid.
That's a little surprising. Lux is not a very popular pick. She's just all of her abilities are skill shots. You have to hit the ball for her to be good.
Yep,
and
I assume she's
mid
and not a support.
It's almost certainly mid. She's a little bit weaker out of support. The only reason I can think of it is Lux is the last AP that Air Snipe plays well.
Yeah.
So if you just take that away from him, he just probably has no AP. He has no good mids, which would be kind of surprising because all the AD mids are still available.
I assume he prefers the AP pokers.
Yeah, well, if you basically need to get Rise right now.
Yeah.
If you're putting an AD mid, just because you don't have enough magic damage otherwise, and you just the enemy team builds a Frozen Heart, 3 people build Randuins, and the tank builds a Thorn Mail as well, and you just can't kill anything.
So Comfy did decide to go with that Lee Sin as his jungler. That was his staple the last tournament.
Yeah, played amazingly on it, looked really great, and a lot of the pros agree too that Lee Sin is the jungler right now. His teamfight presence is great. Yeah, Jax was open though. That is, with all those weird bans or banning out a lane, this is what happens, and it actually works out for the people banning out a lane because they get Jax third pick. That's real big because that champion is monstrous. They don't have top yet. I would bet on a Rise pick here.
You think Rise?
I think Rise. Rise is good against Jax. Rise scales really well late.
He's just someone who's Shyvana still.
Shyvana doesn't match up well against Jax.
I still think I'm going to go with Shyvana, but we'll see.
Shyvana is Pablo's good go-to champion. I think we're getting teased with a Kog'Maw here. I would not want to pick a Kog'Maw against Lux, Twitch, Jax, and 2 blanks. We're getting teased. Getting T-mode.
And anyway, the Thresh is the support. We didn't discuss that, and we do have the Twitch for the AD carry. So Twitch is, like we said before, he has very potent AoE damage, and it is mixed too, because he does a little bit of magic, a little bit of a lot of AD. He does a lot of AD.
Yeah, he's a lot of AD, and this is with that Lux pick early. That's it's pretty impressive that they get 2 very contested picks, second and third.
Yeah.
In Twitch and Jax. Lee Sin makes a lot of sense, but Thresh isn't that contested. So maybe their support's just the most comfortable on Thresh, or they feel like the Thresh mobility combined with Lee Sin mobility is very, very strong. Looks like we're going to get a Vayne here. Vayne's not bad. She has decent kiting ability against the likes of
Twitch.
Jax, but she doesn't do well at all against Twitch.
Yeah.
He bullies the crap out of her because he has longer range than her. He actually has longer range than her.
Yeah.
So he gets to poke her with longer range, and his early damage burst is better, so she's just not going to win early, and he gets to stealth on her if he's ahead at all and just murder her. Because if he's behind her, she can't condemn him away from her. She has to condemn him behind her and then run that way, or run deeper into the lane and get murdered.
So it looks like they're still figuring
Nautilus?
out the...
No, it's not going to be any of these. They're teasing me. I love Nautilus. Oh, man.
Old bear.
I have a deep love for Nautilus.
God. I'm dying.
Anyways,
I'm dying.
yes. Oh,
Save
bear.
me.
I do love some bears.
Save me,
too.
guys.
Yep.
Anyway, looks like Lulu is going to be the support, though. Malphite. Oh, I love me
Yeah,
some
we're not
Malphite.
going to see Malphite. Gragas is possible. Wow.
Yeah.
We just get to see everything, don't we? Nasus, come on. I don't like Nasus.
I'm going to guess
as a
Jungle Heimer.
Heimer?
Yeah.
The Dinger! No. Zyra. I love Zyra. We can have some
support.
Zyra.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
she's
can
good.
get behind this.
And Shiv. They're taking Shiv away from Pablo. They have the Ryze already for Pablo. Although Ryze can go mid. It's not awful. Who would be up against? I don't know how the Ryze versus Lux matchup works. Ryze kind of has to walk at you to do anything, and anyone that has to walk at Lux is pretty rough on them.
Yeah.
But with the range buff on his Q like a while back that made him playable. Ooh, double APs. They're not going to have a guarantee. They're not going to have a real tank if they do this, and they don't actually have a ton of poke. But he gives them the wave clear they need.
Oh, they're going for it.
What happened? They dropped out of game. Either it was a mispick or someone like dropped. We're probably going to keep our. His runes were bugged.
Okay.
So same band, same picks is almost certainly what we're going to do. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So yeah, quick band, same picks. And just fixing a rune page. And that's good. So anyways, we're going to have to run back through Champ Select, but it's going to be real quick. Oh, yeah. We can't actually type in this, so we're not going to be able to ask them to restart. They remade already. They're back in Champ Select.
It's just, you can just keep it on us, and then...
Yeah.
Anyway, so, yep, they're currently remaking the game. You guys can't see it right now, but it's going to be the same picks and bans that we last saw, and well, not the same bands, but the same picks, and that was going to happen because there was a little bit of a glitch with one of the summons.
Yeah, someone's rune pages. It looks like glitched out. So hopefully, I don't think you guys can see anything. We'll get the spectator in as soon as the game starts. I think that's what we're going to do because we don't want to make them remake it a third time. It's just a waste of too much time, and it's getting a little bit late anyways. So, yeah, we should get the... Yeah, we'll have the spectator come in, so you guys aren't going to have vision, but you don't get to see the wonderful 3-minute spectate delay cooldown with us. But you do get to hear our wonderful voices while we, geek out about
see our
their
beautiful
teams.
faces.
That's true. They are pretty beautiful. But anyways, these teams, Zyra, Zyra has like the best disengage in the game with her ult plus that root. Lux also has good disengage with the bind. So the thing is, there isn't really any hard engage aside from like that weird Lee Sin hard engage
and the thresh. The
thresh hook. Yeah, you can but that's really all they have. So I think the Zyra disengage is much stronger than the engage off of Comfy here.
They can do some zone stuff with Ziggs. Like Ziggs
Yeah,
can sometimes
the thing is
force
they don't have any
engages,
support
but-
aside from Ziggs.
Yeah.
It's all Ziggs. Ziggs
Yeah.
is like the only guy. Like Ryze has to ult to clear waves.
Yeah.
Vayne is awful at clearing waves. So it's kind of a weird team comp for Comfy here. I think they want to get picks early or get picks late. And I think
if they get to late game,
Ryze gets
C8.
big, and if Lee Sin can get them ahead, it's going to be really rough. If he keeps Jax down, especially. The thing is, they're going to have trouble with objective control because fighting in close quarters is going to be awful. Yeah. Fighting in those corridors and those jungle corridors against Lux, Twitch, Zyra's going to hit her roots on multiple people. You're going to be fighting through slow plants the entire time. Not to mention her ult is just going to knock up your entire team. Twitch gets to spray and pray everybody because you're channeled. Lux, it's much easier for her to hit all her abilities when you're walking in a corridor the width of her final spark.
And Twitch, he's got his casks.
Or like, rat-a-tat-tat. Or whatever. Yeah, it's rat-a-tat-tat now. It used to be spray and pray.
They have the ability to group people up a little bit too with Shyvana's push. She can push
Shyvana's push, Jax. Well, and also those guys are going to be big. You're going to have to, they're just going to be on top of you. Objective control is going to be really, really rough. What Purple Team needs to do is they need to get picks, and they need to avoid 5v5 team fights or chasing in the jungle. Because that's going to be really bad. Open lanes, it's going to be a little bit better for them.
In the jungle, they do have some safeguards. If Lee Sin can get some nice kicks, then they will have some opportunities.
Some safeguards, eh?
Stop it. Unintentional. Anyway, but they do have some ability to lock down these champions a little bit because they do have some AoEs with those that Rise, his ultimate. If he does manage to get into that range, he can dish out a ton of damage. The problem that they will have, though, is just more consistently, the C8 is going to be way better.
Well, if, like, would you say, like, with those safeguards in the jungle, if Lee Sin really hits those dragon kicks, it would be crippling to them?
Oh, my God.
Do you think my jokes are resonating with the viewers?
I think they're all face-palming right now.
That's fair.
Maybe even gouging their eyes out.
Well, if they gouge their eyes out, all they need to do is send out a sonic wave, and it'll help them see.
Okay, I'm dying.
Anyways, these Lee Sin...
These jokes are in vain.
You would need iron will to tolerate all these Lee Sin puns?
No. I've moved on from Lee Sin puns. We're now going on to other... I've rose... You might say I've risen above it.
Well, I need to get them all. So one could say you're rising above the tempest of Lee Sin puns that are coming out. I got them all. That was important.
You're like
tough.
flaying my mind right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, these puns certainly are a death sentence. I feel like I'm trapped in a box with you.
We're done.
Fine, taking a dark passage out of Punsville into the real game.
So we are at the loading stage of the game. It will be up here in about a few seconds or so. So that way you don't have to deal with our puns and awfulness that is currently going. But in the meantime, we're going to have to stick with it.
We will?
Until we burn out.
Oh, I see. We've descended into a worse area with more bad puns and dragons.
This is true.
Well, there's two of us, so I guess it's basically a twin strike of awful puns.
Oh, God.
Yep. Just getting entangled here.
Stuck
in a mire of plans. We should be. I don't know why we're still going. It's embarrassing. We've run out of things to say about the teams. We really can just say ability names in awful
puns. But it should be. So this is for third and fourth place. The winning team will get that 1,600 RP, while the losing team will get only 800 RP.
Yeah.
So this is for a little bit of goodies. Hopefully they buy some nice skins. 800 RP. It's a pretty decent way towards some of those skins.
Yeah, it's no slouch. The price is right. You had to spend your afternoon playing games to win RP?
Yeah.
Man, it's got to be rough. Anyways, so, and we'll have the awesome winners match, which looks to be great, between Xanarch and Apes and Girls Jude right after this match. Yep. And that one should be excellent. Both those teams have looked great in our tournaments previously.
Yep, and they're
great
consistent.
veterans.
They play very consistent.
They play consistent. So. They play great games. They're very entertaining. Sometimes they laugh at their enemies. Look at you, Girls Jude. Gotta cut that crap out. But in any case, should be pretty interesting. Nothing interesting on summoners at all. 2 teleports. I lied. Lux has teleport. This could be awesome. Lux Gang's bottom.
I really wanted to teleport on Twitch. I want to see all teleports.
4 teleports and a smite. Or 5 teleports. It's just smite teleport Shyvana. I mean, people have done it. Like Yi. Yi used to do it.
I know.
Back in Feral Flare days. Yeah. But, yeah.
You mean back in like 3 weeks ago?
Was like Feral Flare being good only 3 weeks ago?
3 or 4 weeks?
Like a month. Yeah, I think it's closer to a month.
Anyway.
Back
in my day.
Back in the day.
When
we
I
had to
used
walk
to do,
uphill both ways to our jungle camps through 10 feet of snow.
What was the name of that? That stupidly good item. It was Gold Generation Mana.
Innervating Locket?
Innervating Locket.
Yeah! Oh man, that we can talk about Innervating
anything but Heart of Gold and Innervating Locket.
Oh, I love talking about Innervating Locket to people that haven't, that are like, they don't know what it is. You're just like, so this is what this item is. It gives you health and mana regen, and it gives you health and mana regen when you use an item, and it gives you cooldown reduction, and it gives you health and mana, and it costs like 1,900 gold. Udyr had infinite mana. Just unkillable Udyr. No, DCs, please. Please. Yeah, I definitely should leave. Yeah, they do have the pause option. They haven't taken it yet. Hopefully the connections can come back immediately. I really hope we don't have a remake.
Yeah.
So they really should pause it at this point, but we don't have control over that. So we'll see. Purple team's invading. They're camping on this red, which will be really rough because if Zyra's not there, there's no way they can contest it.
No.
They can possibly win a 4v4.
There's
now
the
pause
pause.
comes out.
So.
Hopefully, Smitten Kitten will be back shortly.
Looks like it's gonna be a quick pause.
Yep.
So
it should just be a little bit, but you also don't want you want to make sure she's up and moving because you don't want to even getting back to lane 5 or 10 seconds late is really, really detrimental. As we've talked about, how granular the levels are in this game, how awful it is to get back even a little bit late to miss even one melee minion worth of XP.
And the higher up you go in the skill level, the more expansive are these gaps in skill level. Even just missing 1 or 2 CS every now and then.
Minions have
It looks like Jax is calling for a lot of trash talk in all chat, so we'll see. If both teams are into it, if it's all in good fun, I'm all in. You know, that's great. We can have a good time.
Then maybe we can trash talk too. We can talk some dirty smack.
We can talk some dirty smack, but I don't think it's a good idea for us to do so.
Agreed.
So, we try and keep it respectable and reasonable. And Zyra's gonna ward over the wall. Yep. But not into the bush. Did she fail ward? I don't know. We can check that real quick. Yeah, she didn't get into the bush. So, quick facts. If you're right up against the wall, you can ward into that red bush from the golem pit. But you have to be right up against the wall and you have to just max range it. But you can get it right into the edge of the bush. And that's really good. Lane's pretty normal, no jungle invades. Shiv started blue, actually, but she's gonna walk over a ward, so they're gonna know she's at red. Probably not gonna do anything about it. Lee Sin is moving into top jungle, Ziggs isn't in position. Yeah, nothing's gonna happen about that. So we're gonna have a normal jungle start, although Shiv's gonna be bottom. Lee Sin knows he's gonna have a free gank on Jax. Jax is hard to gank. Yeah. Especially with Ryze only having a 0.75 second. Oh, beautiful flash.
Yep.
I don't know if he was dead, but he saved himself a ton of health. Dueling going on bottom.
And nice hook there from Thresh on the rat here. The no condemn though to follow it up and actually gets slowed up there by
Zyra exhausted. Zyra exhausted Vayne. There was oh wow!
Beautiful comeback there from the rat. Manages to do enough damage there, level up it looked like, and then do the not expunge, but contaminate.
Yeah, he had been stacking it up, so he got the 2 extra stacks from the cask.
Yeah.
And then the expunge. So he was sitting on a lot of damage there, which was very impressive. Because that level 1 damage on 5 stacked contaminate is a lot. Yeah. I don't know the exact damage, but I know it's very high for a level 1 ability. And that's one of the things. Twitch has a good early game with contaminate. Yeah. And he has a good attack speed buff early off of ambush too. It's a little hard to use, but it's still pretty solid.
And here comes some action up at top lane. We got Lee Sin there.
We have a 2v2. Shiv's too low to really duel this.
And
luckily,
she
Sonic Wave misses.
Yeah, she dropped the ward, caught vision, and immediately ran away.
Yeah, that would have been crippling for her if she'd gotten hit by that Sonic Wave.
Okay. No, we're done with the puns. We're done with the puns.
I just had to get one more final smart in there.
Stop
we were
that.
done. Anyways, so Lee Sin coming in mid. Yeah, this is going to be a good gank. She needs to dodge this. Oh, no.
Beautiful satchel charge, and most likely going to be dead there. Goes down to Comfy there with a final auto attack, followed up by that resonating strike.
Good air snipe. Very impressive on that satchel charge, being very patient, landing that knockout to guarantee the Lee Sin Q. So even after the flash,
top lane, we missed a little bit of an exchange here, and we'll see if Lee Sin can get the blind kick.
Can he hit the blind kick? He just walks around to guarantee it.
And boom!
Not blind. He had to see it. But brilliant play by Quimpy. And this is what we were talking about with the Lee Sin, why a lot of pros think he's number 1. He has this roaming ability. His wave clear isn't bad either, but he stays high in the jungle with Safeguard and Iron Will.
Yeah.
And but his roaming and mobility is very powerful, and he can kind of safely dive, more than almost any other champ.
Yeah, for sure. And he just has a lot of utility too. He's slippery when he needs to be with the ward hops, and he can get into your back line and get into those high priority targets. Jack's putting out some nice damage here on Ryze, and Ryze hasn't gone back yet. And he actually still has
he's going to teleport right back. There's no way he'd go back here. He'd miss too much. But yeah, he's just going to teleport. We should see it any second. I guess he's going to wait till he's full. Oh, Jax isn't pushing that hard. He has time. There's the teleport back. So, yeah, Jax has double Dorans. Rise has... Wow! Rise has tier plus Ruby Crystal.
Yeah.
That's insane. He must be running, like, 0921 for the extra gold out of utility tree. Because that's, like, too much gold for what he should have at this point. We'll see. Big fight going on bottom lane.
Nice. That sentence there.
Yeah.
From the
Exhaust on Twitch will get Vayne out. But Twitch is...
he might be able to get the kill here.
Yeah.
Fire Hazard's taking
Oh,
big
Luke
damage
hits
with
on
the
Thresh.
root, and that should be enough. They flash to keep up, and actually Vayne gets the kill. Lee Sin comes in with the safeguard, misses the resonating strike, but does get the
He
cripple.
gets the cripple down.
And there, down goes
Exhaust
the
is down.
exhaust
He needs
and
to
a
hit this
root.
Q. She needs to dodge it. It's going to be tough. Yeah, she's
Oh,
dead.
but he lands it, and there's the killing spree from Comfy. He is brutalizing this team right
Yeah, and that's beautiful because Vayne gets to sit down and just farm this massive wave instead of being scared of Zyra. So great plays, and Lee Sin just being all over the map, doing all the presence they need. He's behind on farm, but that's fine. You know, he's making presence.
And it looks like you are right. It looks like Rise decided to go with that heavy defense and utility.
Yeah, the utility, yeah. And like the money's really, really good because he's constantly auto-attacking his enemy. So he's just getting like, 3 gold every 10 seconds or so. Lux roaming up top. It doesn't do anything though, misses the root. And she's probably just going to need to leave after killing this pink ward. Ziggs, luckily, not big enough just yet to push this wave onto tower. So she's not going to miss too much. She's staying up for another wave. Oh, shit.
In the jungle, Lee Sin.
But he hits 6. He just can kick her away.
Oh, it looks like he's trying to bait her back in, but unfortunately not able to really bait her too much. And if Ziggs can land one more Q, he might actually be able to snipe her, but does not quite
and he
land.
had to use the satchel charge to get there, so he didn't have the CC disruptor.
Yeah. Meanwhile, bottom lane, not much is going on. Jax still was pushing out that top lane. And right now, pretty calm. Ziggs getting a blue buff here from Lee Sin.
Yep. Oh, he pulls it too far away, so that's very dangerous for Lee. He's going to live, but barely.
And it looks like he's finally going to go back, and he does.
He's going to finish that Lizard Elder. He's got to have it with 3 kills. He's a little behind on farm, but...
He has 600 gold. He should have it.
Yeah, he's got it. So, yep, Lizard Elder done. That's going to be a big damage spike. It looks like Shyvana is actually going to be going Feral Flare. We'll see how this works out. We had talks about Feral Flare. It's hard to have presence when you're farming it up. However, Shyvana is, I think, the fastest. Udyr might be slightly faster.
Yeah.
But Udyr might only be faster when he double builds Emerald items. Because you can actually build Spirit Stones plus Razors.
Yeah.
And then Udyr just, clears a camp in 2 seconds. He, Phoenixes twice and is dead. She has one of the highest clear times. I don't think she uses it as well as, say, a Warwick or a Master Yi, but her clear times are better, and all the free stats she gets are very good.
Yeah. And meanwhile, at top lane, looks like they're trading enough damage for
Yeah,
just
this
a
is
really
a problem.
broad
Rise
ult.
because Jax is out of mana, and Lee is here too. This
Here
is
comes
a
a
dead
teleport
Jax.
from Lux, and we'll see what she decides to do with it.
Yeah, this
Does
is
land it, big damage going in, hits the kill, but Rise does do enough damage to
Yeah,
release the kill.
but
Meanwhile,
chased
at
out
bottom lane,
fight.
big damage going down as well. And it looks like Ziggs rotates and manages to help with the kill. Well, actually, he didn't. Weird. Anyway, Shyvana comes in as well.
Yeah.
She's going to do enough damage to go down.
Yep.
Jeez.
Ziggs still had Ignite. So the Ignite on Shyvana plus just him landing all his
ult?
damage
Yeah.
was just really rough. She also missed her ult. She needed the damage off of that. So just kind of an uncoordinated team fight bottom from Blue. They got Vayne right away, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think they got Vayne, but then they kind of died, and Shiv tried to dive and didn't make anything of it. And that cost her a tremendous amount because not only is she missing farm time, Lee Sin's also just in her jungle dumping her big minions. And the best thing you can do against a Feral Flare jungler is take those big minions off of them because they have to reset the camp. It screws up their pattern. So they're trying to turbo farm, but they can't. Jax jumping on this Rise, misses the stun.
And takes a lot of damage there from that ulting Rise. And it looks like it's going to be enough to
Comfy's
force
back
him
up here, so are we going to do this again? He's going to
Does
have to
get the
jump,
bind.
but
Oh, beautiful flash, though. Dodges the resonating strike, so.
I think Lee must have thought
Or
that his
Sonic
flash
Blade.
wasn't up,
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I think he would have just waited on the Sonic Wave because he could have walked into cripple range.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, at mid, Lux and Ziggs are still duking out, but Ziggs does have that double buff now, so he is going to be a little bit potent, but he is only at half. We'll see what happens here. We got two junglers here hanging out. Shyvana is aware of Lee Sin, but Lee Sin is not aware of her.
Yeah, she's going to get a lot of damage in. He kicks her away immediately. Lux misses the root, and that's going to be the end of this.
He does take quite a bit of damage, but I don't think she has enough to kill him with the final spark.
Yep. Lux is playing very well. I'm very impressed by it, but unfortunately, just the way the champion plays, she misses a Q and she's basically done.
Yeah.
She can do a little bit of damage, but that's about it. So yeah, she's she's putting a lot of pressure on Ziggs, but as soon as he goes back and spends some money, he should be just fine. He'll probably get Codex boots. Oh, he can just finish the themes. That's insane.
It's good for him with tier 1 boots. It looks like Lee Sin's trying to hunt for that Lux.
She's going to have to hold that right now.
It looks like she is going to drain percent, but gets hit by the wall. And down she goes to the Comfy, who is now 5-0. 5-0.
Yeah, she was waiting on the Flay, because Flay can actually stop her Dragon's Descent entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just ended up, taking too late. But yeah, the Lux mechanics, I'm very impressed by these Lux mechanics. They're very good. She really, knows her range and just knows her abilities and how to poke well. This is going to be a free dragon. Zyra's going to poke him down with plants, but they're actually attacking the dragon. They're helping.
Nice smite. She burned her ultimate, too.
Yeah, that's real bad. Her ult isn't going to be able to outsmite a Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And that's a long cooldown that she's not going to have for fighting bottom. So unless they just think there aren't going to be fights bottom, I'm not on board with that decision. But hero dragon steals are a lot of fun, and they actually do swing the game pretty hard.
So it looks like Jax wants to play around with Ryze a little bit here, but Ryze is starting to get pretty potent. He does have that catalyst now, which means he's got quite a bit of sustain too.
Yeah.
And
it's going hard, but this isn't going to do anything.
And his tier is at 186 out of the 750, so it's starting to get stacked up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, because he built that second, right? No, he built it first.
He built it first.
Yeah, it was his first back, but it does take a while. Now he's been back and he has a second mana item, so he can, use abilities on cooldown, basically. Just, make sure he's stacking that tier maximum, using the maximum, capped stacks. Yeah, you have to click on Shyvana to see how many stacks
she's at. 16 for Shyvana,
which is really behind for 13 minutes. You should really be aiming for about 15 minutes to get your Feral Flare stack. It's me. And she's been trying to have lane presence, but hasn't successfully had any. She has 0 assists and 0 kills. So she probably should have just been turbo farming, because the damage spike, the power spike you get from finishing that Feral Flare, because it doesn't do much in the way of damage to champions until you turn it into that flare. And then it does a lot. This is a stun, and she ults, but
does the ult, but now she's caught a little bit out. She does manage to slowly work her way back, and it looks like she will be able to get out just fine. Lux looks like she's going to be rotating up as well. Jax jumping on the Ryze, doing quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, Jax has a tremendous amount of burst. The problem is getting rooted. They don't follow it up, which is impressive because they had a big creep wave. I think her ult was back up for this too.
And Zyra ult does go down, but unfortunately doesn't catch anyone. Just does a little damage to Vayne, it looked like.
Yeah, and then she Dark Passaged out, so the shield absorbed a lot of the damage anyways. This top lane's actually surprisingly good, because Jax does a ton of burst if he's charged up right. Yep. Oh, is this a dead?
And
Wait,
it's
going hard.
Hook, but does massive damage to Vayne, bursts her down before he can really do anything, and Thresh actually goes down as well, giving a kill actually to Zyra.
They must have thought Zyra was back or something, or they just thought they had win range. They didn't count on Twitch just being all in. He's like, I'm gonna murder Vayne right now. Vayne, I think she just finished her Blade of the Rune King too. I think Twitch's blade was dead. Because Twitch bladed there, and Vayne didn't. So I think her blade must not have been finished for that fight.
Yeah, it must not have been. Anyway,
and she shouldn't be fighting a Twitch with a blade when hers isn't done.
Yeah,
that's just the damage spike on that, like, because the pieces of that item, the like 2 daggers, are so much worse than the finished item. It's absurd. Because you spend 1,000 gold for the combine, and the item is gold efficient on its own. So, like, yeah, you can't be fighting someone with a board when you don't have yours.
And it looks like Lee Sin's trying to play around in the jungle here, and it looks like he is going to get caught. Kicks Jax away immediately, who then proceeds to ward jump.
Rise is going hard.
And it looks like Lee Sin is going to go down, but he does manage to pick up Shyvana. And now Rise is in a little bit of trouble. He got caught out of position, but Ziggs comes in from the back to try and support. I don't think he's going to be able to get Lux.
Jax is walking through these minefields. Alright, this is... Yep, the flashes the stun, and that's going to be the end of this fight, although Ziggs is going to get some poke on these guys as they walk out. Lux
maybe he can land one more Q here over the wall. Let's see if it can happen.
I don't think it's worth it. He's at half. He could actually just get bursted down by Jax.
Yeah.
Especially if Jax gets to charge up his abilities.
So incredibly close game. For 16 minutes in, there is only a 300 gold differential.
Yeah, very close. 9-9 in kills. One tower down for blue team, and that's basically bottom lane just winning very, very hard. But like blue team's bottom is winning hard. Purple team's jungler and top are really wrecking, and you know, mid's pretty even actually.
Yep, pretty even.
Lux build hat hurts. That's weird. You don't see Athene's second item very much.
Yeah, not very often.
Lee Sin shows up, so Twitch is stealthed in, and this is going to be dangerous. He's going to get
Vayne goes for the flash initiate there on the damage, but Zyra ultimately goes down, deters a lot of it, and the Rattata-tat-tat goes out, doing tons of damage here to Lee Sin. He manages to safeguard away, and the final spark almost took out Vayne.
Yeah, but unfortunately just kind of split the enemy team, and that's the big problem with like Lux teleporting in behind the team. Like, it's all skill shots. She just has to fire that laser and hope it hits. You know, it's pretty easy to dodge.
Yep. Meanwhile,
she's actually in danger of getting killed. Lux gets hooked. Thresh goes in, gets a play box, but it's not going to do anything.
And,
Rise is here.
Ziggs drops his ult, does enough damage, picks up the Lux, and looks like Purple Team is going to be able to get out with those 2 kills fairly safely.
Yeah, Comfy really making great plays there. Blue pushing too hard. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. They know it. They're setting up. They're just going to hang out and do this. But yeah, Blue Team kind of pushing too hard without pressure or support anywhere else. Because Shyvana couldn't pressure Ziggs mid at all. And, you know, and Jax isn't pressuring top enough. So they can just be like, yeah, we can send 4 people and murder your bottom.
So Ziggs looks like he's going to actually take this mid turret, and that will actually put the goal advantage actually pretty firmly in Purple Team's favor, especially with this dragon.
Yeah, this dragon that's dead any second now. Yep. And yeah, so Ziggs, he is going to get this tower. He's going to walk up and just like auto attack will kill it. Jax has no mana again, so his pressure is going to be gone. So yeah, Purple Team's looking good, and Jax scales very well, but he bought double Dorans to be powerful in lane, and Rise scales really well too, and Rise has better items at this point. With that Glacial Shroud, he's looking very good. He'll probably finish Frozen Heart before finishing Seraph's.
Yeah.
Because I don't think his Seraph's is going to be charged if he just rushed that. And like, Archangel Staff is good, but it's not impressive. It really needs to be Seraph's Embrace.
Yeah,
to be a really
Seraph's is
item.
way better, and it does increase his tankiness by a ton.
Yeah, especially once he has that Frozen Heart. It's so much health. Yeah. Good Lux Laser trying to steal blue, but a little bit early. You know, and that's pretty reasonable. She doesn't have cooldown reduction yet, so it's actually going to be there for a while. Yeah, it was blind.
So she saw him come out.
Yeah, she had a ward and she watched Ziggs walk over, so she just sparked, but it wasn't low enough.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Her cooldowns aren't that long.
Jax gets going for the Rise
again. He works, but doesn't get the stun on him, so nothing's going to come of this. He really needs that stun to land.
And those Qs are starting to really chunk this Jax, but he does have that Blade of the Rune King, which does have quite a bit of sustain, and it looks like Rise wants to pick a fight, even though I don't think he really wants to.
Yeah, I think he just feels like he's pretty safe because he knows Lee Sin is here. This is going to be a dead Shyvana.
Big damage. Ziggs ultimate goes down, and it's actually enough to pick up Shyvana very quickly before she actually dragons.
Jax just takes a tower hit, but he was dead. Like,
there was
Ziggs was cutting him off. He was too low. He wasn't getting anything out of
Ziggs
this.
is too much of a zoner to be able to escape. He's got too many of...
Yeah, with him having a lead on you and you being that low, the best thing you can do is jump to Ziggs, but
Yeah.
with him being full health, Jax can't burst him down with being that low. So...
So it looks like Comfy 2014 is going to push it out on this top lane. Take that turret. And that's
yeah, this tower is
going
going to go down.
Turret
They're going to take a little bit of damage from it, but not a lot. Oh, didn't even take a turret hit. Is Lee Sin building damage? Is that why? Yeah, he is. Okay, I was like, yeah, Lee Sin did way more damage to that turret than I expected, but he has like Last Whisper parts there?
Yep.
You know, I could see a Last Whisper out of him if he's this far ahead, but, you know, it's a little greedy. But that second damage item really just makes Lee Sin a monster.
Ooh, a nice hook there.
Yeah, oh, Thresh goes deep. I'm not sure if the suit good.
And the final spark does go down, only hitting Rise, it looks like. And other than that, it looks like they're all going to be able to get away. Lee Sin there to play a bouncer in case somebody decides to overextend.
Yep.
But
Yeah, another issue with Lux, despite it being a skill shot, and it's a low cooldown, which is nice, it's hard to hit and it doesn't actually do that much damage.
it only does a lot of damage if you already have hit him with another build.
Yeah, I mean, that's proccing her passive, which is good, but even then, it's still just, like, not that impressive of an ult.
No.
You know, like, I think Ziggs ult does significantly more damage if you're in the middle of it. And, you know, I wouldn't say, I think it's a little bit harder to hit the Ziggs ult, so a little bit more risk, more reward, but a lot of her kit is kind of in that ult.
Yeah. Twitch just trying to clear this out at bottom lane, and it looks like he's doing all right with that. Looks like
unfortunately, Bork Zeal makes it very hard to farm.
Yeah.
You know, you're seeing it. He didn't have enough damage to kill to kill those creeps under tower, basically. So that's really rough. The one problem with building Bork, because it doesn't have a lot of built-in AD, it's really bad at last hitting creeps.
So bottom lane is going to have a 3-man push here. Shyvana is there, but keep in mind, Comfy
Yeah,
is just
Comfy's
sitting
there
over the
too.
wall.
Oh, he
manages
hits
to
this-
land
he's
the
not
Q,
gonna
but he's
go.
out of range for the resonating.
He was in range if he went with it immediately, but I don't think he wanted to because he didn't have enough vision. That was a scary Q.
Yeah, it was.
Especially into a Zyra who's gonna root you immediately.
So blue team decides to rotate to this mid turret, and Ziggs is going to clear it out before they can really do much, so they decide to back away.
Lux almost hits a max range bind on that Ziggs, and that might have been him doing that with Jax and Shyvana there. Not positive. You know, would have been close. Lee Sin's continuing to counter jungle with Shyvana. 23 minutes in, she still has 5 stacks to go.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 stacks to go. So that's a problem, because 5 stacks is a wave, and when the enemy's in your jungle, that's a longer time. So you can do a wave in about like 50 seconds of Shyvana, maybe a little bit faster. But if the enemy's constantly counter jungling you and you have to constantly be helping your team like she is, you're just not stacking that item. You're just not being relevant. And like, first item, Pharaoh Flare, not being finished. It's really hard to do anything, because while she gets a lot of free stats, she needs an offensive item. And Pharaoh Flare is not an offensive item until it's transformed from reels into the Flare.
So Rise is headed back. Let's see what he decides to buy with this. I think it's going to be that Frozen Heart, which is massive cooldown reduction for him. That's probably going to put him pretty darn close to
He should be 40%. Most, if he's buying Frozen Heart, he has 20% base.
No, he's only at 30%. So he actually doesn't have any cooldown reduction in his runes.
Yeah. Oh, because he's running 0921.
Yep.
And he's not running runes, because he didn't want to lose to Jax. You actually do need to do that. So he's probably running like mana blues. You run like flat mana blues and then like armored.
Yeah.
You can run some MR in there too. In any case, he wanted to make sure that he could trade well with Jax, and did so. But that's okay, because if you get a blue buff, then you're 40%.
Yeah.
Or if you buy a blue pot. So yeah, being at 30% is fine actually, because blue pots are extremely cost effective, and and that way you can just like skimp and get your cooldown from other stats. Looks like purple team will secure their blue. They still have a lead.
Dragon is back up
There's
now,
going to be a
so-
fight over Dragon.
And it looks like blue team
Blue team's
is
converging. Rise is up top, but his teleport is up, so he can get here. They don't have vision on Twitch yet, which is rough for them.
So Jax is coming around the side. Twitch looks like he is going to try and ambush in here. And Shyvana, she is actually not close enough to really contest into this fight, which is a slight
it's not
problem.
a fight. They're just pushing back and forth. She needs to be there right now though, because Rise is pushing top. There is a clock on this blue team's engaged, and here they go.
There goes the
Stun.
engage. Zyra goes for the root. There's the ultimate and big damage, enough to take out Thresh and push out the rest of the purple team. Blue team now has firm grasp over this Dragon Pit, and we'll see what happens here. Ziggs burned his ultimate, so he doesn't have
Bane
the
stuns Lux into the wall.
Lee Sin hits the steal, drops the
die.
ultimate, goes down, but now it looks like Bane is going to be able to pick up some kills here if she flashes the chase, but she doesn't quite get it. Ziggs does pick up Zyra, but now he's on the run, and the rat is chasing and picks it up with the Bork.
Not Bork, Contaminator.
Oh, Contaminate, yeah, the Venom stacks.
Yep.
So. And meanwhile,
keep in mind, that was 5v4. Went 2 for 2. They got Dragon, but lost 2 people. And they got a turret out of it. So they got Dragon and 1 kill for 2 deaths. And the tower, that's way ahead. And the gold lead shows that they got an extra 1,000 gold out of that. Oh, wow. If Ryze can get this blue, it looks like he's got, he's got it. Wow. That's huge, because that maxes his cooldown reduction. And Ryze's power actually spikes really hard from like 30% to 40%, because he has that 1 second flat reduction on all his abilities.
Yeah.
So, like, his abilities coming up more means he gets more flat reduction on all of his abilities. You know, it's just like massive scaling. It's almost like 80 scaling level. This Jax can't do it. Look, Jax goes down to half.
Yeah, from like a couple Qs.
Yep, from a single non-ulted Ryze combo. That's really rough. Yeah, like look, he walked into lane and now has to go back. And Ryze, you know, it looks like Ryze is gonna burn Dark Tracks, just to make sure that he doesn't get CC locked by Jax and Lux and Zyra. And it's the Zyra ult as well, or not the Zyra ult.
There's also the
Zyra
from
root.
Twitch. So.
Yep. So yeah, Merc Treads are pretty good here. He does finish them, gets him the extra move speed too, and he has that blasting wand. He is almost to that Saracen Grace. As soon as that's finished, he's probably going to be unstoppable. This looks very, very good for Comfy, because while they only have a 4,000 gold lead, their scaling is very, very good. Because Shiv's out of the jungle. She didn't get a lot of top farm, and she finally has Flare done, you know, 25 minutes into the game. But she only has Sunfire Cape on top of that, so she's not that tanky. She doesn't have any of the, like, really good tanky items, your Randuin's, your Banshee's Veil, Spirit Visage.
Yeah, and she really needs to have those damage items, just because that ultimate does provide a lot of tank, but without the damage she hit, does very little to her team. Ryze forced a flash over the wall there. He was afraid of the Jax. But,
Lux bush camped him, but actually misses the root on him.
So
which was pretty rough. That would have been much rougher. They might have been able to kill him through his flash if she had hit her combo. Yeah. But again, Lux, gotta hit all your abilities.
Ryze putting out some nice damage, bringing Jax back down to 2/3. So
Shiv. Oh, jump over the wall, very good. This is a dead
Ryze. He burns his ultimate, does enough damage to keep himself alive for a little bit. But Shyvana picks up the kill with one final on attack, and Ziggs picks up Jax with a nice kick to him.
Ziggs walks in. Lee Sin's missed a couple of Qs in this fight, though. Otherwise, it would have gone way worse. If he'd hit them, this fight would be over in favor of Comfy.
Misses yet another one.
Yep.
And I think
he's just zoning at this point. He doesn't really want to hit him.
Oh snap! The wreck comes in from the back though and picks up Ziggs well. Actually, Shyvana gets the kill with an auto attack, and it looks like Comfy's going to go down as well. And this little advantage is slowly getting chipped away. Bane comes in, gets snapped up though.
He's gonna die.
Does a nice tumble, almost deters it, and there goes the Age for only 2 kills.
Too deep, lingered too long, and Lee Sin missed those Qs. He lives and dies by those skill shots. So, you know, that was really rough. Missing all those Qs, giving them enough time to show up, and Jax is teleporting. They're going for Baron. I think they can get it. Lee Sin isn't up for 14 seconds. Yeah, they have Twitch, Jax. Lux doesn't do a lot of damage. Shiv with Flare is going to do great damage along with her E ability.
Yeah, they just got to make sure that they position correctly.
Those Lux shields are going to be invaluable.
Yeah.
So much help. Yep.
There it goes. And Comfy, I don't think is even aware of it.
Yeah, they didn't ward over the back. Ryze is sitting in this bush. Sees it now. Oh god, but Twitch is on top of him.
And he gets sparked. So 2 assists and the kill goes to blue team.
And the gold is within 1,000 gold of itself now. Blue team has picked it back up. You get sloppy around Baron. You know, and this. You want to see how to lose games? Get sloppy around Baron.
Or in the last like 20 minutes of the game, or like once you get past like the 40-minute mark, that's when one sloppy mistake can cost you the game.
Oh
even if
yeah,
you're
once
winning.
it's past there, but it's like a sloppy mistake anywhere. But here, like the 20 to 35 minute mark,
Yep.
The Baron dance is relevant. But if you're like trying to go for picks or something like that, and you get sloppy, oh wow,
He's going
beautiful
for a
lantern.
but he goes into 3 and he's like, oh god, get me out of here.
Twitch is going to be a problem
Vayne
here. That
is
exhaust on
open.
Jax is what they need.
Ziggs
Final
comes in
Spark
for
misses.
support, but unfortunately not really able to come in too much. And Rise wants to come and play as well, but oh man, Thresh takes a big loosened singularity to the face. So
Yeah, Final Spark just got kind of like fired in there, but didn't hit anything. So that was kind of unfortunate.
yeah. And Twitch now with that Phantom Dancer and the Last Whisper, he has a lot of damage.
Yep, his core items are done. And he's going to go buy, I think he has a bunch more. 617, 240 creeps. Picks up a BF sword. I would not be surprised to see Infinity Edge here.
Yep. That's what I would go for.
Could be BT. Could be BT. That second lifesteal item has gotten very popular on ADs, especially the squishy ones without an escape. Because once you get like that massive amount of lifesteal, it actually makes it almost impossible for bruisers to duel you.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they've popped all their abilities, you do so much more damage and you steal so much more health that they can't out-damage your lifesteal. So we'll see. It could be either. He might just, and it's very possible you just wait. If you go back and you can buy an Infinity Edge, you buy it. If you go back and you can't, you just buy the BT.
Comfy doing the Dragon Dance here, but they did start it, but then they realized, oh crap, they're coming, so they decided to back away from it.
They do have a pink up in that bush. Yeah, Ziggs is sitting on a pink.
But they
So that gives them some protection against Twitch. They have a couple down, but they really have to be worried about Twitch just stealthing onto them, especially with this Baron buff.
C8 still has this Baron buff, so we do have to be very, very careful with these fights because those sustained engages are going to be really rough. There's the Lux combo.
Yeah, misses most of the combo. Jess gets knocked out here by the flame,
Big
but Thresh goes
Shabana
down.
ultimate comes in, groups them all up. Zyra drops her ultimate and trying to zone as many people as possible, but Vayne gets taken down there by the Twitch. Or reverse that. Vayne took out the Twitch.
Ziggs gets caught by plants.
all sorts of
Lux
death all
chases, Lux chases Lee Sin down. So we're at 2 for 2, but
And
it
now
doesn't look
Rise
good
is
for Shabana.
dueling, but he does
Oh, wow.
go down
Yep.
in that 3v1 scenario. It just
Yeah,
doesn't
he got
quite have the
pincered. He was
damage.
really far out, just kind of like tunnel visioning. So, yeah, a little, I thought Thresh died, but he actually managed to get out. But it might have been better if he had died because he got out, but the team didn't have anyone staying in to keep them busy. So, and they probably shouldn't have had been that far deep. They probably should have just let dragons go and poked them instead of kind of like looking for a fight because they got pincered. And with the enemy having Baron buff, that long-term poke type engage is really, really bad because not only do you have that stats, that health regen, it becomes so much effective health.
Yeah. So Shabana also now finishing that Spirit Visage is going to give her a little bit more sustain now, but she is still working on it, but she is trying to cut into that gold disadvantage that they were at, and they're actually in the lead now.
Yeah, they're a couple thousand gold up. This is a great game, back and forth. Both teams have the ability to carry really, really hard, and we're kind of seeing how Lee Sin kind of falls off. And that might be part of the problem. He got a lot of kills.
Yep.
And you'd much rather have the kills on anyone else. You'd rather see a 2-5-9 Lee Sin than you would like an 8-5-3 Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Because that way people that scale much, much better with the gold get the gold.
Yeah, because Rise, if he had gotten that little bit of extra gold, he would probably have his Banshees done then, and then he would also have probably a Void Staff.
He might build Abyssal. Abyssal's pretty good on Rise.
Yeah, he might.
We'll see. I'm surprised. Yeah, he really needs that Void Staff. Because Lux has Athene's. Shiv has her Spirit Visage and the Merc Treads. There's a Merc Treads on Jax as well, but he doesn't have any other MR aside from his ultimate. But yeah, there's a fair amount of magic resist, so that Void Staff will help him out a lot.
And
Because with Jax and Shiv being up in his face, he basically kind of needs to focus them in most team fights. So he really needs to be able to burn through them quick, and Void Staff is the best thing for that.
yeah, and it looks like Ziggs is going to be going for that Zonia's, and Randuin's just got finished on Lee Sin, so that's going to provide a pretty substantial spike in his tankiness and ability to initiate these team fights. So
Oh yeah, his pickaxe and longsword turned into Hydra.
Yeah.
But yeah, he built a second damage item, and I don't think that was that good. Like, the problem with Lee Sin is if you build that second damage item, you're so squishy.
Yeah.
And if it's not a CC item, like, Randuin's is so good because, like, kick into a Randuin's in the team is so much disruption. And you need that disruption because you can't really stay there for a long time. And it's really hard to hit Qs like this late in the game with team fights. So, yeah, it's, I don't know, like, sometimes you build it when you're ahead, but, like, every time I've built that second damage item on Lee Sin when I've been ahead, I've been savagely punished for it. And it looks kind of like they're getting punished, too. Shiv's walking in. I'm not sure if this is going to do anything.
A little bit of damage. Rise there, trying to poke back a little bit, takes the lantern, and it looks like we're going to have a little disengage. Yep. Vayne coming up. Looks like Jax is
pushing
going to split push and then probably try and
Rise has his teleport up, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes cut off Jax or if he stays here at mid.
Baron is back up in another 30 seconds, so we will have that under contention.
And Purple does not have vision of it at all. So Comfy, they have some vision control in their jungle, which is very important, but they don't have vision control in the river at all. So they do have to worry about that, like that blue team just like rush Baron, especially if they clear some of the wards in the jungle. Shiv just walked over one, so they know exactly where they are. She's probably going to try and fight Rise, but I don't know. Vayne went back. She finished an item. Yeah, she has her Banshee's Veil done, and along with the BF sword, as well as the Core 3. So, catch on Twitch. Is he dead?
And down he goes, and boom! Something gets to execute there with the resonating strike. Vayne is now cleaning house, takes out the Zyra, but Jax jumps on her, and nice randomness is going to be enough to slow him up a little bit here.
Yeah,
Vayne just doing the kiting as much as possible, getting away from these. Let's see if she can get one more tumble, but goes down to the Lux Shyvana combo. With
and Rise just wasn't in that fight at all. Like, it was basically 4v5. And Lux missed some Qs, but it was enough. This Rise wasn't there.
And down goes the ultimate from Ziggs. Rise and Ziggs doing just enough to bring him low enough to pick up the kill with the ultimate. Rise is now chasing as much as possible. And this is why I actually really like Boots of Fury on Rise, because he loves them when he's chasing like this.
Yep. Unfortunately, he's deep under the tower, but with that Frozen Heart, he doesn't care. And they're going to get this tower. Great play by Lee Sin. He got in there again. He was low, but he managed to get in there, get enough damage, and distract them enough, get that slow on, so Rise could really put pressure on them.
And Purple Team took some big targets there, but they should head back here very soon, just so that they can do that, contest the Baron if it were to come up.
Because they could lose this Baron rush. Thresh is going to be in danger too if he tries to kill these pink wards. He's warding Baron. If he comes back out and tries to... Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. This is dangerous. But luckily, blue team's all bottom? That's weird. Purple team has a ward? So they've seen Zyra. I think they saw Shiv, but I'm not positive. And they know Jax is bottom, so...
Yeah. And Twitch is coming.
Twitch is going to murder this Thresh. He is so dead.
Takes big damage, tries to flash it. Lee Sin's coming. And down he goes, and now it's going to be a 5v4 at this Baron pit. All it takes is Lux to get there, and it's going to be a problem.
Thresh burned everything and still couldn't get out. You can't be like, if you don't have pink wards down, and Twitch could be on you, you can't be there, because he's going to do that. You're a support. You literally cannot interact with him. He is going to stealth on top of you and murder you. He did build that Infinity Edge, so it is massive, massive damage. Because getting those crits through that rat-a-tat-tat, you can just shred an entire team. So now we're kind of back to if they can get these fights out in the open versus those jungle fights.
And it looks like there's going to be an ambush here. Or what's going on with this? Are they all grouped up?
No, they started it. Yeah, it's halfway done, but they have vision. Yeah, Purple Team has vision. I don't like this at all. Trying to outsmite a Lee Sin. Oh, they're all going to get hit by that. So much damage.
And now they're going to back off. They realize they're pretty low. Purple Team is going to rotate in. And Rise actually takes some pretty solid damage. And now in this 5v4 situation, Thresh is coming. But he is a ways away still. Lee Sin goes in for the hard engage. Kicks the Jax back in. Zyra goes down to the Ziggs. Jax goes down, and all of a sudden, people are dying left and right. Rise goes down to Zyra, and Shyvana picks up the Lee Sin. So,
good luck, Soul, but it wasn't enough to kill Ziggs. That's it's a big problem. You just need a little bit more out of her, because she had a lot of stuff that fight. She did really, really well, but it's still they need just a little bit more impact. And I think that's kind of that champion choice. Just why Lux isn't showing up on the top tier stage. She doesn't bring enough. Even if she hits everything, it's almost just not enough.
Yeah. Blue team gets a dragon there. Nice hook there, and Vayne comes in on the side. Nice condemn. Should be able to get Shyvana, but she did.
She had dragon
descent there across the wall. So nice play by Shyvana.
Great plays by both of them on chaining their CC. He hits the death sentence into the guaranteed condemn, and he waits to flay. He maybe should have sat on the flay and gotten ahead of her to see if he can interrupt the dragon's descent. Yeah. It's tough. It's a split-second play, because unlike the J4 dash, which is easy to hit because you see the standard come down.
Yeah.
So you see the standard come down and you play. But with her, it just goes off. So you have to guess when she's going to fire it, because you can't react. Once it's going off, it's too late for you to push the button. But yeah, so this game's surprisingly even.
Surprisingly
3,000 gold.
even. Yep, 3,000 gold. Baron fight is going to be happening here once again. Zyra's doing what she can here to provide some vision for the blue team. And it looks like they're going to try and clear this out a little bit. Blue team is slowly converging. So is purple. The Baron dance will be happening here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, and they're running into this Ryze problem. He scales too hard.
Yep. Looks like
he walked at the enemy team. He got hit by Zyra Root, Zyra Ult. Lux.
He got a miss.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. He should get Void Staff for his last time.
He has to get Void Staff, and it's an Amp Tome, so I can't imagine it's anything else.
Sonya's
isn't awful, but it's not what he wants to be doing.
I know.
Yeah, it's Void Staff.
And Ziggs, it looks like he's going to be going for that Lichbane here soon. And purple team actually started the Baron.
Yeah, that's just taking some poke they don't need to take. If they need to get a catch, they can't rush this Baron down fast enough. So yeah, and they're winning this division game, which is very good for them because Twitch is a powerhouse. We have some damage
Twitch
going on.
Twitch is backdooring right now. The mid turn takes that down.
And blue team's trying to keep them from rotating. So great play by blue team. They're just like, hey, we're gonna have our AD go take an objective while you're dancing. Yeah. And not much they can do about it. However, you're gonna run out of inner towers, and that's tough to do on inhibitor towers.
Yes.
So, it's great play, take some free gold, but I'm not sure that strategy is going to work to finish the game, to close out an inhibitor.
The purple team trying to push out here once again so they can get comfortable in that Baron pit, but unfortunately they're taking a lot of poke right now. But blue team looks like they're going to head back for a little bit, and it looks like purple team is too.
Twitch went back already. He finished fifth item. His Banshee's Veil is done. Yep. So Twitch is basically fully built. We'll see if he trades his boot into something. He might swap into a second Dancer.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Yeah. Or a Static Shiv, probably the Dancer. But we'll see. The boots are good on him, especially without having an escape, but the Dancer doesn't lose him a ton of movement speed, and it gives him a tremendous damage burst.
And Zyra's starting to get some pretty substantial items too. She does have that hat along with the Leandries, which means she actually has a decent amount of AP for her support.
Yeah.
While Thresh, he's got some major items, but he still needs a little bit of work to go. I assume he is going for a Randuin's or a Sunfire.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan of the hat. She scales fine with AP, but not amazingly well. And a more techie item like a Zhonya's, something that would give her more defensive stats, or even a Rylai's. Rylai's is very good on her as well because all her plants slow. Just a little bit more tech and survivability. So Rylai's gives her a bunch of health. Just because she's been getting blown up really, really early in fights. And if she just survived a couple more seconds, she could get another wave of spells off, and those roots will just be, super relevant against the likes of Lee Sin. If she can hit it on Vayne, teleport coming in.
Baron Dance is on, and looks like Lux is going to try and come in to support.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They double teleported. They need to get something out of this immediately because Ryze is still bottom. He's pushing the crap out of bottom.
And it looks like they're trying to go for that Ziggs. Blue team deciding not to chase too far. It looks like they are going to try and engage this Baron, but it's dangerous. Lee Sin is there.
It's warded, and Ryze is just going to keep pushing. The clock is on. This is a split push problem. Ryze is out split pushing the crap. Ryze is teleporting in.
Lux throws out the ultimate. It's not going to be enough. Lee Sin goes for the Q, manages to do it. Does he steal the Baron? No. Shyvana gets it. There's the Dragon's Descent.
But
big damage from Vayne. going through here, and Jax is running away, manages to leap strike into the Ziggs, picks up that kill. Shyvana and
we're at just 2 for 2 right now, but Vayne is very low.
Vayne is
they're
actually
going in. I think they're going to get this. Rise concentrates Twitch. Yep.
Oh, that is so bad for this purple team. Comfy, they just gave up so many kills. This is going to probably be 2. Well, they have Vayne still up.
The Vayne is at full, but that Baron buff to Twitch and Jax, my money's on it.
I might even say 2, but
yeah, 2 is a lot. It's going to take him a while, but Thresh is 25 seconds. Yeah. These towers are going to go down quick. Jax plus Twitch at this late in the game.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, thunk, thunk, thunk.
I wonder if they're just going to go for the Nexus.
It's going to take too long for creeps to get there, and it's also dangerous. I think they're just going to take 2 inhibs.
Yeah.
Jax is just going to tank it. Oh, Twitch is going to tank it. I guess he lifesteals. Oh, they're going to swap it. They're not going to get this inhib. Thresh is going to be up.
Thresh is up.
Oh, they
Here
are.
comes the home guard.
Here comes the home guard. 2v2. Can Thresh and Vayne.
Oh, and down goes Jax. He gets hooked and he tries to get out. Wow. Actually, he is not down.
Oh, wow.
Vayne swapped targets too early.
That Infinity Edge Twitch is carrying too hard.
Yep. Well, she swapped targets too early. She should have gotten the kill because that little bit of burst was probably enough to take it out. So, unfortunate. Yeah. Unfortunate. Which means Comfy 2014 is in a little bit of trouble with 2 inhibitors down. That Baron buff still active on nearly everyone.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down, Baron buff up, and Vayne dead for another 40 seconds. I mean, we're at 46 minutes in. We're looking at 50 to 60 second death timers here.
Yep.
You can't die like that. You have to get a kill.
Yep.
You have to kill somebody. Otherwise, it's just like, blue team is just taking a dragon, but they're going to take a dragon and then they're going to rotate bottom. And this is...
It's going to be a strong
they're just going back. They're just going back. If they overextend and get caught, but they're not going to.
Rise isn't anywhere near, yeah.
Yep, they see Rise top, so they can put some pressure. But they went with the back, so they didn't get to the tower before Vayne was up.
Yep.
Vayne will be up and fully powered by the time they get to this tower. So we're going to see a 5v5, but they have Baron.
She did decide to go with those home guard boots. And Twitch actually decided to sell his and go with the Zephyr. So
yeah, okay, we have the Zephyr. That's actually very good. The cripple and the Randuins. Yeah. I mean it's a great item, but the cripple, like the CC reduction is actually excellent. I don't know why I said second dancer. It's obviously Zephyr.
Yeah, and Zyra did get that Void Staff, so she has a little bit more damage now. And Lux trying to get the pick here on Rise, who should probably
full combos Rise, and it does have his health. So
that's okay. Her ult has a short cooldown at this stage.
Oh yeah.
And Shyvana goes to the net. Jax takes out Ziggs so fast. Shyvana picks up another kill just using that Baron buff, and Jax tearing through people. Rise goes down without too much of a fight. Vayne manages to escape, but Comfy 2014 is going to be knocked out into the 4th place, and the victor is going to be C8 now.
Yep. And we got to see an excellent game. Lux performed very well, but really, Twitch. That's really most of what you have to say about this game.
Yeah.
They all played well. But Twitch. Holy crap, did he carry.
Yeah, he did.
Real hard. They played well, they worked well together, but they just could not deal with that Twitch. Multiple times, he's just like, I'm going to murder. I'm going to murder. And you can't do anything about it. Rise wasn't able to kill him fast enough. He wasn't able to kill him through that lifesteal.
So yeah, we're going to go to break here one more time. And when we're back, we're going to have that championship game between Xanark and Apes versus Girls Jade.
Yep.
So we'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this final match in our League of Legends tournament. My name is Rubel.
And I'm Splendid Bobble, and we're going to have an awesome game. We've seen both these guys play today. They played great. We've seen some really interesting teams, some interesting champ picks, and this match should be just superb.
So Xanark and Apes is going to be the blue team, and Girls Jade is going to be the purple. We're already in the ban stages of this game, and Syndra was the first fan, followed by Braum and then Lulu.
Yep. Lulu ban, not that surprising considering like how powerful she's been this tournament and just how good she is generally out of mid. The Syndra ban, again, like something we just like haven't seen her perform, but she's been targeted pretty hard. So I'm just assuming that she's like a comfort popular champ for these mids. Caston, you know, he's also a power mid. So a lot of mid bans here. Lee Sin and Jax, we've been talking about them all day.
First pick goes to Thresh. So we're going real quick into these champion selects, and it looks like they're going to lock in Nidalee for their mid. So Thresh, king of CC in terms of support. He just has a bajillion forms of CC and
great mobility
control.
and decent damage built in too. But he hasn't been performing very well today.
No, I think he's lost nearly every game.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping track, but I think I'm with you that I just, you know, I don't think he's like worthy of a first pick anymore.
So
I think he's fine. I think he's very solid, but I think you need to be using his Dark Passage for mobility very well.
Yeah.
And I think you need to be able to not lose your bottom lane, and he has trouble doing that right now because there's a lot of people that can bully him, and there's a lot of people that can out-sustain him. So
Elise Nidalee were the lock-ins there. I assume that's Nidalee mid with Elise in the jungle, but we'll see.
Could be an Elise top.
It could be.
It'd be a little bit weird, but it's still certainly possible. I don't think picking Elise top blind is something you would do, but it's certainly, you can pick her as a flex pick, because she's not awful top. She has some bad matchups, but she has some matchups that she just obliterates. Basically any melee champ.
And it looks like we are going to see that Lucian pick for the AD carry for this this blue team, Xanark and Apes, and he's strong.
Yeah, he's strong. He's safe all around. If you want to delay picks, you want to see what they're picking. Grab your, grab a Lucian. He's not really gonna lose a lane. Twitch is like the only guy that can really like definitely beat him, and you can still play around that.
And so. J4 looks like he is going to be the jungler. He could be top still, but I'm guessing that's going to be their jungler.
Yeah, he's best out of the jungle for that early presence.
Yeah, we saw him being played very strongly by the opposing team. I'm derping on the name. The Girls Jade. They played a very strong jungle Jarvan there, fighting out Comfy 2014 in the semifinals. So
yeah, and I'm happy seeing Jarvan come back. I haven't seen too much of him at the highest level of play, and I think some of that's his ultimate is like not bad CC. It's great CC when it's great, but it doesn't do anything against like a Vayne tumbling out of it, or a like a Caitlyn netting out of it. It's literally just like nothing. It's just a crappy damage ult. So it's when it's great, it's great. When it's bad, it's bad. But he's I loved Jarvan when he first came out. He's kind of been all over the place, and it's nice to see a bit of him back.
And it looks like we got the Morgana Graves for the bottom lane here for the Girls Jade. So Morgana, very expected there. We have the Thresh pick, and Morgana's kind of the counter.
Yeah, she's basically the hard counter into the Thresh. He can't really do anything into a black shield besides like walk at you and auto attack you.
And Graves, he's really good at responding when Morgana lands those binds, because all he just is do is quick draw into the buckshot, and he can do some serious burst damage. So.
Yep, and his disruption is actually very good too.
Yeah.
Because Lucian's short enough range that he can really get messed up by that smoke bomb.
Yeah.
I don't like Graves. I think I've never seen him perform particularly amazingly. I think his short range is just not made up for by his abilities.
He has some serious tankiness. A lot of people underestimate it sometimes, and he can do some serious burst as well if you time.
Oh, certainly. Like his burst is great. His damage is great, but I just feel like range is so important on your AD carries, and his mobility's good, but not amazing, because his attack speed steroid is tied to his dash.
Yeah.
So he's kind of damage capped on he's like, I want to dash to get my steroid, but I need to save my dash to not get J4 ult.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's really rough for him.
And it looks like Rengar is going to be in the top.
We are going to get to see a Rengo.
and Rango.
Rango, yeah. Yeah, Rango Annie.
And then Annie for mid, most likely up against that Nidalee. So
Yeah, and Annie does pretty well against Nidalee. She can bully her early, and if she hits 6 before Nidalee, she can probably just all in her.
Yep.
She brings good CC, good burst. She kind of needs to win her lane, otherwise if she's behind, she has no escapes. She just has that armor and magic resistora.
And
Shyvana is
at
not
top,
surprising here.
most likely versus that Rengar. So that's what I expect. They're moving around just a little bit, but it looks like what the lane matchups are going to be. And Elise will be in the jungle. So definitely, Girls Today is going for a catch comp. Like they got poke and catch. That's what they are right now. They got Nidalee, Morgana, Elise. All of them are keys at poke and catch.
Yep.
And Graves, he's your burst. So they do have some hard engage too. Morgana has a little bit of hard engage with her soul shackles, but it's all going to rely on Shyvana to do those initiates for the most part.
I don't think they're really going to hard initiate. This is a siege comp if I've ever seen it. They're gonna group up as 5. They're gonna poke you out of lane, and they're gonna take your tower, and they're gonna walk away. And if you try and hard engage on them, Morg's gonna push R.
Yeah.
Morg's gonna push R. Everyone else is gonna walk away and start doing damage, and you have to deal with that. Elise will stay in, of course, but she's very tanky and very mobile. So and if only one person comes in, binds are so good under tower as well.
Yes, they are.
While blue team is all about the catches.
Yep,
Thresh,
all about
Rango,
the catches.
Annie.
They do have a combo.
Yeah, they have a lot of good AoE.
Annie. And Rengar, he does have some pretty actually solid AoE with his W.
It's not bad. It got nerfed significantly, so it's way worse. He's really about murdering someone. But he can kind of stay in there and be somewhat mobile, especially if you're fighting in bushes. One of my favorite videos is like a 20% Rengar killing a full health Kayle through her ult.
Yeah.
Just by fighting in the top bushes, and he just jumps on her, auto attacks, walks into the next bush. She tries to follow him. He auto attacks, jumps into the next. Just jumps. Jumps on top of her, moves into the next bush, and she doesn't have a ward. If she had a ward, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But it was just it was crazy. But if you're fighting him in bushes, it's a problem. It's really hilarious because he's pretty bad when he's not in a bush.
Yeah.
He's basically like, my ult is my only dash. I hope it's enough. I mean, it's real good. Stealthing on an enemy is very powerful. So we got a couple minutes on the stream delay until we get into this game for you guys. But summoner spells, we have Ghost Flash on Lucian.
Yep.
That is pretty crazy. We have the heal on Thresh, so they don't have any offensive summoner spells. And instead of having an exhaust to win fights, they have Ghost, which gives Lucian more escape potential, but I'm not sure he really wants that. But it really gives him more chase potential.
Yeah, a lot more chase.
If they get ahead, that Ghost is going to be super powerful because he's going to just be able to run you down because he'll use that Ghost to get in range, and then he'll get that flat movement speed boost.
And then he gets
his
relentless assault as well.
Yeah, and with the dash, it's just super powerful. More common, standard summoner spell out of Exhaust on Morgana. That's not that surprising. You need Exhaust for Rango. You can actually Exhaust Annie and really wreck her. If you get her as she tries to full combo. Exhausting J4 isn't bad.
We have Barrier on Nidalee, going back to the relic days of early season 4.
Yep.
So.
And it makes sense. The biggest thing that it gives you is it has a 1 minute shorter cooldown than heal.
Yeah.
So you can often use it twice when getting ganked mid lane. And I think she's expecting getting ganked mid lane a lot by J4. Precincts.
Well, Annie loves for people to gank for her because she's got a solid stun, and J4 with that armor shard that he has, he likes it when people can lock him down for him. So
I think she's really all in on that barrier, partially because she knows she's going to get ignited by Annie, and partially because as opposed to a heal, so the ignite's going to chop that in half, but also that extra cooldown, so she'll get to use it once more mid to try and survive a gank, and that's often all she needs. So our delay is going to be down in just 10 seconds. So this should be a pretty good game. We have some interesting stuff. We'll see how Graves pans out. I really don't like him on this team. I would much prefer Caitlyn. Just that range. Because the problem is he has to get so close to attack towers. And he's the best person to attack towers. So unless you've sieged the enemy entirely off the tower, which is certainly possible with this team.
Yeah.
I don't want to be Graves sieging towers. But I just don't want to be Graves any other time. I just don't think he does what you want out of an ADC.
I just know that I don't play him nearly as well as anyone I've ever seen play in a professional because they do crazy tricks, and I'm just like, where's the damage?
I mean, like I've seen the Koreans play him very, very well.
Yeah.
But really, like whenever I've seen him played by, truthfully, anyone else, he hasn't performed that well. And he, you know, like even when the Koreans were playing them, it was like, would this guy be better than, you know, someone else? And maybe, because there's not a lot of people with good offensive dashes like he has.
Yeah.
Lucian and him kind of tryst, but she's not really a real AD carry right now.
No.
But yeah, he's like really the one, like has one of the best offensive dashes. So, and that might just be what they're going for. Just that offensive dash follow up on a Morgana hit. Especially because, you know, there's no heals bottom. Or no, like, sustain, like Soraka or...
Oh, they definitely have
heal.
some combos with the Morgana in Italy. Like, there is...
Yeah, you hit a bind and it guarantees a spear.
Yeah, and if they're standing in a puddle, it's going to be big damage. I mean,
Yep.
It's just big damage.
Yeah, it's real rough. So, I mean, no, in, like, same thing, stun leads into a bind. Like, if you get stunned by Elise, you're dead.
Yep.
You know, late game.
Yep.
Once they hit 11 and that Elise stun is 2 seconds, you're dead.
Yep.
Because you're there for 5 seconds and Italy put 2 spears into you.
Yep.
Nobody survives that.
Italy will spear the crap out of you, and even if it is one of the tankier people, you always have Graves, because Graves, sure, he likes to burn his ultimate in the actual team fights, but he really just wants to blow up a big target.
Yep.
Like,
The other interesting thing, actually, is that Ignite on Shyvana.
Ignite on Shyvana.
Yeah, Shyvana has Ignite. Usually she takes Teleport, but I think she's going to really try and win this lane.
So, yep, we will have this game underway. This is the championship match. Keep in mind, the winners of this will be getting that 3,200 RP prize with that Triumph Rise skin, and the losers, sad face, will go home with a sad 2,400 RP.
It's not that sad.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
To
Everyone's really the winner here, but there can be only one.
There can be only one, even though you're all winners in my book for watching this stream.
Oh.
Aw, tender moment.
Yep.
True.
In any case, we have a nice invade going on here. Blue's rotating up top, but Shiv sees it.
Yep.
Purple just drops a ward, doesn't walk on top of the blue side's ward that they most likely know is there. There's
Jarvan
always a
almost
ward
gets
there now.
caught out a little bit, but looks like Elise decided to go with that W there for scouting purposes.
30 seconds.
Yeah, you can't, like, it's really rough on Elise if she starts stun.
Yeah,
It's awful for her jungle.
Yep.
Just real bad. She doesn't want to do it. So, you know, you're unlikely to see that. She's actually going to go back. Maybe she just doesn't want to be... She's going to be full mana by the time the jungle starts, though. I don't know what's going on here. She forget a trinket? She forgot her trinket.
Ooh.
That's what was going on here. Good job, Elise. Well, she caught it in time.
Yep. Missed out a little bit, but not too much. She should be there in time.
Actually, no, she didn't forget her trinket. She put down a ward trinket, she sold her trinket, and bought the sweeper.
Oh.
She put down her ward at 30 seconds, and then bought a sweeper.
Huh.
Looks like J4 did the same thing.
Weird.
I mean, I
understand.
I haven't been seeing it happen at the high level. I know you sell your ward trinket pretty early, but she's yeah, that's pretty impressive. You know, we'll see how well those sweepers work out for them. But it looks like they both did that because they're both on the 2-minute cooldown.
Yep.
Which means they'll be up by the time you actually want to use it.
So it looks like both of the jungles are starting on the bottom side like the usual, and we will be seeing those 3.5-minute ganks or so up at the top lane.
Yep.
So, meanwhile, on bottom lane, looks like a little bit of action is going down. Nice flay there, actually, from Thresh, pulling the Graves in to take a little bit of damage. And meanwhile, top lane, we're trading some pretty significant damage here this early.
It looks like J4 isn't actually going to gank top, or he has a different route. Because he went straight to blue. He didn't do like a wolf or wraith camp. Oh, he's gonna smite Big White. He saved his. He went straight to blue, and then is now gonna smite Big White. So he's gonna hit 3 off that, which is generally gonna be faster than.
Yeah,
at least he's done with red, but he's coming up. He's gonna come up through lane.
And it looks like
It's a very
he's
interesting
gonna do a
route.
lane gank, and Elise looks like she's gonna try and plan on ganking mid. So we'll see how this goes. Shyvana, it does place a ward deep in here, so he can actually sneak into the bush.
Maybe. I don't know if she'll see him going into that bush or not. I don't think she did.
I don't think she did either. I think that's trouble.
Yeah, 10 seconds. She's going to be a world of hurt.
And anyway, meanwhile at mid, Elise looks like she's waiting for that as well.
Yeah, she's waiting for Annie to stun that Nidalee. Oh, Elise is going.
And there she goes with the repel.
Yep.
Big stun goes down though, gets both of them, and it looks like she is going to be able to get out just fine.
Just walks away.
Bottom lane, Morgana dropping some nice binds, and there's a hook there, and he gets forced to quick draw out. So, top lane, here comes the gank, and there goes the first blood, it looks like, with an auto attack for Rengar, plus that ignite.
Yep, lots of summoners burnt. You know, Shiv still has her ignite.
Yep.
So I don't think it would have killed Rengar there.
No.
He healed a lot off a potion during that fight.
Yeah.
So that's super relevant. But I don't think it would have killed him. So yeah, probably good saving her ignite. Now she can possibly win in this lane. Although she started Doran's shield. Or did she? Did she start Cloth 5? I think she started Doran's shield.
I think she started Doran's shield.
Yeah, so I think she started Doran's shield. Like, that item's fine, but I think that item's just a little bit too weak to be starting
And
right
Rengar
now.
goes back and buys triple Dorans. Woo woo.
Yep, that is how you play Rengar. You buy like 4 Doran's blades up top, and you just like can't lose the lane.
Yep. So
Get more
after
kills,
that,
stack up your necklace.
calm down. Calm down pretty good.
Yeah, pretty calm. Junglers had to go back, heal up, get their channel items. J4 actually hasn't.
Nope, he hasn't gone back. He's still just farming, and he's farming very slowly.
Yep, because that's what J4 does. J4 needs to be in lanes.
And one note that we didn't really point out is Lucian decided to start with Longsword rather than the Doran's Blade. So his sustain is a little bit worse than this Graves.
Now that he's out of potions, it is.
Yeah.
You start with more potions. It takes a lot of auto attacks for that. You know, it's like.
But there's also the health too.
Yeah. There's 80 health, but he's
And
in trouble.
Jarvan is in a little bit of trouble here. Lead manages to Q, get closer, but Annie looks like she
Great
is going to
flash
lock
by
him
J4.
down.
She's still going for this. This is a little dangerous.
She's taking some big damage from these incinerates.
Oh, the
Hits
stun hits.
and gets the kill. And Nidalee is now coming, hits the spear, and that might be enough damage for Nidalee to land one more spear, pick up this kill, but it's going to be clutch.
Whether the spear hits or not. It does not.
It does not. So that is very sad, but that's okay. Kills and assists for everyone.
Oh, good fight. Good fight.
Blue team
Elise
is
definitely followed it up.
ahead.
That stun, stun hit was impressive.
Nidalee actually didn't get an assist for J4. Now that I think about it.
No, she didn't. So that's a little bit rough. Are they going to go hard on this? No, they're not. He's just shielding the Lucian. So, yep, just some trading going on bottom. Looks like Morgana Graves is getting the better end of this deal, which isn't that surprising.
Top lane, they're still just trading a little bit, but it's pretty quiet right now, and they're both extremely even. Shyvana is slightly ahead, but I think it's pretty negligible.
Yeah. Well, and it's pretty impressive that Shyvana is able to trade with this Rengar so well, considering he went triple Dorans.
Yeah.
If he can't win this lane with triple Dorans after getting a kill, he's in a world of trouble. Because let me tell you about scaling. Shyvana doesn't. Rango kind of scales. But yeah, not good.
So Graves doing some nice buckshots here, managing to do a lot of damage here to this Lucian, and it might be enough to actually force him out of
Elise
the
is
lane.
coming down the river though, but it's not. She's not. I don't know what she's gonna do down the river here.
Nice hook there on Graves. Graves might actually be forced pretty far back here. Jarvan and Annie are rotating down towards the bottom.
There's a big
Here's an
fight
ambush
emerging
game
here.
that's going to
Jarvan
happen.
doesn't walk in.
There's
gets
the
next
stun.
turn.
There's the bind. Big damage. He does manage to dash away still, but Elise looked like she wanted to go for it, but then she realized, oh, Annie's MIA. Back away. So
Yeah, they hit the stun on the root, but unfortunately he did just able to slide away there.
and it looks like we missed a level 6 where they both burned their ultimate up at top lane, but nobody really killed anyone. So
yeah.
meanwhile, bottom, Graves still just pushing out, and it looks like Lucian decided to finally head back and probably buying that Vamp Scepter and a...
No, he's just going to buy a
Sword.
BF. Yeah.
Looks like Shyvana's actually going to push Rengar out of lane here. He's got some nice healing, it looks like he could be.
Oh, yeah, he's eating a pot. But he's pretty much out.
Yeah, but he's got triple doors. That's all the life steal you need. Well,
15 health
yeah.
a hit, that's not bad. But, yeah, so...
Bottom lane, everybody's headed back there for purple, and it looks like it's going to be a BF sword as well, along with tier 1 boots. Nope, longsword.
Nope, longsword.
So he will have a little bit more trading potential. Nidalee, she is 6 now, so she's trying to bully this Annie with her claws, you know, like Nidalee does. when she turns
Yep.
6.
She's level 7 with that blue buff. This lane's going to start getting rough. Annie basically can't get hit by a spear at this point, or she won't be able to trade.
Yep. Top lane.
Farm. Annie's still ahead in farm, so that's good. But now that Italy's 6, it's going to be much harder.
It looks like Elise is rotating down towards this mid. It looks like she's trying to go for some. Never mind. She's just dropping a little ward.
Yep. J4 is going to come through the lane. Looks like again. We'll see how well that works. I don't think it's going to do very much. It's a Shyvana. Her dragon form isn't up. He needs to. If they go now, if her flash isn't up, no, it's on the tower. She's in trouble. Or she's not in trouble. She should be fine. They'd have to dive this,
She's got like
or she would have to go too aggressive on it.
Elise is also very close to there, so we're
Yeah,
probably going to
Thresh
see a
is
big
big. Thresh is any stun into Thresh. However,
But
Q's
Miss May, he gets a mid. So womp. Anyway, top lane, Shyvana dragon forms in and actually is going to get wrecked by the Starman.
Yep.
And Rengar gets the kill, even though she did drop that ignite, and that's unfortunate for Shyvana. She's getting shut down pretty hard here. At top lane.
J4 shows top though, and nope. Elise is top, so they're not going to get this dragon. They've been pushing pretty hard, so they actually could have put some jungle pressure on there. Really unfortunate about that Thresh hook.
Yeah.
You know, he just like walks in like it was just guaranteed if he either flashed over the minions or just like waited a little bit longer. But yeah, like I think Annie had to make the play right there. Yeah, if she didn't make the play, Italy was going to get out of range of the flash ult. So
right now, the gold differential is on the mid and top, but Graves is actually pretty substantially far ahead of Lucian in terms of farm, so that's why it's still fairly even. So we'll see how it turns out. Graves here might have to do some big plays here towards the later game since both his top and
Mord
mid
misses the
are
bind,
shut
so Rengar is coming in through the bottom.
Oh, there's the Flay.
Yeah,
Black
Flay
Shield
hit.
really good.
Black
Rengar
Shield,
chokes it. Looks like she's gonna be able to get out. Nice culling. Graves does a nice block, but
last
one
culling.
gets through.
Wow.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, last hit of that culling was very impressive. I thought she was out of range too. I thought she was fine, but Elise coming in
And takes some big damage here. Nidalee comes in from the back. She's probably going to get some executes here. We'll see. She gets hooked up pretty badly, and here comes Annie as well. Well, I still think she has her flash down, so she can't do. No, it is back up.
Yep.
So
She didn't flash. She just tipped Nidalee. Then that's what happened.
Yeah.
So, however, they're all low. They need to not get Nidalee speared. So impressive. Elise took a lot of damage, but got in there and just kind of like everyone ran into each other, did a lot of damage, and walked out.
Yep.
But Annie does have that flash. She doesn't have Tibbers. She does have Tibbers back up too. So she is a menace. She can hopefully murder someone, because otherwise it's kind of crappy being Annie.
Yep. And Rengar now has that brutalizer, so he's going to have some pretty substantial damage. But Shyvana did decide to go with that cloth armor a while back, so she does have some of the mitigation.
Yep. Graves was waiting in a bush, but he had no mana. That wasn't going to do anything. Lucian's certainly going to take these golems, go back. I don't think he has Bloodthirster, but he might, just because my math is off because he started Longsword. He's rotating mid. He almost certainly, he just doesn't have the money for it. Otherwise, he would have gone back by now. He's way too low to be in lane.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
Now
he's got it.
Yep.
Yeah, he just needed like
So
30.
there is
He was
that
like 30 gold
Bloodthirster.
off. It must have just been like really small.
Yep. And, other than that, nothing too exciting. Nidalee, she does have that
Nidalee's-
Chalice of Harmony, so she can chuck spears all day.
Yeah, Nidalee's still a little bit behind Annie, which is good. If Annie fell behind in creep, that would be very bad for her.
Yep.
Graves, his lead has shrunk a little bit, but he still has a lead. Very even on top, and Shiv's way up, even in the jungle. But that's not surprising because J4 has been ganked twice.
And we're going to start seeing a little bit of a power differential at bottom lane just because that Bloodthirster is complete for Lucian while it's not complete for the Graves. So it's going to be pretty substantial now. So if Thresh can land some big hooks, we're going to see some big damage coming out. And Shyvana once again going for the dragon form here on Rengar. He drops the ignite on her. Doing quite a bit of damage. Going to be enough to force her back. She flashes out and dodges the root there. And let's see if he decides to go for the double Q. Actually,
she still had her
he takes
ignite
it out.
baited. Oh, wow.
Baited.
I thought I saw her ignite go down, but it didn't.
No.
She still had her ignite. He takes that tower. Just gets murdered immediately. Great stuff.
Yep, nice little bait. Just in a range, just enough for that tower. So, beautifully done. And meanwhile, at bottom lane, Culling goes down from Lucian. He wants to make sure that this 3-man push is not very successful.
Yep, and at least tried to block with her spiders, and did an okay job, but they melt pretty quick under the culling as well.
Yeah.
So, it did the job, but it's not going to be up to
Oh my god, massive bind there. Jarvan comes in from the back. He's able to do a little bit here, but it looks like he's only going to pick up Graves. And Lucian got forced way back, and now Jarvan's doing some damage. Morgana is out of mana, and actually Lucian picks up the Elise as well. So, trading kills all over the place, and blue team is actually only 200 gold up, even though there is starting to get a pretty substantial gold differential between some of these champions.
Yeah, it's up 2 for 2. Thresh might have gone in a little bit early, but they might have gotten out if he didn't. So, it's a little bit iffy.
Actually, it evened up. Oh my gosh, Nidalee lands a big spear on Annie, and that's going to be enough to force her out.
Nope.
So, anyway, contrary to what I said just a few seconds ago, the gold has actually evened up across the board. It was starting to get a little bit more, unbalanced, and now all of a sudden it's evened up. So.
Yep. Lucian, everyone, gold is almost exactly even. Wow, Thresh pulls Nidalee into the tower, gives her a tower hit in there too. That's a great poke.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nidalee, she is anti-anti.
Yep. She's going to trade with the Rengar. I don't know how well this is going to work.
It does enough. She's got that red buff.
She has her ultimate. Oh, that red buff. That's what's doing it.
Yep.
Rengar was forced to ultimate. That's really rough.
So, purple team gets the dragon. That's going to give them the first real advantage that they've had all the game.
Yeah, and I don't think they had vision on Jarvan either, which is kind of impressive. They just, went for it and had it. They had 2 pinks. That's fine. Yeah. So they had, with 2 pinks, they knew they had it cleared before it shows up top, but Shiv's still full health, still has her ultimate.
Nidalee needs to be a little bit careful because she is at 2/3, and Annie's got a bear still up her sleeve. And she just went back and got that needlessly large rod. So.
I believe they know Annie's Ignite is down, so I don't think Nidalee's too scared. You're not going to be able to kill Nidalee through her heal without that Ignite.
True.
So, at least not yet. If she built DFG, which it looks like she's actually building, then she might be able to pull it off.
Yeah. I would expect a DFG here, just because she has the components for it.
Yeah, she has the pieces for it. It's pretty good on Annie. We're going to see. Lucian needs to dodge this. Dark Passage out. That mobility that Thresh really needs to give.
Yeah. And meanwhile, top, they're still just trading it, and Shyvana still has that red buff, so she's able to trade a lot of damage right now.
Yep.
Especially since...
Well, she has that Sunfire Cape too. So, it's really hard for Rengar to just sit on her and trade, and that's really what he has to do, because his poke is pretty mediocre. The slow is fine, but...
Yeah, it's calmed down quite a bit here. It's we're about 60 minutes in. It's 6-4. Goal advantage is just over 1.5K in purple team's favor, so nothing too crazy going on.
Basically the dragon.
Bottom lane, Morgana gets caught a little bit in range of turns. So we got a 4-man push here at this bottom lane, and it looks like Nidalee's going to chuck spears, try and catch people out of position with those spears.
Yeah, and, he's going to call the wave. Only gets half big because Elise took some.
And it looks like they're actually going to back away. It's going to turn into a 4v4. Shyvana's tower diving up at top lane, but it looks like that X-Drinker might be enough, and he's trying to bait it as hard as he can.
Yeah, he's trying to bait it with that the heal off of his maxed W, but it wasn't enough. Still didn't have enough damage to burn her down.
Unfortunate.
Yep, both burn their ignites.
So meanwhile,
but
at
she
bottom
pushes him out of lane, which is pretty much all she wants out of it.
Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Annie goes in, gets the Dark Passage into a Flash Bear, so big damage goes down on that Graves.
Yay, Timbers! Wow, yeah, that Thresh mobility, you really have to be maximizing that mobility. Yeah. And Purple Team, meanwhile, is proxying top and killing mid. So, while Blue got to kill bottom, they're taking their mid-turret, inner turret's actually taking a tremendous amount of damage here.
But then again, they're also going to start sieging that bottom turret with only Morgana for the support, and Morgana without any AP does not have very much range there. She has a little bit.
Yeah, it's really hard because you push it over her puddle and then it doesn't do anything. However, they're a little bit low on mana. They're getting converged on, so it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, they're going to back away.
Shiv's low. She can't push top. She has to back up. So yeah, I think we're going to calm down for a bit. We got a little bit of time on Dragon. We have everyone kind of needs to go buy, heal.
Yep. Purple team still has about a 2k gold advantage, so it's a little bit larger now, but not too crazy still. And that's mainly because they traded a turret for 2. And they did give up a kill as well because Graves got wrecked. You could almost say he got Miley Cyrus by that Tibbers.
No.
Why not? It's a good one.
No.
Okay. Anyway, moving along.
Yo, bear hug! She
Not
doesn't
quite
bullet
enough.
burn her TFG again.
Yeah, she forgot the first time too.
Yeah.
I even know the first time wasn't necessary, but
Yeah, she didn't need it for the first time, so it's fine to keep it up, but she probably should have just in case you managed to flash in there. But yeah, like, not doing it there, like, it's a lot of damage. Especially if she's just kind of walking up and doing it.
yeah.
You know, at the very least, she can, like, maybe just pull a flash out of Nidalee or a barrier. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't blame her. Truthfully, I'm not that great. And on my active items, I mix my DFG gold. So,
Athene's Unholy Grail plus Sword Boots are done along with a needlessly large rod for that Nidalee, which means she's going to start chunking people very hard.
yeah. She is well on her way to that core Nidalee thing. Once she gets that Void Staff after that hat,
Yeah.
she is going to be a terror. Moore gets caught by a death sentence,
Takes
but
some big damage, but a Nidalee heal gets her back up to at least 2/3.
Nidalee heal plus Black Shield. She just walks out pretty fine, actually.
And we're going to see a true blue 5v4 engage here. Looks like at mid probably here, coming very soon. Dragon's
Yeah.
up in a minute. Shyvana's still pushing up at that top lane.
I don't like blue team being in here at all. Oh, we got the flash out of it, even though the knockup didn't hit. But I don't like blue team being in here. I don't think their siege is good enough, especially considering Shiv is pushing top.
Morgana lands a nice bind, but unfortunately the hook goes down on Elise. She does manage to repel it and flash out into a heal. The culling goes down. There goes the Cataclysm from Jarvan. He is forced to flash out. Graves forces him back with that buckshot, and it looks like Morgana's going to be the first casualty of this 5v4. And Shyvana is still just pushing up at that top lane. Graves doing tremendous amounts of AoE damage with these buckshots, and Nidalee's just poking away. And that's probably going to be enough to nullify this. And meanwhile, Shyvana is now knocking on the tier 3 turret at the top
and
lane.
Nidalee is going to make it difficult for these people to recall.
Yeah,
She doesn't chase them up mid, so they will actually get to either converge or recall. But yeah, they all went very low. Lucian canceled the culling so that the J4 ult didn't actually kill Elise.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would have been stuck in it, or it would have kept hitting, I believe it was Morgana.
Oh, Shyvana, are you going to be able
Oh,
to
she
get
knows
away
she's
from
dead.
that? The dragon form and almost does enough damage there.
They had to use Ignite, and she
Yep.
traded Ignite with Rango. Not sure it was worth it for her. Igniting, you know, like, I'm not sure either of them needed to use Ignite, but it was worth it. Rango went very low.
She cracked the base,
Dragon?
so-
Yeah, no, I mean, the push was worth it.
Yeah.
Taking the tower was worth it. It was just simply not Ignite. But it was, you know, it wasn't bad. She saved her Flash, too. Ignite's on low cooldown. Much lower than Flash. So, yeah, we'll see how
Shyvana
this
now
goes.
has that Blade of the Rune King as well, so her damage just went up dramatically, along with the Michael's Crucible on Morgana, which is going to provide that CC reduction that's pretty substantial. So,
Yep.
and from that, major buys, Ma Malmortius just got finished on the Rengar, which means
Wow.
Yep, first item build. I'm not sure if I agree with it. 'cause
Yeah,
he doesn't have-
Brutalizer into Maw. I think he's getting killed by magic damage. There's a lot, at least Morgana in Italy.
Yeah.
So that's not awful. If he's getting low like he's gonna be, it gives him a ton of
I
damage.
think it would be better for him to get to Scimitar, but I don't know.
No,
the
that
catches?
no. The Scimitar
worth
isn't
it?
good. You don't build work on it. No, he scales too much with AD. You just
Oh,
want,
no,
you
not
want
the
80 in a
Scimitar.
rocket.
No, the Scimitar, not Bilgewater Cutlass. The Scimitar.
The Scimitar.
It builds off of QSS.
Yeah, I don't think he wants that. There
I
isn't
don't know.
anything to QSS, really. Morgbind?
Morgbind, at least
Stun, sure. He needs damage. Like, he just
Yeah.
doesn't do anything unless he just has a ton of AD.
Yeah, it's just
Because all his
I was
abilities are
thinking
just
for
like
those-
dumb point and click damage, physical damage abilities. So,
I was thinking as like a first item
Yeah.
instead of Maw, because I'm like it's a fine item. but-
it's a lot of hit points actually, but I just, like, the item's like fine, but I feel like he just needs more armor pen. Like, he'd be better off with Cleaver or Last Whisper.
yeah,
Or just,
Cleaver's-
or like you know, what is that? Hydra skill. Oh, is this a dead Philly?
Gosh, Finley gets caught a little bit out, but a nice
No.
stun and big damage comes down from Graves. He actually forces Ringo way back. Brandon gets popped, and now
Yeah.
Who is that?
This Morgana stuff is
Fresh
going to be
gets caught.
nasty.
Oh my god, the Annie comes in with a massive burnout, stuns everyone. But Shyvana
dies.
comes in and cleans up just in time with that dragon form. So beautifully played by both teams there, but unfortunately, the Annie stun was a little too late. Just a
Yeah,
little
she
too
showed
late.
up way late, and Girls G-Day is just... No one died there. They got 3 kills
Yep.
and pushed everyone back, so they're going to get this inner turret, no problem. I don't think they're going to have the health to get the inhibitor turret.
I think they're just going to take the red buff and go.
Yep, take the red buff. Dragon won't be up, so they don't have to worry about that. They should go heal. They are a little bit worried about this Baron Rush. They actually don't have great wards here. They have a ward through the back, but that's it. So they'll know if the Baron Rush happens, and that's probably all they need.
Yep.
But they do need to go back quickly, because otherwise, no, the Baron Rush isn't going to happen. Lucian really likes farming those golems.
No.
There's been multiple times when there's a pile in his lane, and he's just farming those golems, and it's like, you know, you're hurting your jungler a bit, but more importantly, your bottom, and not pushing lanes to like put objective pressure on there, and that's just really costly, especially at this point in the game.
So, another major item that was finished is we do have that Last Whisper as a second item there on Graves. So he has massive amount of armor pen now, which means those small amount of armor items that they do have aren't going to be very effective.
Yeah.
And there's not much, but there is a little bit. We do have a Ninja Tabby and Aegis, not only Aegis of Legion, but the Locket does have a little bit. No, that's right, they removed it.
Yep, they got rid of it. But yeah, more importantly, Furor boots.
Yep.
Pretty crazy. Gives him kiting potential and more mobility, and he needs it because his range sucks.
Yes. It's true.
Yeah, but you know, like buying those upgraded boots right away is, you know, it's a pretty big investment, especially when like an AD really needs 3 items to scale well. But they're ahead. He doesn't need to be doing a lot of damage, just because they're kind of squishy. They don't have like tons of tanks.
Yeah.
J4, you know, he just has Ninja Tabi and Locket, and Locket's great, but it's mostly anti-magic damage. And Rango has just Maw as his tanky item, as well as some Doran Blades.
And
so there's just
he's
no
got the
tankiness on the enemy
moves.
team, really.
It's not a tanky item.
There's no tank stats on that, so unless you count move speed as a tank stat. Not really.
Attack speed's a tank stat if you have enough lifesteal.
Oh, drain tanks. But yes, so that bine's gonna hit on Lucian, but they're not gonna follow it up.
Big
Aside
spear,
from the
though.
spear, of course. You know, they're gonna chuck him down to 20%,
And
but he's
so
not gonna
instead
die.
they force Lucian back, and now they're just going to go for the inhib.
And they don't have any pressure. They're wrapping around behind them, so they're gonna get the inhib, but I think they're gonna die for this.
I don't
Because
think
Rango
so.
and J4 is behind them.
I think they're going to get
half
a
health.
J4. Graves gets caught with it out, but big AoE damage, and then you're going to pick up both of these, and then they're going to run. Shyvana did a great job of actually keeping these people at bay, and it looks like she still wants to go for some more. Click the lantern, but did she get Blade back or something? Holy crap, they might push for the win here.
Yeah, this is game. Do they have creeps? They have Tibbers.
And they got,
Oh no, Tibbers is on the wrong
too.
side. Stupid Spiderlings taking the tower turrets. It's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it only does it when like the tower's not already. I think we fixed that, but yeah.
Yeah. It's only after the
That's it.
Used
Yeah.
to,
It was used to randomly swap to.
And wow, commanding win here.
Yeah, Girls
From
G-Day
Girls
closes
G-Day.
it out.
Very commanding win. Just took a small advantage and just blew it out of the wall.
Yeah, Xanarch and Apes, they that last fight they didn't converge.
Yep.
Like they tried to blow up Nidalee with Rengar and it didn't work. And you know, no I told you so's or anything like that, but that's just kind of like Rengar not being like, people ban him, people are scared of him, but he just doesn't do enough. He just has a bunch of kind of dumb push buttons, and he needs a lot of time stealthing around murdering people. I think he might be better out of the jungle. In any case, Graves was great for that team. It's exactly what they wanted, but really the all-stars were Shyvana and Nidalee. Elise played very well too, but Nidalee just put tons of pain into them, pressured them, allowed them to siege and split push very well, just not let them get out with any health. So, excellent game. Well played by both teams. Congratulations to Girls G-Day for taking down our tournament and winning that 3,200 RP and that triumphant Rise skin. Looked great. Definitely earned it.
So yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and after the break, we're going to have a little quick interview, it looks like, with Girls G-Day, the champions of this tournament. So, we'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the championship team here of Girls Jude with us. Only 3 of the members were able to join us. We might get the other 2 in just a moment, but so far we have X Hyeria. Is that how you pronounce it?
You guys just introduce yourself to us real quick.
That'd be good.
So we get your names to the voices.
I'll start, I guess. I'm an ex-Sojin.
And say your role.
I'm jungler, so there's that.
Okay.
Let me restart that. I'm the top laner, and I am Xieri.
I'm Rifted. I'm the mid laner. I don't have a Korean pop singer in my voice or my name.
And the other 2 that might be joining us in a little bit is Trident Gums, who played Graves, the AD carry, and Remy, who played Morgana, the support, in this last game. So, how long have you guys been playing together?
I started the team like a year ago, and it was more of a friends team. There was like a lot of friends I had on it.
Okay.
And I met Trident Gums with a mutual friend. And then eventually we turned it into a competitive team. And I found Rift in. The mutual friend found Xhiri, and then Remy was founded by our manager.
You guys actually have a manager now?
Kind of just all came together.
The one that played for us subbed earlier, Manly, is the manager.
Okay. So like you guys are challenger tier, right? You're 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. How has
Yes,
that been
the 5
going? Is that been with the 5 that you played with us, or have you been kind of subbing people in? How successful have you been with that?
Nah, it's the exact 5 that we played today.
We had a different
Awesome.
support for a while, but we eventually replaced him.
It took us a while to get Remy. He was doing schooling at the time, so up until about a month and a half, 2 months ago, he started playing with us.
Awesome.
And
So
we've done the Challenger series.
Okay.
So yeah,
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, how was Challenger Series? How was your experiences there compared to? I mean, obviously we have a much wider range of skilled teams. But how was your experience there compared to here?
The teams are some of them pretty well-known teams like Team A and LOL Pro and whatnot, and then other big players like a Zingy on his team.
Yeah.
It's a lot different in the sense of how teamwork comes together and the way they rotate. And the early game especially is always something you have to look out for against those teams.
Yeah, we noticed that. So I guess more specific questions for like Trident Gums. You played really well on Graves. What's your opinion of Graves in the meta game right now?
I think he's in a fine spot. He has like the tankiness and mobility as like Lucian and other people with dashes, but he isn't that great in like laning phase. If you need a good support in order to make him work.
Okay.
But otherwise, he does the same damage, but he's not that great of a pick. He's not a high priority pick as like Twitch or Lucian.
Sure. Twitch was banned this game, right? I think you guys.
No, he was
banned him.
open.
No, he was.
He was open. Okay,
The
why
reason
you
we
guys?
didn't pick Twitch was because the reason we didn't pick Twitch was because he doesn't have a dash, and someone like Jarvan can just really dumpster Twitch really easily. If you have a pink ward and Jarvan ult, there's literally nothing Twitch can do without flash, and if he doesn't have flash, he's 100% dead. Even with Morg Shield, because Morg Shield blocks counter crowd control, but it doesn't block obviously the train and
J4
Jarvan
ult.
ult.
No, that
So
makes
we
tremendous.
were really wary of the J4 pick.
Okay.
Did you expect the J4 pick out of them?
Well, we saw the J4 pick before we picked AD carry, and we didn't want to pick Twitch into J4,
Okay.
so
Yeah, no,
we just kind
they
of
picked him
responded to
early.
that.
Okay, so yeah, it was more of a response to just picking him early. What's your opinion on?
we didn't
kind of-
expect him to pick it.
Okay. What's your opinion on Rengar top? He obviously didn't do a lot that game, but
Can I chime in about this?
Let him go.
So Rengar right now is the most broken champion in the game. I'm surprised he's not disabled. But one thing we were really surprised about was his build path. He rushed like Maw, Malmortius, and that's pretty troll, to be honest. Like, honestly, on Rengar, you just want to build full damage. Like, the optimal Rengar builds, like, Ghost Blade, Tiamat, and then, like, Sword of the Divine. You literally just one-shot people. It's so dumb. But, like, when you go a tanky build like that, it's kind of hard to really do much, and I think that's part of the reason we won so easily.
Well, even like he built triple Dorans and was still losing trades to Shyvana, which was really surprising because she had like Doran's shield cloth armor boots. And so I don't know if it was more just like he wasn't experienced with Rengar or he didn't know how to exploit his, his brokenness, or if you can like elaborate a little bit more on that.
I don't think it's really that he did not play. Yeah, you go ahead. I mean.
Okay, so the first time he killed me was with J4, right? But then we both went back and I got a Doran shield. Now, all he did was get a 3 Doran's blade, and at that moment, I know I can lose all these trades unless I outtrade him perfectly, which what you want to do against Rengar is you watch those 5 stacks, and a lot of the times, when he had the 5 stacks, I would go far away from my back cast minions, but then he would W to try to get some harassing. And then I would go in to outtrade him. Because he can't use the double Q to jump onto me. So just by doing that, and I picked my scaling, I scaled way harder than him, I just won my lane.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, no, I was just super surprised when like he built triple Dorans and then wasn't able to beat you. So I think you were just playing against his 5 stacks very, very well, and that makes sense.
So in that last game, I know what I think the defining moment of that game was, but do you guys have a personal defining moment? Where do you think the game swung so heavily in your favor where you were just confident in your victory at that point?
I think it was when Shyvana was split pushing top while he got the tower, and then we ended up pushing mid, and then we got dragon afterwards. Like they went on us mid lane, like they tower dove, but they didn't get anything out of it but 1 kill.
Yeah, I survived with like 5 health, and Annie used her ulti, and they used a lot trying to get me under tower, but I just repelled out. And they took the 1 tower, and they kept trying to push, but Shyvana was stuck top, and I think he had Blade at the Ruined King at that time, so Shiv was just able to eat the towers up.
Yeah, Shiv managed to take the tower just barely down, but yeah, like Lucian canceled his culling, which would have burned more lower and maybe gotten Elise to take the outer tower down, because they still hadn't finished that yet when they dove really deep. So yeah, no, that was definitely a massive swinging point of the game. How do you like Morgana into? Well, obviously Morgana's very, very good into Thresh. Does Morgana work well with Graves? Because like Morgana
he can follow up very well.
Okay.
He's one of the better AD carries that can actually follow up with Morgana's binding, because he can just straight up burst whoever got binded with Morgana.
Yeah, and he's tanky enough to just take the damage and not actually like be too worried about dying when he goes in.
So were you taken aback when they did the Dark Passage gank there on your bottom lane and Andy did the Flash Bear? That was pretty brutal to watch.
But
miscommunication.
I called MIA. They didn't listen.
Yeah, we called that Annie was there, and in the beginning we expected J4 flag tosses, and we had already said that our support would black shield himself and he would have to dash out. But miscommunication, he thought because Annie was coming in that he was gonna get the black shield instead.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, she also like wasn't on top of her DFG. She didn't DFG there, and she didn't DFG in Italy mid, which she might have had a kill. So I don't know if she was just saving it to try and guarantee a kill later, or just wasn't using it to full effect.
Well, it was a pleasure to watch you guys, and
yeah, congratulations on winning the tournament. Obviously, you guys played very well, very entertaining games. It was a pleasure hosting you.
Thank you.
I enjoy this one final question. What are you guys going to spend the RP on? Is there a skin that you want?
All the Timo
gifts.
Mystery gifts.
If I say I already have them all, will I get hung?
I would be impressed. I would be very impressed if you had all of them.
I used to play only Darius and Timo top when I had to go top, so
Gotcha.
Timo is my boy.
Yeah, you like making top miserable.
I'm that cancer guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
like making people miserable and setting up the Barons.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, guys.
We all hate you a little bit.
Thank you very much, guys, and congratulations once again. And I hope you guys have a wonderful time. Are you guys going to come back for the next tournament? think?
More than likely.
Yeah.
Hopefully. It was a
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck in Challenger Series, and
We'll
you
put it
know,
on
just
to be
generally
determined.
sounds good. Well, that's one of our teams, so be careful with that. But yeah, anyways, yeah,
Okay,
thanks so
okay,
much.
I will.
No, we're just screwing around.
Anyway, thanks again, guys, and congratulations.
Great
once
talking
again.
with you, and again, congratulations. So that
Yeah,
was
you too.
Girls B Day.
Okay.
Yep. That was Girls B Day. Are the winners of our most recent Warrior Esports tournament. If you liked what you saw, if you're enjoying it, make sure to follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch. Helps us a tremendous amount. Doesn't really cost you anything at all to do, and it really does help us out. Also, check out Warrior Esports fantasy leagues. They should be linked in chat pretty shortly. They're pretty awesome. You know, they're pretty cool. It helps us out, gets us a little bit more visibility. So,
Yep, and we also do have a fantasy league. I think you did mention it. So make sure you check it out. There's not very many people in there right now, so maybe you'll have a little fun. Meet some people.
yep. In any case, that was our tournament. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. We had some great games, and I hope you guys all have a great evening.
Yeah, and we'll see you on the next one.